Good for him. Anybody has any news to share? Come up. Second account. Make sure you're following that one. Just in case. For the next time I get banned. Good morning.
Good morning, Mojo. Oh, you could have kept the music playing.
Oh, it's all right. Is it low? I mean, can you hear over it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no,
Okay.
it was the perfect. And it was actually kind of funny. CT, when he went live last weekend, he had like smooth jazz playing in the background. We literally felt like we were in like a coffee shop.
Uh, okay, so it's interesting because I can adjust it differently. I can adjust the sound for what the audience hears, and then the sound for what I hear. So it's kind of blaring in my ears. I can't hear anybody else, but for everybody else, it's kind of quiet. So I have to figure out how to regulate that. But other than that, I could figure out how to do that, I guess. How you doing, Messy? Have you been asleep in the last friggin' 2 days at all?
Yep.
I think you're lying.
I'm not.
Woman, I think this is how you got sick the first time.
Nah.
Wandering the streets.
Lying because
I
I
was on
was
my
in
own
her
live.
life last night.
I'm
I
so
was
sorry.
in your
What?
life. I was in your life last night.
Oh, Lily.
Really? Yeah.
Hey.
Hi, sweet.
Is
I'm trying to remember, is Lily the Kiwi or is she Australian?
However you take it, we neighbors. Doesn't matter. Anywho, I love it. Hi, Connie.
Hey, babe. So, Alexis and I, Mojo, got into it earlier, big time. And then,
wait, earlier I heard last night. I heard you and Alexis get into it about being a trad wife or something like that. Are you saying that happened again?
yeah, I think so. That might have been that time. It was over the fact that she was on somebody's panel yesterday morning. And all I did in the comments was say, I tagged her, do you still support this administration? And she said, well, when people ask me like that, then yeah. What? And then we got into it again. And then I think either Studs, Chris, or who was the other cunt?
You can't say that.
$10.
If you get me banned again, I am going to find you.
You can't find me, but I can find you. Paid $10 to kick me off, which I thought was hilarious because the last time I was kicked off a panel, they paid ETR $100.
Man, that inflation's really getting your price value, Kami.
Listen, guys, she's a good egg. She's a good egg. She's a good woman.
Although that anarchist lawyer lady, I actually like her.
Yeah, she's all right.
Yeah.
All right, so Alexis, she is the reason that I created, or I had said the grit.
Yeah.
The whole grit thing. What did I say? You are.
This is your grit level.
Yeah, but that came from something else. So I called her abrasive. That's what I called her.
That's what.
That's what the whole grit thing came from. And this was back more than a year ago. More than a year ago, we were on somebody else's panel, and she only wanted to talk to you because she thought she could beat you in a debate, but didn't want to talk to anybody else. So anybody else spoke up, she got pissed off at him for speaking up. She's like, "No, this is between Messi and I." And I'm like, "Damn, you're abrasive." and then she freaked out at me too. So it was
won?
because of you. I don't even remember what the conversation was.
I won.
I just remember she hated you back then too, and she was going.
And she was
after
trying
you
to say all
that back
last
then.
night about how I've always been cool with you. I've never had a problem with you. Fuck you.
No, that's where that whole grit thing came from in the Discord.
Yeah,
That's-
but and to be honest, she gives vibes as a mother.
all right,
You know
you have
what I
the
mean?
most annoying voice I've ever fucking heard. Sorry.
I think so. It was either her because she scrolled in, saw me on the panel, and then 5 seconds later, he said that somebody had paid to kick me. Cheap ass.
Oh, that's funny. That's what you get for staying up for 3 days straight.
Who did that? She should go to bed.
You.
All I do is hear her go and come back on camera.
Don't worry.
And then fucking Hortensia said that I told her that I wished her baby got grapes. Now that really pissed me off. That really sent me. And then he nuked the panel. And if I see her around, I need bail money.
Bail money. All right, everybody, can you help me out? Tap screen, share the live, do the heart me, all that nifty stuff. If you know any conservatives, invite them all. I want to argue with people. And
I met a few last
Well, we've
night.
had at least 4 of them down below. I've seen Frugal, Scotto, Brendan,
Skatoi's here.
Crustable.
Longhorn 05.
Crustable can't be in here. There's no way he can be in here. He's banned.
Well, I was going to say Crustable was over on Jenny's.
Longhorn 5, can we have your age, state, and who you might have voted for, please?
Might have.
31, Texas. VP Harris, but I'm pretty centered.
All right. What part of Texas? Like, just that, like, don't tell me your address. But
Outside Austin.
okay.
I'm going to
Never
tell you,
been
don't
to
give
that
her any personal information because she will look you up and find you and come stalk you.
I will not. I'll send you a gift package with lots of treats.
What's up, Brendan?
I'm having so much fun.
Why?
Wow.
In the last couple of days, it's just been, I was on the panel last night when Messi and Alexis got into it, and I just hit mute and turned the volume up. It was really funny.
And laughed. Just,
oh yeah, it was good. Wait, were you there, Mojo? I'm a mod on Jody's panel. I didn't see you in the. I didn't see you in the audience.
I was. No, I would think I was on my main. You should have been able to see me. I did hear it happen. I mean, I heard
Brendan,
that portion happen.
did you see the screenshots?
I did.
What the fuck? How else are you supposed to ask somebody if they still support an administration other than how I did it?
I understand where you're coming from, Messi, but the fact that you took screenshots, I think, is telling as well. I think that you're constantly on a footing where you would like to own people for things that they said that are ultimately innocuous.
That's
Hey,
what
Bobby
receipts are
B.
for, bitch.
Why is my hat not pink anymore? God damn it. That drives me crazy. I want a pink hat. Sorry, guys. Go ahead. I apologize.
Receipts are important, sir.
I mean, do you ultimately care about Alexis's opinion of you?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Well,
but I care the fact that I asked someone a question and then I'm getting accused of being nasty about it.
Well, then why the screenshots?
Because she was accusing me of being nasty about it.
Yeah,
And all I did was ask a simple question.
She literally did that on Deadpan's Live.
I wasn't on the panel. I didn't say anything else to her. I saw she was up there. I said, do you still support this? And she fucking lost her shit.
What if someone said to you that your objections for against Trump and MAGA are ultimately unhinged and toxic?
I don't give a fuck.
Alrighty then. There you have it.
Yeah, but she does, apparently. So what's your point?
Well, I think kind of people see it coming, Messi. I mean, if they're going to engage with you, they should be prepared to cover their balls. You know,
You would think.
Well, yeah. well, maybe you shouldn't go for their balls. Maybe you should aim a little higher. That's all.
Kill them with kindness. Yeah, that's how the fucking Democrats lost, because they go low and we go higher. Guess what? I'm playing limbo, bitches, with these fucking Republicans and conservatives. I can go as low as I want to. I am flexible, bitch. Don't fuck with me.
Yeah, I just constantly and again, I try not to take any of this personally, right? But not for nothing, Messi, but the reason that I engage with you the way I do is to kind of help get you out of this universe that you've created for yourself. That's why I always ask you, where is Gilead? Right? That was your main objection prior to the election. And now Trump is attempting to destroy the literal Gilead, and there are still no flowers for Trump from you.
I don't like flowers. They die.
Romeo, I assume you're a Trump supporter, yes?
Yeah.
What do liberals always do?
Yes, I am 62 years old, former United States Navy veteran jet mechanic. I live in the free state of Florida.
Okay, I didn't ask any of those things. What do liberals always do?
So you know, like a lot of people do ask for all that on TikTok.
Okay, I didn't. What do liberals do?
Why do you cheer for the IRGC? Don't you know those people are just fatalistic Muslim retards?
God, you can't fucking say that word, you dumb shit. What the fuck?
Why do they think we're simping for fucking the IRGC? Why? Why do they think that? Because we were anti-war. Why?
Because they're probably the second most evil regime on the planet.
Next to Israel?
Wow. No, next to North Korea.
Oh, my next guess would have been us.
Wow.
I don't understand. I don't understand people. Boy, that was brutal last night on YouTube, by the way. Every time I hear that word, it makes me cringe because I think I'm going to get banned or something like that. And
what word?
Are you serious?
Central planning? What word?
I'm not talking to you about it if you don't know what the hell was just said.
Oh, that word. Got it. Hey, TBD, can we have your age and who you voted for?
Or Donald Jacques Trump.
Yeah, I knew it the first time you opened your mouth. Why did you vote for him?
Because Harris was not an advocate for the 1031 exchange. Trump was a significant advocate for the 1031 exchange, and so that's why I voted for him.
So you're a real estate investor?
That's one of my jobs.
How many jobs do you have? One's not enough?
No, one's not enough. I have 3 jobs.
Maybe you should find one better and just only had one.
Well, I own 60 single-family homes, 80 apartment units. I'm an executive director at another company, and now own a consulting firm.
What state are you in?
Texas.
Damn, I'm not licensed in Texas. But hey, if you need a realtor, I can refer you one. Let me know. I'm also
he's
in real
absolutely
estate.
full of shit.
What? Why would you say that?
Yeah, why would you say that?
I believe him. If you need a referral in Texas, let me know.
Okay, I can see why people are kicking you off their panel right now, Messi.
What part of Texas?
I'm not in Texas. I'm not licensed in Texas, but I can find you a realtor in Texas, and then I get a referral if you use them.
Got it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I bought my first house when I was 19.
Me too.
Nice.
Built it.
What was your method
to buy my house?
Mm-hmm.
I walked through a few floor plans, picked the one out I liked, put down a $10,000 deposit, and moved in.
Okay, cool. My method was from the age of 16 to 19. I was mowing grass, and I started a company called Cut and Clean Lawn Care. Sold the company, cleared $300,000, paid for my college and my first house.
Good for you.
Okay,
so why'd you vote for Trump?
Said. What the fuck?
That's 1031 exchange. Yeah, Harris was going to cap it.
So you're a one issue voter then?
I mean, there's other things that, I'm an advocate for, like giving, the decision back to the states as far as, Smith abortion. I didn't say the word. I didn't say the word.
You didn't have to say the fucking word.
I didn't say it. I said
I know
Smiths.
you didn't.
No,
I'm
Okay.
smart enough to know what you meant,
because you
though.
have an issue with it.
No, I don't think that the federal government should, have a decision state by state.
You know how states work, right? Especially the racist, bigoted, misogynist ones that think that conception begins at, or that life begins at conception. Those states.
Is there any objective evidence that says it's not?
Yeah, when it implants, then it can be viable. Maybe if it's not in a fallopian tube. And even then, it's my body, not yours. And then again, if you're a Christian, when you get to heaven and you have to answer to if you ever had an abortion, you get to say no. I'm the one that has to deal with it. And are you going to pay for my diapers and my formula and my daycare? Mind your fucking business.
Well, I hear you.
Or learn how to ejaculate not inside someone.
Or learn how to keep your legs closed. I mean, that'll work too.
I won't do that because I enjoy sex.
Without protection?
None of your business. I prefer it to be on my face.
This conversation got real visceral real quick.
I would agree with that, though. That's a good method.
I've had 3 kids. I've been pregnant 3 times, and I've had 0 ABs. Thankfully, I've never had to be put in that situation to have to make that decision because I'm sure it's not an easy one.
Ah, man.
And it's still none of your damn business.
Okay. What's next?
So obnoxious.
Who, me?
No, well, both.
Oh,
I
okay.
guess I both at that. I guess at this point, but I don't know why we have conversations like this. I don't know why I talk to people like you. If your vote is only for what's in your best interest and you don't give a fuck about anybody else around you, then I don't know that you should have the right to vote.
Okay.
In all honesty, I mean, if you can allow 3,000 people to die on the other side of the planet simply because you want a tax break or some sort of a tax deference on a real estate trade, then, I mean, you're kind of inhumane, if you ask me.
If you have a crystal ball, I would love to borrow it.
A crystal ball.
It was obvious. We have, Democrats had a crystal ball. We predict every single way.
The 1031 exchange, was that something he did after he got in office?
No, it's been in effect for many years.
Okay, so why did you vote for Donald Trump again?
Yeah, because he's an advocate for it, and Harris was going to put a cap on it.
Okay, do you have a crystal ball?
Prove that.
Wait! Do you have a crystal ball? Did you know that Harris was going to do that?
By objective evidence, yeah.
What objective evidence did you have?
Yeah, so a couple things is, number one, actually Biden. I'm going to have to take a step back, but just hear me out.
No, I'm not going to listen to a diatribe.
Okay.
This has nothing to do with Biden. This has to do with Harris. And you voted for Donald Trump. You voted for Donald Trump because you thought Harris was going to do something. And you voted for Donald Trump knowing that Donald Trump is the type of person to actually bomb other countries and go after other people. And he certainly wanted to turn the Middle East into. All right. You didn't vote for Obama. Obama wasn't running in this election. We are talking about Harris and Donald Trump. Now, you have a crystal ball and you know that Harris is going to do something. So you voted for Donald Trump. So you're okay with killing 3,000 people on the other side of the planet.
Okay.
Just so you could have a tax break.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, see, people like you are disgusting.
Okay,
and after he says that he worry about human life, about
yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
Anything
you're
else?
not pro-life. You don't give a shit about humans at all.
Oh, yeah, no.
The only person you care about is yourself.
Yeah, that's true.
How do you feel about the death penalty?
Say what?
The death penalty.
Who?
The death penalty? Are you for or against it?
I love it. So
That's-
maybe
that's a hard one.
we should apply then when after 2 weeks pregnancy that death penalty if you have no problem with this.
You're pretty disgusting.
Do you have exceptions?
I would suggest you're pretty disgusting, sir.
Say what you want.
Do you have any
Well,
exceptions?
say what you want about her then. What a ridiculous statement.
Yeah,
You don't
I am.
understand how
No.
logic works. You think this guy owns fucking 80 properties? This guy is a total moron.
I don't
So
care.
you
what
think it's
believe.
disgusting to wish a death penalty in 2 weeks of existence, but it's not disgusting to wish a death penalty on 80 years of existence, right?
So I don't know if you know this, but I make more money in my consulting firm than I do with my real estate.
And my
By the
dick
way.
is
Now,
bigger.
and that tells me
How
you're
do
a
you
complete
feel
and
about
total
the death
idiot
penalty?
too, because you're full of shit. Why do you lie?
Okay.
What's the point of getting on these panels and lying? Why?
So small to do.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, you need to measure it. Like you
Do
Oh,
you
okay.
come back.
agree
So-
with the death penalty, TBD?
Yes, but it's kind of interesting
Okay, so
that
you
y'all
don't give
are
a
worried
fuck
about.
about human life.
Y'all are worried
Well,
about
it's
my.
Only
not-
when it's inside
in
of a
2
woman.
weeks.
Easy.
So just real quick, why are y'all worried about my cock size?
Oh.
Oh my God, he come
You're-
back to this again.
Yeah.
It's really small. Oh my God, he cannot move on from his size.
You guys are pissing me off, dude. Messy.
Can we talk to Longhorn?
You know what,
Well, he's a
Mojo?
liberal. I just about booted him.
No, I mean, I had a question. We kind of almost talked about it, but I feel like one of the big issues that was easy for Republicans to vote against Kamala was just the issues with the trans and, you know, the supposed indoctrinations in schools. You know, the public accommodations. We never really got a plan on that. Can they use the bathrooms? Can they not? And I guess my last question to that would be like, do we think this is like a same marriage type of situation where it just took maybe like 15 years for the country to get used to it, or you know, the Democrats pushed too much on it?
You are not about to blame.
Too far, too fast. That's what you're suggesting.
Yeah, like I feel like when I talk to a lot of Republicans, look, especially like 50-year-olds up, it was easy for them to be like, well, I don't want my kids to be read children books by trans in the library. You know, it was just kind of like.
Then don't
too
take
easy
them
for
to a fucking public library.
They didn't have a choice. It was these were like field trips and stuff like that. I was like,
Prove that. Prove that shit right now.
And teachers in schools have gotten.
So is that all you have to say about that, Kami? Or
Because it's not happening. It's happening in public libraries where their parents take them. It is not a school fucking function.
Do you suppose, Messi, that children in school, when their teachers share with them their sexuality, that is an appropriate topic for a teacher to be discussing with their students?
In 5th grade, when you sign a consent form so they can learn about consent, I'm all fucking for it, Donovan.
Wow.
What do you mean that they're talking about how they like it, or are they talking about their partner?
Well, all of it. Most parents that I know don't feel that is an appropriate topic for a teacher to be discussing with their students.
You know
what
what
their
happened
urethra
if you
is, what their clitoris is, what their
yeah.
vas deferens is.
You know what happened if you don't discuss it with kids? I'm a Soviet Union kid, and nobody's sexes didn't exist, and you get pregnant when you're 19 because you even don't know what is sex is and how it works. So this is recipe for disaster.
Well,
and
that's
then
something that should, okay. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know.
There
Traeger,
is sex education classes.
Are-
There's
are
a
you-
class that
hey,
Hang on
Traeger,
a second.
who'd you vote for?
me,
Yeah.
I abstained. No, I didn't abstain. I voted for what's the Secretary of Health? What's the
RFK.
health czar? He was on the ballot, so I voted for him. And oh my God,
Are you a
I
liberal
should
or
have not voted.
conservative? Wait, if you said you
All right,
you shouldn't
so-
have voted for him.
I will lean more conservative, but I'm like,
I'm gonna.
I
What makes you
I'm
conservative?
moderate.
What makes you a conservative?
I'm
Shut
moderate.
up! What makes you a conservative?
I do think that there's certain things that need to be put more in check in our country when it comes to like healthcare, shit like that. But I think I don't lean really far right on that subject. and I don't lean really far left.
Okay, so what makes you a conservative?
I would say the reason that I lean more conservative is because I'm not a socialist, for one thing, and
Thank you.
Where were we? There she goes. Congratulations on the gains there, Mimi. I'm sure you've been watching.
On what? On what?
The Ukrainians are doing quite well in their battle against the Russians.
Yeah.
From what I've seen.
And I have a question for every fucking Russia supporter. But for 4 years, you motherfuckers, you told us that Russia gonna, if you, don't put Russia, they will use a nuke, don't put all this bullshit for 4 years. So many people die because don't we give you a weapon, but you cannot use it because, oh my God, it's nukes. Where is fucking nukes? We boom everything inside. Where is the fucking news? You use this argument for 4 fucking years.
Are we really talking about Ukraine again?
I was just giving her flowers. That's all, Mojo. She doesn't want the flowers. Which is fine.
It's just like you didn't discover anything new for me, Darren Donovan. It's just like you discovered that Ukrainians can defend themselves and they have a right to defend themselves. And it's after 4 years when everybody abandoned, when after big promises, and then said everybody's like, fuck you because fucking nukes. And right now, after 4 years, when we understand nobody give a shit, you can trust no one in this fucking world. And the entire world sees that you not trustworthy. It's nothing to celebrate for me here.
You don't suppose that concerns with one nuclear-powered country engaging with another nuclear-powered country you don't think is a valid concern?
I think if you want to live in La La Land, and then because if you look in the history in what they did to other countries and what equipment they use, and it's like when you know, and we knew who is our neighbor, we knew that he is a bully, bullshitter. We knew what equipment they use, and we told you from beginning they're not gonna use it. That they even maybe don't have it. But
longest no ever.
How we knew? We had a crystal ball because we told you from beginning they're not gonna use it. But you are smarter here. You are stronger here. You put us on a knee. And in the end, we were right. But we had to lose for 4 years those peoples, those mental state what we are today, for 4 years to scratch, to get from a scratch all those equipment, because we even didn't have to have a military. We had 4-5 country guarantees, big fucking countries. Nobody can attack us. We have such a 5 monster guarantee for us. And right now, so why you guarantee if you give them a nuke, my nuke, you give them, and it's how do we know if you knew that you're not gonna, you be afraid of that nukes what you give them, why you guarantee me? Why you force me to give them?
I think we should take every caution when it comes to nukes and nuclear power, shouldn't we?
Yeah, now everybody understands that you respect just people who has a nukes. Every country has to have a nukes today. Thank you for this great example. Today, we fucked up. You are the one who showed that every country that you won't respect anyone unless they have a nukes. It does not matter if you fucking terrorist. As long as you have a nukes, that you will respect them.
It's a point. It's a valid point.
Yeah, I mean, would you hold that same truth to everybody should hold a pew pew then, so that no violence will happen?
Well, realistically today, yes, because it's recipe for disaster. We go kill each other, but your side is the one who forced us to kill each other. Because realistically, you don't give a shit for respect. You understand just the power.
There's a difference between a gun and a nuke, though. The nuke is the ultimate weapon. A gun is just another gun. Somebody can have more guns. Somebody can have a bigger gun. Somebody can cause more damage with their gun. Somebody can be better shot with their gun. If you have people with nukes, one nuke could be all it takes to end a war or start the destruction of all mankind. What?
Could I have more nukes and bigger nukes and easier way to deliver them than you?
What? No, it doesn't matter. One nuke's good enough to end the world.
There's what?
No.
What? Yes, because as soon as you launch it, everybody else is going to launch theirs.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying the explosion from. Okay, I got you.
I mean, it takes multiple years and decades of R&D, and I can go to Academy right now and buy a pew in 15 minutes probably. It's not the same.
Yes, I don't think it's an apt comparison anyway. Owning guns and owning nukes.
Why not?
I just told you. What the fuck? Why is nobody listening this morning? God damn it.
Well, Mojo,
fuck.
Hey,
you said that, like, yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I think it's more, nobody is afraid to use a pew-pew, but everybody is afraid to use a nuke.
Why would they be afraid?
Because they want to exist.
Backlash.
It means the destruction of the planet. If one person launches, everybody launches. This is mutually assured destruction. No such thing exists when you're talking about guns.
Okay, so if I walk into a restaurant, I know everybody has a pew-pew, and I pull mine out, wouldn't that same concept apply?
No. You could actually take a bunch of shots and nobody else could shoot back. I mean, that happens, right? Uvalde. We've seen that happen. So, but with nukes, I guarantee you that every country is going to start launching their nukes as soon as one does. Mutually assured destruction. Again, it's not an apt comparison.
But do you understand that if you promoting the life where we not exist in both scenario, in nukes and as weapon, because it will be only one result of this. We're gonna die all, and we try to prevent it. Like with nukes, again, you ask Ukraine to give up nukes because this is what's the goal. So less countries has a nukes, and you guarantee to support them. So we are supposed to create a planet where we have a less. And now you broke that one. So same would work with the arms, with weapons, with people. If we have a less, it's more likely that we will live longer. But it's like your side to have this recipe for disaster to unalive us. It does not matter nukes or gun, and it's only way how you see it.
No, I'm saying you should have. I'm agreeing.
Yo, Jesus. That's right. Cult's a libertarian.
Yeah, like, I think you're shadow by. Like, I think we should have sold Ukraine a nuke, like, pre-invasion.
I've always said they've had at least 4.
Yeah, we should have just sold them to Ukraine.
I mean, I think the U.S. has given them enough. I mean, they need to figure out their differences. I mean, like, we've given them enough.
What is enough? It's like what
we gave like $200 billion. I think. I mean, we built the most advanced army over there to help y'all. So like, what y'all need to figure it out on pieces of paper. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's a paper argument now.
I should figure out, don't give up my nukes, and then I don't need your fucking 250 or 300 or even $1. I shouldn't figure out that you're full of shit, that you will say in the end, oh well, that you, when you promise me that it will be, yeah, I will help you guarantee, and instead you say, no, 250, it's enough. It's enough. I made my life.
Yep,
it's just like, I should figure out then back.
I think it is.
Mimi is the Ukrainian version of Messi. Yes. There it is.
Thank you for compliment.
I know.
If we sold Ukraine a nuke, Russia would have never invaded.
Exactly. So isn't that
we had
more of an argument, Dr. Galt, for everyone to have one, and then maybe we could actually obtain world peace?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with people obtaining nukes, fundamentally. Like,
why can't Iran have a nuke then?
Yes.
Oh my God.
It's just like, so exactly, but before Trump, that scenario worked. Like, we try to create a planet with a less damage, with less nukes, with less arm, so we live longer. But now, after Trump era, everybody has to have it and destroyed each other. We could build it. Like, I agree, I give up it, but you guarantee me. And if you, and same with Iran, we had a deal with Iran. You had a deal, like, make a deal, be a human being.
Yeah, just like I think everybody should be strapped up and carrying a pew-pew. Like, I think people would stop fucking around. Like, you'd have less grape, you'd have less those situations. Like,
I mean, I've de-escalated 100 times more arguments with words than a firearm, so I just don't get that argument.
Yeah, I'm not saying you can't de-escalate with words. Who's saying that?
Well,
It's better to have a pew and not need it than need it and not have it.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
But everybody, it just doesn't.
Yes,
why not?
everybody.
And also about your argument 250, if you come to me in 1991 and said like, okay, give up in nukes and I give you 250 billions, do you think I will be agree with that? Do you think that this number will satisfy me to take a risk?
You don't
If
think
you
that
just
Ukraine
honest,
has? You don't think Ukraine has kept any after the Budapest memorandum? You don't think they have any?
I don't think so.
They do.
How they kept it? Like
Well,
by parts in the kitchen?
Well, yeah. If you remember when the document was signed and they returned them, there were about a dozen that were missing. You remember that, right, Mimi?
But Brendan, if
So
they
saying
have
that I
them,
can
then
use.
why did Russia attack?
Well, that's like fast forward 40 years. A lot happened in the intervening time. And while the fissile material, I doubt, degraded, and they don't care about a delivery system, that doesn't mean that they're not in possession of it. More than likely, and I'm speculating here, the reason you didn't see it is because Kyiv was never directly under the threat of invasion.
Look, from a Soviet Union collapse until now, we have just Poroshenko. It's 2014 or even 16 when we had a pro-Ukrainian president. Before that, it was everybody pro-Russian, and they had destroyed Ukraine for Russia. They destroyed military, they work for Russia. And we had in 2014 revolution, because Yanukovych was the last one who is pro-Russian, he runs to Russia. So even if somebody in 1990 smart guy said, okay, let's keep something, like all those pro-Russian motherfuckers, they just destroyed it.
Yeah, I still think they have. They still have 4. Did you just look up what I just said, Mojo?
No. I just said wow because it was silent for a sec.
Yeah, well, the fact remains the Ukrainians are doing breathtakingly well against the Russians. And I don't
agree.
think that should. Yeah,
I agree.
And Brendan, someone made a point about it in the comments. But do you think, like, everybody was against like sending Ukraine money, but if Ukraine gets the W, do you think that then they will change their course and be like, oh, it's only because we gave them stuff?
that's an odd question. Yeah, there was some objection to the amount of money. I think there were plenty of people who would have rather seen them not fight, who would have rather seen diplomacy win the day, like Boris Johnson tried to set up a peace agreement in the early months of the war.
Oh my God, I love this argument about Boris Johnson. It's like, well, yeah. So you think you just said that Ukrainians so brave and so strong, and they strong in Russia with Russia, and now in the same sentence you say that the Ukrainians so stupid they couldn't realize that deal was like a stupid deal that you cannot sign. So you need a Boris Johnson to tell them don't sign that deal.
Yeah,
Well,
but
do you have another deal? How many hundreds of thousands died in order to secure?
Hundreds of thousands died because of Putin.
There you go.
Hundreds of thousands died because of Putin, and he doesn't want to stop this. And it's 28 points what he wants to exchange for a stop war, which is impossible to make. 28 points, it means Ukraine does not exist in those points. So your argument, because Zelensky did decide the deal which is bad for Ukraine, it's useless because it's anyway Ukraine not gonna be exist with that deal.
But why did Boris Johnson and Kamala Harris, so like, correct me if I'm wrong here, they went down there, there was a peace agreement on the table, right? They told Zelensky not to sign it.
Did you just hear what I said? Do you really? Because I understand. I understand where you're going.
Okay, where am I going then? Tell me where I was going to go.
You just said that why they told Ukraine not sign the deal, and after I said that deal was so bad for Ukraine, so Ukraine doesn't need any advice to not sign it, and if they don't come, then they not will sign. So it does not matter who come to Ukraine at the time.
What was bad about the deal?
Did you read? So it was Crimea. Crimea never come back to Ukraine. It's territory which we cannot, like, Ukraine has to give up military.
Bobby.
Yeah. Okay. So Crimea, which was taken. Correct me if I'm wrong here, because I get my history wrong. Crimea at this point is already under control from Russia. Correct?
Sammy.
Okay.
Correct.
So how was Ukraine going to get it back anyway? They would have to take it back by force. Do we agree?
It says in that deal, it says never ever. So we don't speak about right now Ukraine take it back. We speak about that it has some window for Crimea. If Crimea, because you know how Crimea.
Okay, but are you suggesting that Ukraine was going to militarily take it back at some point?
No, I'm saying that in that deal, diplomatically or militarily, it's impossible. Ever.
So, do you think Ukraine now going forward is ever going to get Crimea back?
It's listen. I loved 28 points in a deal. What Putin wants to stop over 28 in those. So it's not even question about Crimea. Crimea it's nothing. It's useless topic. 28 points when we cannot make it, because like if to make a peace with Russia, we have to demolish our military, which is stronger in Europe right now. Why we will be so stupid?
She's right about that.
Stronger than Europe.
Yeah.
You told me the peace agreement was bad because they wanted Crimea, yet Crimea is under control by Russia, and you agree that in order to get Crimea back, Ukraine would have to use military force, right?
Not necessarily. Not today. Today, yes, this is the only scenario, just the military. But in 5 years, when it's not Putin fucking die, yeah, we can say like, listen, some normal dude come up and say, okay, right now let's make a deal. Diplomatically,
couldn't you make a deal even if there's so in your scenario, if they did sign the peace agreement and Putin's gone, why would it be any different if a normal person came in and said, hey, you guys were under coercion?
Exactly, because in that deal, what you force us. Okay,
you're sort of steamrolling me, and I think it's because you're getting frustrated.
Because look, because we have a war from 2014, and all these talking points we will be surprised, but I hear it from Russians from 2014. All this Minsk deal. You think you're so unique and you discover it today. I know these talking points for 12 years.
What talking points? What are you talking about?
The Crimea Minsk agreement. What you just
got upset I brought up Boris Johnson.
No, but Boris Johnson, it's also about Minsk agreement, and this Minsk agreement.
Do you think it was favorable for the U.S. to the Ukraine to go to war with Russia?
Wait, what?
So now it's a U.S.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think it was favorable for us, for Russia and Ukraine to go to war together?
Someone needs to feed the fire. Yeah.
Right, oh my God! So now a CIA topic.
We need to make more confused, more boom booms.
Wait, I would say he's not wrong if for nothing else than because it's a proxy war and we get to make Russia use weapons that they have to pay for, which both hurts their economy as well as makes them weaker.
Exactly, it's a test run,
making them less of a threat on the world stage.
The old Lindsey Graham position of we'll fight to the last Ukrainian.
Yeah. I mean that.
Yeah, like if anybody's going to sit here and say that it was favorable for the U.S. to go to war with, or the Ukraine wasn't, it's not favorable to the U.S. for Ukraine and Russia to fight. You're out of your mind.
Yeah. Unless if you know history, so it's not. It's like it's another Russian talking point that we are brothers. I'm not fucking brother with the Schmetterist. I'm not fucking like if you just know, if you understand how Russians treat every other nation, Russian Federation of many federation, Russians in Moscow is just humans. Rest, they have a special name for. They don't call us Ukrainians. They have special name for us. Hohol.
The majority of Americans do not like Russia. That's just reality.
Well, I know.
Even if they don't know what the Holodomor is.
That's true too. But
Yes, and they and this again Russian talking points that they brothers, how they even fight. No, you don't know what you're talking about. They fight every neighbor.
My point is that the military-industrial complex wanted this war. What does that have to do with
So they push Russia to start the war because they are the one who started it.
No, I'm saying that when we went to the negotiation table, we probably could have just lined up troops on the Ukraine border and said, "Don't cross" or "Don't." Like we could have been more involved.
Exactly.
What I'm saying is, or we could have just given a nuke to Ukraine. What I'm saying is, those things were not as favorable for us. It would be more favorable for us for Russia and Ukraine to go to war. It's favorable.
How it's not favorable if you spend more equipment? How it's not fair? If in your logic, if it's just the industrial complex, so you spend more, it's a bigger war. How it's not favorable?
Yeah, it's favorable to the military-industrial complex because we can expand.
Where you started with.
Yeah, so it's favorable to the military-industrial complex. So I'm not saying it's favorable to every American here. I'm saying it's favorable to the military-industrial complex.
Exactly. So in your logic, they should start it.
Well, not my logic, the military-industrial complex logic, not mine. I disagree. I'm just saying that that's the case.
No, but I trying to understand you. You said that it's in favor for United States to start the war because of industrial complex or making more weapon. So as I understand, if they start a bigger war, it's a bigger money. So where is right now? So United States choose not to make money and hold it, right?
Well, it's the military-industrial complex making money. I want to be very clear. It's not the U.S.
Mimi, take your key out of your ignition, please.
The other thing too is again, it's not favorable to the people of the United States. It's just favorable to the military-industrial complex. Which
I believe it was a miscalculation for global trade. I was all for global trade, but I was also for using it to big fist issues like this. But it's not happening. Like we tried to be like, okay, Russia, we're going to sanction oil, we're going to sanction
Longhorns.
The electric, but it's not working. We can't stop these countries from global trading with each other, the bad guys.
So I wanted to interject one other thing that gives context to this. Before the war, Germany was laughing at Trump when he said, don't rely on Russian oil or energy. And after the war started, there was lots of European countries that continued to purchase Russian energy and finance the war. I know we kind of look at ourselves like we're supposed to save, but Europe, I think, let Ukraine down a lot more than we did.
I agree with you. Everybody did. United States, Europe, everybody did.
Yeah,
same with Europe. We had a Merkel who was a Russian agent. So what expectations?
Yeah. Well, Europe is your neighbor. Europe should be there standing with you toe to toe. And Europe, I mean, why should we think that Russia's a threat if they're not going to support one of their neighbors that's getting attacked?
They were standing with Ukraine toe to toe. They have been giving money and aid to Ukraine as well. What you're talking about is natural gas, and most of the natural gas that comes into the European nations is done through pipelines, and these pipelines were set up a long time ago, and they've been utilizing that source for natural gas for a long time. So it takes time to actually divert to a different source of natural gas, because that's where they've been getting it. So they are converting. They are converting, so they don't have to be getting natural gas from Russia anymore.
Yeah, right now they did. And Merkel, we had already pipeline which would go without Russia, but Merkel stopped it. So it was a Russian agent in everywhere for a certain point, and then Europe was not prepared to, like, what is your plan to freeze all European society? Yes,
Hey, Mimi.
I thought Trump stopped aid to Ukraine. I thought what happened was he's making NATO pay for the arms. We're supplying the arms, but they're buying them. And is U.S. giving direct dollars to Ukraine? I don't think so.
Yes, he did. Hey, Mimi, what happened in Nord Stream 2?
Yeah, let's do about this conspiracy theory. Nobody knows. Answer is nobody knows. Do you know?
Wait, it's up and running, isn't it?
No, it is not.
No,
it got boomed. I wanted to ask Mimi.
Finished?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Mimi what she think happened to it.
I don't think about it. I don't know. I'm not gonna speculate because it's gonna be. I can name every country, and how do you know? Because you like that is Ukrainians.
How do I know?
Maybe, and they deserve
How do I know?
it.
I know because very few countries have the logistical capabilities of destroying that pipeline.
Well,
Chief
even
among them being the United States.
Look, even if play was in your game, fuck it. They destroyed like half of our country. Now we can destroy it wherever. They attack us like, so you're talking about pipe? When they attack Crimea, when they attack Donbass, everybody pretend blind. Nobody see anything. No, nothing happens. After you have a guts to tell me that you will judge me that we blow something which helps our enemy, which you refuse to see.
Ukraine doesn't have the capabilities to destroy that pipeline, Mimi.
Why does Russia always attack Ukraine when there's a Democrat president? Like, what the
bullshit? What the fucking bullshit? It's just like, listen, this argument worked year ago when Trump was running on it. And I told you then back, when Trump was in office, we still had a war, he did nothing. Right now, after 1 year, when Trump did nothing, you come up with this bullshit argument, weak and pathetic.
I'm just asking a question. It's not even an argument.
You're asking stupid question because right now, as a Republican, Trump hero in a Oval Office and still war. So don't bullshit with this useless argument.
It's not an argument. I was just asking a question.
Do you understand how it's useless is? Right now, under Republican, we have a war, and you have a guts to say this argument? And just a question.
Right, I'm anti-war to begin with, so we can have that conversation. Yeah. I'm just asking why, specifically, under Biden and under Obama, did Putin attack? Were they trying to find Hunter in Ukraine? Did they think he was like? Oh.
Look! I have something for you. After Trump roll red carpet, Putin. Next day, Putin come back to Russia and attack American company in Ukraine. You not consider it, no?
Oh, you think Trump's a Republican? He's a Democrat, so yeah.
I think it's hilarious that Dr. Galt is just being some fucking clown right now, and the only thing he wants to do is use MAGA talking points to, I don't know, get a couple laughs out of himself.
Wait, I just said Trump's a Democrat. How's that a MAGA talking point?
I don't care. What you said before that is what I was specifically speaking of.
It's actually that's exactly a MAGA talking point, Dr. Galt. Do you know how many of them are saying, "Well, he's been a lifelong Democrat"?
That's true too. That's true too.
I don't think MAGA's using it in the same way I am, though.
Well, how do we know how you're using it? Either way, you're not being serious at all. So I don't know what the point of the conversation is.
Why don't you ask me, Mojo? Don't you usually say that?
Ask you what?
How I'm using it.
I don't care what your last statement was for. Doesn't really much matter to me. I think my previous
Mojo wants
statement
to change
stands.
the topic.
Whether we change the topic or not is irrelevant. I just think that Dr. Galt thinks he's funny, and I think it's funny that he thinks he's funny. But I do also think it's funny that non-existence exists, right, Dr. Galt?
Oh, dude, that was the dumbest. Did you hear that?
Yes. What the fuck were you doing talking to that guy?
I don't know, man. I just he was trying to tell me God's real because non-existence
exists, so God must exist. Yeah. That was the argument he made.
Yeah, I don't know. He like ChatGPT'd something and then just started like reading.
No, he didn't even ChatGPT. He was just saying random bullshit.
It's too early in the morning for that for me.
Fuck. That guy was a total clown.
Yeah, I don't know. Whatever.
Sorry. I was scrolling through and I heard that. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
Dr. Gal, you voted for Trump, right?
Do I what?
Voted for Trump?
I did vote for Trump, yeah.
And he'll vote for Republicans every single time. So whether he says he's a libertarian or not, it doesn't matter. He's always going to vote for Republicans. So he's just some fucking Republican anyway.
That's not true. If I lived in New Hampshire and a libertarian ran under the Democratic Party like they do, I would vote for him.
What you don't like right now, what Trump doing?
Yeah, I don't like the EO for the Sovereign Wealth Fund. I don't like that he's buying private ownership into companies. I don't like that he's using demand-side policy with the big, beautiful bill and doing a ton of spending. I don't like the fact that we went to a war with Iran. I still call it a war. So, yeah, I mean, I can list off a bunch of things. I mean, there's just stuff that I like, but there's stuff that I don't like.
Do you think if you voted for Kamala will be better outcome?
No. Why would it be better?
Because we wouldn't have invaded Iran. We wouldn't have taken out the leader of Venezuela. I mean, our foreign policy would have been completely different. We wouldn't have tariffs. We wouldn't have tariffs. I mean, I don't know. Everything would be different.
He's sitting in a jail cell. We didn't take him out.
Yeah, but why are those things bad, Mojo?
Oh my God! I ask you name something bad, you name it, and now you ask why it's
but
bad.
I have a reason it's bad. We probably disagree. Why?
So it's bad or it's good?
What?
It's bad or it's good?
Well, in my opinion, if we would have cut deficit spending and Trump came out and said we were doing this so that we don't have to do it again in the future, I'd be fine with it. But when you continue deficit spending, you do have to go to war at some point to check people. That's just the reality of how we run our economy.
So if Kamala do that, like if Kamala is president, it won't happen.
Yeah, I philosophically disagree with deficit spending and being the world reserve currency. So, but that's just something pragmatically I have to deal with because both parties do it.
This is where Galt fails. This is where all libertarians fail because Democrats have always been better for the deficit. Always. Every single Democratic administration has been better for the deficit, yet libertarians continue to vote for Republicans for whatever fucking stupid ass reason.
And at the same time, putting socialist programs to help the country too. How do you you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So explain to me then how it's good that our interest on the debt payment went from $250 billion to $1 trillion under Biden. Explain to me how that's good.
I don't think it went from 250 billion to $1 trillion, but that was a whole lot of debt that came up all at once. I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing because 75% of that debt goes to Americans anyway. So that's just money going back into our economy. I think that's probably a good thing. It's just the redistribution of wealth in some way. It's just the redistribution of wealth in some way, shape, or form. I think that's probably a good thing. But either way, you still don't give a shit about deficits because if you did, you'd vote for Democrats.
Well, I think you're just pivoting here because you realize I have you cornered.
No, because my original statement was that you're an idiot for voting for Republicans because they always raise the deficit. Always.
Okay, well then can you walk me through the $750 billion extra dollars that are added on to our spending?
This has nothing to do with the deficit.
What?
This has nothing to do with the deficit.
Hold on a second. Mojo, if we have $7 trillion in outlays and we bring in $5 trillion in revenue, and out of the $7 trillion in outlays, we've now increased the servicing of the debt by $750 billion. That has nothing to do with it?
No, because if everybody has to deal with the debt, everybody has to deal with the debt. And if a previous administration or Janet Yellen or whatever decided to do short-term bonds at a higher rate, we have the chance to refinance or we have the chance to pay it off. I don't know that it matters either way, and I don't think that affected the deficit at all.
Okay, so if we were to have done 30-year and we would have the same interest on the debt payment, we'd be deficit spending $750 billion less, correct?
This year. We push it out for 30 years.
And last year, and the year prior.
We'd push it out for 30 years. That would be the difference, yes.
Okay, so you agree then that when Trump took office, he inherited what was a $1 trillion interest payment on the debt, which when he left office, it was $250 billion, right?
What did Biden inherit? Should we have just left the country in inflation to let it go to 20%? Or should we have fixed the problem that the Trump administration before that started with just C-19 just fumbling that? I mean, you went back, so I just went back.
Yeah, you're pivoting now to a different topic, which is fine. We can talk about that. But I'm talking about the fact that Trump inherited $750 billion on additional spending that nobody accounts for that services our debt. That ballooned. It's ballooned from $250 billion to $1 trillion under the Biden administration.
Okay, but you still can't refute the fact that Republicans have added to the deficit more than Democrats have.
That says who, though?
I mean, the numbers. I mean, we can look it up on
okay.
We can look it up anywhere, bro. What do you mean?
Let's look it up. Who's responsible for Social Security? Who passed
Social Security?
Yeah, who passed Social Security? Yeah, okay. Who passed Medicaid?
LBJ.
Okay. Who passed Medicare? These are all Democrats. So when we talk about what we spend money on for this country, all the programs were created under Democrats. All these programs, these failing programs.
And yet somehow, whenever Democrats are in office, the deficit always goes down. Why is that?
Oh, come on.
It's an absolute fact.
That hinges on Bill Clinton, and he should not.
It doesn't hinge on Bill Clinton. Every single Democratic administration has lowered the deficit.
The dot-com boom was.
I don't. You can say whatever you want. When Democrats are in power, the deficit is reduced. When Republicans are in power, the deficit is increased. This is just a reality.
Yeah, okay, but that's also like, okay, let's just have an honest conversation then. You agree, Mojo, do you agree that the big beautiful bill, all the spending is upfront and uploaded, and all of the all the cuts are backloaded, right? So that's why Trump was very smart. All the spending happens in the first year, and then everything else happens at the back end. So when Newsom wins president in 2028, he's going to fall victim unless he changes the big beautiful bill. He's going to fall victim to all of those things, right?
Okay, and you know what's going to happen is that he's still going to decrease the deficit because Democrats always do.
How?
I don't know. It's going to depend on what's going on at that particular point in time. But it doesn't really matter if everybody's always done this, if politicians always do this, somehow the Democrats figure out a way to lower the deficit. Somehow Republicans figure out a way to raise it every single time. That's why I'm saying all of this is irrelevant, because we're looking at 50 years worth of data, and it's always the Democrats lowering the deficit and Republicans raising it.
How did Biden
don't let him get away with it?
How did Biden lower the deficit?
It doesn't matter.
No, explain to me. I want to understand. I want to vote Democrat in the future. Explain to me how Biden lowered the deficit.
It doesn't matter. I'm not sure why you don't understand this. We could go through individual programs. We can go through individual programs and we could figure out exactly where the deficit was lowered. I'm saying that it doesn't matter because we have 50 years of data saying that happens under Democrats every single time. And every time it's going to be for different reasons, but it always happens.
How did he raise revenue?
I don't care.
Because you're wrong.
That's why you should have said it, Galt. Mojo just did a trust me, bro, and you just let it sail right past you.
No, I'm not.
No, trust me, bro. This is just a reality. You guys, everybody can look up what the deficits have been. They have bar graphs that the fucking Fred and shit. You can go see this. Every time that a Democrat takes office, from the time they take office till the time they leave office, the deficit is reduced. And every single time a Republican takes office, the deficit is increased over that time period. Every single time.
You know why? Because we cut taxes and then we go through an economic boom cycle, and you guys...
Again, it doesn't matter. Somehow you keep voting for Republicans thinking they're going to cut the deficit, and they never have. Not in your lifetime.
Okay, so explain to me how Biden did it. Just walk me through how.
I don't care. How do you not understand that? I don't care how he did it.
No.
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. He hid money in his fucking granddaughter's pocket. I don't give a shit one way or another. It doesn't really matter to me how it happened. It just happens.
He rummages around in his granddaughter's pocket often, does he?
Well, I figured you guys would like that.
I
Yeah.
have a question for Galt. So,
That was
Galt,
good.
you're saying here, you start with a result, with a number, it's increase or decrease, and then you're saying for you it's most important not that number in the end, how it's done. So, if somebody done it correctly, you're gonna be with that, even if it's higher number, correct?
No, I just want Mojo to explain to me how $250
Why
billion.
you want to like we start with number? Why we don't go with numbers? Why you want to justify which is correct, which is not?
Yeah, because I want to understand how $1 trillion in interest is not bad.
Okay, see, I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. So we were approximately 600 billion. Well, we were in 2020. We were somewhere around 500 billion in interest on our debt payment. About 600 billion in interest in 2021, and then it's just been going up every year since. So when did Janet Yellen do these short-term treasuries?
It was over the course of her tenure. And what are you using as a source?
This is fiscaldata.treasury.gov.
The other factor is interest rates. Were the interest rates in 2020 the same as they are now? That will definitely impact what the debt is for that year.
Hold on. I haven't debated this in a while, so let me go to CBO.
I'm just looking at a graph of interest payments on the debt.
Yeah, our
2010 to 2026.
Our payment will explode if interest rates go up. Absolutely.
Oh my God!
Well, if we have to replace it, if we have short-term bonds or short-term treasuries, that's true.
What year are you looking at, Mojo?
I'm looking at 2010 to 2026. Do you want me to put it up on screen?
No, I can look it up.
It's fiscaltreasury.gov, interest expense, average interest rates. There is a graph in here, interest expense and average interest rates on the national debt, FY 2010 to 2026. I don't know what payout you're talking about. I know at some point in time they did buy up some of the interest or some of the debt or some of the, I don't know, due treasuries at a in much smaller terms. I know that did happen. I'm not sure what those terms were, and I'm not sure what had happened. But that was the excuse that everybody gave for Donald Trump to fuck up the economy the way it was, because you guys were saying that he was trying to lower the interest rate so that we could refinance the debt and save a couple $1 billion, which was stupid.
I don't want him to lower interest rates. That's how the wealthy gets wealthy. What are you talking about?
You want lower interest rates on the 30-year, or at the beginning of Trump's term. At the beginning of Trump's term, all the Republicans and all the Libertarians were saying that Donald Trump was doing what he was doing to lower interest rates on the 30-year so that we could refinance our debt at a lower rate. That would save us up to $100 billion or some shit like that, which is an idiotic plan in the first place. Drive the economy down to save $100 billion on interest. That's just stupid.
Yeah, I went to the Congressional Budget Office and I look at the federal budget in the fiscal year 2020 infograph. The interest on the debt that was paid that year was $300 billion.
For 2020?
Correct.
I've got interest expense $523 billion at the treasury.gov. Average interest rate 1.772%. Fiscal year 2020.
Because I usually go off the CBO because it's nonpartisan analysis for the U.S. government. Yep. So it usually
this is Treasury. This is a fucking Treasury.
Okay, send it to me. DM it to me. I'll look at it.
The fuck?
Is the CBO wrong though?
I don't know. I'm just looking at the Treasury. I don't even know what you're looking at. I don't know how you can tell me that the Treasury is wrong, but the CBO is right.
I can look it up on the Treasury too. I just usually use the CBO because it reports out on it pretty sexy. It's got like an infograph and everything for me.
I don't know. I think I might have sent it to you. I'm not sure if it works or not, doing it through the PC.
All right. Yeah, I'll take a look at it.
Nothing about econ is sexy.
Oh, yeah. That is true. I'm sorry, but I still think it's funny. This is one of my biggest problems with libertarians. You guys say that you're worried about deficit spending. You say that you want to decrease the size of government, yet you vote for Republicans who do the exact opposite every single time they're in office, which is just ridiculous. Libertarians have no reason to vote for Republicans, like none.
Well, do Democrats shrink government?
I would say, generally speaking, yes.
How?
Well, if they're not shrinking government, they're increasing revenues through taxation on the wealthy.
Wait, when did Biden increase taxation on the wealthy?
He did 1% on buybacks. He also did.
I'm going to say that he probably didn't because he didn't change the tax code. But I don't care about Biden once again. I'm just talking about generally speaking over your lifetime. That's why I just don't understand why libertarians vote for Republicans. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
The entire country is talking about Chud right now, and you guys want to carry the one.
I don't give a shit about Chud. Who the fuck cares about that dude? Seriously?
Well, it's a serious discussion about the First Amendment, Mojo.
No, it's not. It's some jackass fucking streamer trying to make money off of being an asshole who ends up shooting himself in the arm. What the fuck?
On federal building. Like, how dumb can you be?
Well, if we're using the scale of leftists, it can get much dumber.
Hey, Galt, I had two things. You said one thing. You said
Jesus.
that. You said when the Democrats or when the Republicans are in office, they do tax cuts, and then the benefits of those tax cuts are what the Democrats are using to reduce the deficit.
No.
Is that what your assertion is?
No. You must have heard me wrong. That was not what I was asserting.
Because you said that you basically said that the Democrats were riding the coattails of the Republican tax policy, and I wanted you to explain why, when the Republicans' tax cuts take effect, how come the impacts of those are not when the tax cuts are occurring?
I'm sorry. When the tax cuts happen, why don't the tax cuts? What benefits are you talking about?
Well, I'm just saying, like, every analysis from the CBO that you seem to like shows that the tax cuts never pay for themselves, even in a 10-year term.
Okay, but I'm asking, like, what do you mean by pay for themselves? Do you mean, like, raise revenue?
If you can pull up that revenue number, you can pick that apart.
I'm asking what you're saying, like, benefit. Like, what's the benefit? Explain.
The deficit goes up. I mean, you're reducing revenue and increasing spending, and you guys think that's a magic formula that the right has for stimulating the economy to the point where we make all of those losses up, which has never happened.
I'm not making that argument.
Well, then why are you supporting Republicans who do that, which is economic bullshit and voodoo that doesn't work?
So you're talking about, like, trickle-down economics, right?
1,000%.
Okay, so question for you. When Reagan did, when we did trickle-down economics, did we also do demand side?
I just want you to.
Can you engage, Brad, or do you want to just?
Why are you asking me questions? Tell me what you want to tell me without playing back and forth.
We're on a panel, Galt. Why are you asking him questions?
Okay.
No.
Wait, hold on, Brad.
I don't know, Galt. You tell
Brad,
me. Why don't we do it that way?
Do you think that the tax cuts are just supply side, or do you think the big beautiful bill is more demand side?
I think it's more supply side.
No, there's more spending in the big beautiful bill. Okay, you're right. There's no spending in the big beautiful bill.
I didn't say that there was no. Who the fuck said that?
Well, Brad is.
No, that's not. He didn't say anything. He asked you a question, and you refused to answer.
How do you increase consumer demand in recessions?
How would you increase consumer demand?
I mean, Republicans have overseen most of the recessions. You're talking about raising consumer demands. How has the consumer demand increased during that time?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about me. You're asking me to defend a Keynesian model, right? Which supply side. I reject the idea that the government should do anything during a recession.
Okay, Yet the problem is we live in a Keynesian model, so you have to deal with the Keynesian model because it's not going to fucking change anytime soon.
Well, that's fine. You can say that, but I don't have to submit to the fact that when we talk about trickle down economics, that there's also not more demand side happening.
But there's not. What do you consider demand side?
Yeah, I mean, government spending, right? Injecting liquidity through spending, whether it's, and you and I are going to disagree on.
No, yeah, we're going to disagree because that's not fucking demand side. Demand side is going to the demand. It's the people that actually buy the products. When you give people that buy products money instead of people that sell products money, you are doing demand side as compared to supply side.
Okay, that's fine. We just disagree on definitions.
Yeah, because you're wrong.
Okay.
No, government spending would also be.
No, it is not. Government spending alone is not. It depends on where it's going. If it's
Okay,
going to
just
the
calm
demand,
down.
yes. If it's going to the supply, no.
Your voice is cracked. Okay, look.
Okay, I'm going to boot you if you say something stupid like that again.
I'm not. I'm just the audio. Just I'll back off.
It's God's day, bro. Calm down.
What the fuck?
Well, go. I guess I came up because I don't understand. Because then you went, well, he had the .com bubble, which is why Clinton reduced it. And I'm sitting there going, you did say that.
You didn't say that.
I said that.
Yeah,
Oh,
Brad,
my
stop
bad.
shadowboxing me, bro.
Okay, well, Brendan said it. I guess to Mojo's point, you have the AI bubble. You basically have the housing bubble. You have all these things that happen, but over 50 years of data, you have to at some point say this isn't a coincidence.
What's not a coincidence?
The entire topic about the deficit being decreased under Democrats. Are you running from this? You're going to play dumb that you don't know where
What do you mean? The deficit is up under the Democrats. Wasn't there just a Democrat in our office?
Over a 50 years, it's easy.
I'm sorry. When Biden took office, the deficit was a certain point. When Biden left office, it was a lower point. Period.
Oh no, meaningless.
What do you mean?
How is that meaningless? You guys vote for fucking Republicans.
Okay, answer me this. Do you and we'll see if you're good faith. Do you think that if Biden would have won, all right, he would have not made those?
I didn't vote for Biden.
Subsidies yeah, that's fine. If he would have won, Kamala Harris, whatever, Biden, he would have made those ACA subsidies permanent, things like that.
I didn't vote for Biden.
No problem. You're running. You guys accuse people to run, and then you're just like, come on, bro.
I'm just telling you, over your lifetime, over my lifetime, over everybody in here's lifetime, Democrats have always been better on the deficit. Always.
What do you mean by that?
Over your lifetime?
What are you saying?
I have always. How do I have to say this again? Every single time a Democrat takes control of the executive branch, the deficit is lowered. Every single time a Republican takes control of the executive branch, the deficit is raised. Every single time.
Wait,
and you guys vote for
the
Republicans.
deficit is lower. Like, you mean can you?
They're talking about the 10-year budget. That's so stupid.
I am not even talking. I am talking about a year-to-year budget. The deficit is year-to-year.
Okay.
It is year to year. Oh,
and if you
are you saying how much increases year over year? Like, I don't understand what you're saying.
Galt, he's saying that when a Democrat takes office, when they take office, the deficit is at one level, and when they leave, it's lower. When a Republican takes office, the deficit is at one level, and it's higher when they leave office.
Okay,
this is inaccurate. Okay, this is inaccurate. And another thing is like
if it's inaccurate, prove it inaccurate. I can show you what the deficit were year
that's
over
fine.
year.
Okay,
it's always less than a.
If you could let somebody finish, this would be like really helpful. Otherwise, it's just redundant. You keep saying the same thing, right?
You keep asking
you
me
said
the
it
same
was
stupid
inaccurate.
questions.
No, I didn't ask you shit.
Prove it's inaccurate.
Right? Did I ask you anything?
Prove it's inaccurate.
Look,
I would agree that it's like a small super margin. This isn't something that would on a hill that I would die on. Over 50 years, it's still, you look at all the maps and look at all the data, it's very, very small margin. We both spend.
Why do you guys care about the last 50 years?
What do you mean it's a small
You're
margin?
promoting,
what's your point, sir?
Yeah, you're promoting novel economic solutions, right? With maybe MMT. You think this is relevant to the past 50 years?
We're based on MMT right now. This is not novel. This is reality.
Not MMT.
Yes,
we absolutely spend money into existence and tax it out of existence.
That's not
that is
MMT.
Absolute reality. That is MMT.
No, it's
It's not.
Can we get Blossom here?
Yeah, Blossom
People tell
agreed
you,
with me on this
she's
last time
already
we had
said
this
this
discussion.
too. Yeah, she's already said this too. And look, when you go a little bit too far, Icarus, she brings you back down. This is why I appreciate her. You know,
Easy.
like, you
Show
just
us the
say the
deficit
wildest
was
things.
wrong. Or are you going to prove that, or are
What's
you
up?
just going to make a claim? You're going to say that the deficit claims were wrong, but you didn't disprove them.
I didn't say that they're wrong. I said accurate. Like, think about
what the fuck is the difference?
No shit.
Okay, stop. Because like COVID, going into COVID, then you have like COVID spending.
Now you just want to use excuses. Now you just want to use excuses. Now you just want to
not excuses.
Now you just want to use excuses why Republicans spend more money. Yet you still vote for Republicans because they lower the deficit, but they never lower the deficit ever, no matter what,
What do you
the
mean
excuse
by
is.
lower the deficit, dude? The deficit has
All right,
gone up.
what is the deficit to you, Dr. Galt? What is the deficit?
Oh God.
Yeah, the deficit would be the total amount that we owe. That is the deficit.
No, that's the debt, you dipshit.
Debt. Yep.
No, that's the deficit.
Deficit is the shortfall every fiscal year in the budget.
Okay, whatever. That's fine. You can say that.
How? What the fuck? Who the fuck
that's
told
fine.
you that you know anything about economics?
Stop.
Why have we been arguing with him for that?
Did you just hear that shit, Easy? What the fuck?
No, okay, that's fine. Some people even use them interchangeably. It's not even a big
No,
deal.
they
Nobody
don't.
uses it
Get to the
interchangeably.
substance.
Nobody.
Even
Are you
I know
kidding
this,
me?
and I'm not an economist, and I don't argue economics. I've just listened to this
look.
over and over again. I've heard all of the arguments. I've watched everyone bring up the evidence. This is crazy.
That was a crazy statement. That was crazy.
Listen, if you guys want to debate meta, okay,
This
and
is
just
not
semantics,
meta. This is
you would
just
look
reality.
so bad. So can we move on to the
No,
substance? or-
easy. I want to get back to this. So you're denying the claim of what Mojo just said and what I repeated just to make sure that you heard it correctly. You're denying that about the Democrats decreasing the deficit.
Decreasing? They decreased the
Increasing.
deficit?
Yes.
What?
Yeah, so you're denying it. Is that a yes
You
or
think
a
that they
reduce
decreased the deficit?
shortfall every year is what they're saying.
Yes, that is correct. I can't believe you
There's
get it.
the deficit. There's the deficit, but there's also the policies that lead to increased spending. And from what I see, the Democrats, if there's a spending bill, I don't see them rejecting it. The only exception to that is the military. The Republicans do favor more spending on military. Yeah, but so if, as far as the deficit, if you have a group that is wanting to spend more money, that's going to lead to higher deficits unless you're willing to raise taxes.
No,
Does it not create jobs?
Please.
Let's see which one. Okay, which of the two?
Easy,
has
stop.
more?
Easy,
You're
stop.
piggybacking.
Piggybacking.
Stephen, Stephen, what you said.
Let
Please.
Brad talk to Steven.
Stephen, what you said was the Democrats want to spend money and they don't reject spending bills. The problem is the Republicans also spend money in droves and they reduce revenue, which is why they increase the deficit year over year more than anyone else. They cut revenue at the same time as they're doing spending.
Okay, this is why I asked for a definition of deficit. Okay, because they're interchangeable, and then you try to get me in some gotcha moments.
They're not.
This is
That
why I
they're
was
not
asking
interchangeable,
you
and
guys
I'm
to
not even an economist, and I hate talking economy, and I know that.
Well, if you're not an economist, you wouldn't know.
I'm with CS.
No, I've listened to the arguments so many times, and I've seen this happen so many times. We just did this like 2 days ago. We went through this whole entire thing. We went president by president.
But this is why I originally got mad at Mojo, because he's bad faith. Because I was asking for this whole time for somebody to define deficit, because they are interchangeable. You can make the statement, we have a $30 trillion deficit.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. Deficit
Oh,
has
really?
a specific definition. Do you want me to put the definition on screen?
You could just go to here. You know what? Go to Google and type in what is the deficit $30 trillion.
No, do you want me to put the definition of deficit?
God.
This
What
is interchangeable
happening right now.
Like,
Galt, that is
this
not true.
This is libertarians just fucking struggling with reality right now.
No, they're interchangeable.
Listen, I know when I lose an argument or I say something wrong, I take two paths. Either I apologize for being wrong or I try to gaslight. And I think you're taking the latter at the moment, and it's not going to be productive.
Nobody says we have a $39 trillion deficit.
I've never heard
this. Okay, this seems like a semantic thing, right?
It's not.
Is this really
it's
worth?
Not. It's not. There is a difference.
It's not semantics.
It is not semantics. There is a difference between the deficit and debt. If we're going to have a conversation, you have to know the difference.
The national
listen.
nobody
If
debt is the
okay,
cumulative
you are
effect
talking
of the
about the deficit. Okay, if you are talking about the deficit, right, and he calls it something else, and you guys continue the conversation, right? There's no big deal. Right now, this is semantics.
The national deficit said nobody ever.
Right.
National deficit. Okay.
Don't make me agree with Brad.
No,
That this is semantics.
okay, but people do call it a deficit. They do say we have a $39 trillion deficit.
No, they
You've
don't.
I've never
anybody
heard
say
that before.
You've never heard it.
No, that's
Okay. So if
Can we agree that job growth would reduce the debt to GDP ratio?
Why are you going back to specifics? We can't even get over the fucking hump
So if I-
or the
if I
hurdle of
show you-
reality right now.
Because those numbers are more clear. Those numbers over the years are more clear. Job growth.
I'm sorry, these are clear as well. I got a fucking bar graph on the
is it
screen right now. I
clear?
can show you exactly what it is.
This
I've
is why
got
we
it
should
by
be
year
talking
right
about
here.
Chud.
If you look at 2017 to 2020, it's 5.4 trillion.
2017. Stop talking. Stop talking.
No, I mean,
wait, stop
why?
talking. Stop talking.
He said no.
2017 to 2017 was $0.67 trillion for the deficit. And this is 2021 is $2.77 trillion for the deficit.
Okay, can I finish my point
This
yet?
is Donald Trump. But then
Okay, can I finish my point?
But hold on. But then when Biden left
Your
office,
point's stupid.
from
All right, go on.
2.77 it went down to 1.78 trillion. This is the deficit.
Okay.
It has always decreased under Democrats, always.
That's wrong. Okay, so 2017 through 2017 through 2020 was 5.4 trillion. 2021 through 2024 was almost 10 trillion.
Well,
2020 was
you big screaming.
2021
You're
was
sideways,
2.78. 2022 was 1.3. 2023 was 1.7. 2024 was 1.8. So how is that going down? If you're going to use the pandemic as an excuse, they both spent $3 trillion at the beginning and end of their
not
terms.
talking about reasons why it goes up or down.
I'm telling you that Biden deficit spending way more than Trump in his.
I am simply telling
That is a fact.
I am simply telling you that you, in your lifetime, in everybody's lifetime that exists on this planet today, Democrats have always been better for the deficit. Always.
Who holds the purse strings? Who holds the purse strings?
This isn't
Wait, why?
motivating anything.
Who holds the purse strings, Mojo?
I'm sorry, but who has to sign every single spending bill?
So what? You guys to sign it. Who makes it?
And the president.
Who makes it?
They both
House.
do.
Carl, I really don't care
Okay.
about your AI overview.
It doesn't matter. The bottom line is simple. You guys are up here. You guys are talking in
just about
circles.
anything that I want.
You're talking in circles. I'm looking at the data from the government, and
Yeah,
I can
and so
add up Trump's
talking
years and I
about
can
the
add up
deficit
Biden's
is
years,
right.
and Biden spent way more deficit spending than Trump did in his first term. That is the fact. You can sit here and slice it however you want.
because
That's the
Democrats
fact.
can actually govern and pass stuff to get spent. You know what I'm saying? Like he just can't.
so they can deficit spend and make us poor. That's smart.
the excuse. So you accept that it was spending more.
Whoa. I'm gonna explain something here real quick. The thing that I need to explain here real quick was in 2017, the deficit was $0.67 trillion, so it was $670 billion. So yes, when Donald Trump takes that deficit over, that's $670 billion, he's going to spend less money in 4 years than Biden does, because when Biden took office, the deficit 2020, why am I in 2025? 2021 was $2.77 trillion, which is a shit ton more. Which is a
Pandemic.
shit.
I thought you said every Democrat lowers it.
Why are you talking?
Because you're dumb.
I'm sorry. 0.67, 670 billion dollar deficit that Donald Trump took over, and $1.78 trillion deficit that Biden took over. So yes, over a 4-year term, they're going to spend more money simply because of the fucking deficit they were handed. But at the end of that term, they're going to be spending less money than they did when they got that.
Thank you, Sammy.
But they didn't.
But they did spend less money, because in
No, they didn't, 'cause
2025,
you're adding
yes,
two
they
pandemic
did.
stimulus years. Both of them had a stimulus
The
year.
pandemic is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. Everybody has to deal with something.
It is relevant.
Every president has to deal with some economic situation. that will always happen.
Love the spin and pretzeling. I love you, brother.
There was no spin, no pretzeling.
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear. Look at Obama, right? He had.
That doesn't count.
Right out of 2008.
Obama had a housing crisis in the
invasion of. Yeah, and then he decreased.
Obama had the housing crisis and the fucking invasion of Ukraine. W had Afghanistan, 9/11, and Iraq. Clinton had to go through a 1993 bombing on the Trade Center and other situations, the dot-com bubble, blah blah blah, all this other bullshit. Every president, shut the fuck up.
You guys have to go one at a time, please, because it's
not every president.
Crazy.
Every president.
And
Why?
if you talk over me, I'm just gonna drop you. So stop.
Every president has something they have to deal with. Donald Trump and Biden had to deal with the pandemic. The facts that I made, the statement that I made, still rings true.
No, it doesn't.
It absolutely does. Rising, welcome to the panel. Can we hear your age, state, and who you vote for?
This is fucking funny.
40, Rhode Island, and I voted for Trump. And I think that Mojo is being a little disingenuous right now, because to suggest that the House and the Senate has nothing to do with writing the budget,
I didn't say that.
Is a little ridiculous.
I didn't
and
say
if
that.
you look at the last years,
I didn't say that.
Democrats versus Republican presidents. You have Republicans in the House and Senate at the end of Obama's term when it finally came down. And you have pandemic at the end of Trump's. However, the year before that, 2019, you had 2 Republicans, House and Senate. So, I mean, we're being a little disingenuous right now with this argument.
Okay,
the Biden administration ended with Republican control.
Let's talk about, yes, hold on. Let's talk about being disingenuous then, because now what you're doing, Rising, is you're coming up on the panel and saying that I'm correct. You're just trying to explain why I'm correct. They're saying I'm incorrect altogether, which is ridiculous. And you're trying to make excuses for why I'm correct.
I didn't say that. Okay, I said that it's not accurate.
I'm saying you're giving credit to not where it's due. You're saying that the Democrat presidents
what was wrong with my statement,
which is not true.
How is my statement?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
If you knew how the U.S. government works, you'd know that Congress controls the party.
We know, but my question is, how come when the Republicans have the presidency, the House, and the Senate, they still can't reduce the deficit? Go ahead. I'll wait.
Wait, what?
Oh, I agree with you that I agree with you that the fixed spending is way out of control. And as Dr. Galt explained earlier, that these socialized programs that the Democrats have implemented over the last 100 years is causing massive issues because we refuse to acknowledge that we need to correct and cut where the cuts need to be made in those programs because it's just out of control.
But no, those programs are destroyed through policy of the right. And they go, look, government doesn't work. For instance, our inability to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies when the lion's share of healthcare spending comes from the federal government is going to make the program cost a lot of fucking money.
So, Brad, this is where your lack of economic knowledge is shining through.
Wow.
Brad, you're just spewing nonsense.
I really can't deal. I really can't deal. Please, everyone stop just for 1 second. I don't want to mute anyone, especially the libertarians, because they get all butthurt about it. But I don't mute anyone generally anytime.
Stop talking.
Hold on,
hey,
I'm not done.
Macro,
I'm not done, Macro.
You will not
stop.
talk over CS or I will boot you from the panel.
Listen, I don't mute people. I haven't muted one person this entire time, okay? But I see you getting muted, and I don't want that to happen. So, if we could have a cordial conversation, I know it's heated, let one person finish, write it down in a fucking notebook if you have to, your counter-argument, and then wait and then make the counter-argument. If you want to put your hand up in the chat or do something else to signal that you're next, or if you want to ask, or if not, I'll just dictate who goes next. Thank you. Please continue, but let each other finish.
Are we done scolding Macro? Brad.
I'm scolding you too. I'm scolding Evie. I'm scolding Mojo.
I've learned my lesson.
I'm scolding everyone on this fucking panel.
Brad,
are you done scolding me? Are you done being a fucking dick to me? When I'm trying to be nice and make sure you guys have a fucking voice?
Okay, I think he was just trying to break the ice. Macro. If we can just move on, please.
I was talking to the entire panel. I'm not fucking done with Phoenix. You picked a bad fucking day. Listen, I'm talking to Mojo to stop interrupting. I'm talking Brad if he's interrupting. I'm talking Longhorn, Macro, Galt, Easy, you, Rose, everyone.
What? Correct. Yeah, I think he was just trying to break the ice, you know.
So, Brad,
Not a way to
you
break the
mentioned
ice.
negotiating with pharmaceutical companies. The Inflation Reduction Act allowed Medicare to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies on specific drugs, correct?
Yep.
All right. And so why is Medicare paying the same gross price for the same products as private or cash payers?
You think across the board?
They are. Yeah, the same gross price. The company sells the product for the exact same price. It's reduced through tax dollars that are then rebates, correct? But they're paying the same gross price to that company, to that private company.
So you're saying that what we spend on pharmaceuticals as a government is the same as what Europe gets to do it, or we didn't. There was no legislation.
No, I didn't mention Europe. I'm talking about America.
Well, there was no
defending
legislation.
Trump's policy.
There's no legislation that prohibited us from negotiating drug prices, is what you're saying. Is that because I'll go pull it?
Inflation Reduction Act allowed Medicare to negotiate prices on specific pharmaceuticals, correct? That's correct. Yes, they did.
That's correct. That is correct. Yes, that is correct.
He's looking it up. I think he's looking it up.
No, but that statement is, of course, he has to look it up.
Medicare
Okay, well, I think he's looking it up.
paying the
So give him a
same
second
gross
to respond.
price as cash payers or private insurance companies. The subsidy is what creates the difference for the consumer, but to create the subsidy, it comes from tax revenue, which the TCJA increased.
Which drives up cost.
Exactly. And the reason why those companies are able to charge so much is because of the IP that the government has given them. And the IP is in place because they use tax dollars to create the research and development for these products.
No.
Which drives up the cost.
So, no.
And allows monopolies.
Okay, so Medicare Part D, what did it do? Did it stop the government from stepping in and negotiating for pharmaceutical prices? The answer is yes. That was in 2003. Additionally, the NIH is responsible for like 90-some% of the R&D that you guys live in a fantasy land that you think these pharmaceutical companies are doing. They steal the taxpayers' funded work from universities, patent it, and sell it back to the government at exorbitant rates because it's ridiculous, and they're protected by the government.
By whom? So. Yeah, there you go, Brad. Protected by the government. Government protecting monopolies. Yep.
So, Brad, is your argument that we should eliminate the NIH funding or we should eliminate the tax subsidy for research and development?
Or eliminate IP? Which one?
What's your argument?
My argument is that the government should have a backbone and not allow these companies to take advantage of the taxpayers by taking the research.
Sunshine and unicorns.
Can you please let him finish his statement?
Macro, I don't know about the interrupting thing. I thought we talked about it, but anyway, my point was I think that the government shouldn't. And AOC has a whole piece on it where she was actually drilling the pharmaceutical industry and actually asked the very question, bluntly, are you taking this, patenting it, and then selling it back to the government? And the answer was yes.
Okay, can I ask you a question, Brad? Do you think it makes more sense to do short-term fixes like capping prices? Or would you think it would make more sense to not have three manufacturers that are protected by the government and can collude on price? Or would it be better to allow competition and to actually look for more efficient ways to drive down cost?
I think we do import medications from overseas, though, Macro. Is your assertion correct that we only have three companies to pick from?
Well, with insulin. Insulin's 100 years old. Should be cheap to make if you actually have competition in the space. And all government does is pay them whatever they want. We just had a girl on here who said she's getting her beauty school paid for by the government, and the cost of that has gone up 400% since the government started paying for it. Why? Because the government just says, oh, okay, we'll just pay for it. And then the beauty school says, shit, we can raise the price on this. Doesn't work.
Yeah, the importing is like highly restricted as to follow. If
FDA approved facilities, and it's kind of funny. Like, I think the other countries have facilities that meet the same exact standards. They're actually built in the same exact sort of warehouse, just they don't have that stamp on it that says like FDA supply chain certified. And so, yeah, they're not allowed to import.
We import 90% of all of our medications.
Did you just not listen?
No, I heard you. I'm saying we import 90% of our medications. So what you're saying,
Okay. Fun fact, Snapples. How about you engage?
I am. You said
That's
we don't
the exact
import.
topic, Easy.
I know. I said that the import is limited to what is stamped as FDA certified. In the same exact facility, they produce the same exact precursors and even like end rug. Okay, and we're not allowed to import that.
Right.
Say Japan's price is like way low. They're getting it from the same exact facility. We're not allowed to.
You're telling us. So what you're saying is that we should get rid of regulations on pharmaceuticals and just let them sell us whatever they want to sell us.
No, straw man. Pay attention to what I'm saying. The imports are restricted.
No, I think the FDA should create another opiate epidemic like they did before.
Okay. Again, so you want to get rid of regulations through the FDA to get approval on medications and just allow them to send us whatever they send us.
Yeah, I mean, they created the biggest opiate epidemic in the country. I think we should let them.
Okay, again, it is built in the same exact facility.
It doesn't matter.
It is just lacking.
It doesn't matter. There are facilities that wait.
Why are you cutting
no,
me off?
don't because
Yes.
this is irrelevant. Shut up, Easy.
Yes.
This is still my panel.
Can you mod?
Easy, I'm about to boot you.
Okay.
They don't like
So
that
it
argument.
doesn't matter because you can buy soy milk, and it's produced in the same facility as a place that uses peanuts. So in case you have a peanut allergy, they'll tell you that too. It doesn't matter whether it's produced in the same facility or not. That makes no difference whatsoever. What you're suggesting is that we should allow them to send us things that are not approved by the FDA, which is ridiculous.
Again, it is built in the same exact facility.
Again,
the same rug.
What did I just say? What did I just say?
It's not the same thing as the peanut thing. Okay, it is the same exact facility that the FDA approved rug is built in, made in. The same exact one, except this one is.
So is that
being
soy
supplied
milk
to Japan.
and the fucking peanuts.
No, it's not.
No, he's missing the main point, I think. He's claiming that's the reason that we pay higher drug prices, not the fact that they have socialized systems and they negotiate collectively for reduced pharmaceutical prices. You are absolutely
I haven't made a claim. I haven't made a claim.
You said it's the facilities is the problem, and I'm telling you.
No,
it's
I didn't
the way
say
we
that it's a
negotiate.
problem. No.
Brad, you
You're
already
just not
pointed out the
tracking.
problem. You got there on your own, Brad, and now you're going back to your little confirmation bubble.
No. I'm going that we don't negotiate collectively. We don't have a socialized medical system. We don't negotiate
Okay, great.
from the
You don't
bullying
have socialism.
from
We
a
don't.
monopoly of government. No.
Oh my God, we have the most heavily regulated industry in the country, healthcare. That is completely monopolized and controlled by the government. So I'm not sure where you live.
Okay. Yeah, it's socialized medicine with no insurance companies. It's not for profit. Get out of here.
Why do libertarians
It's
always
for-
fucking push me left? I hate this.
What are you talking about? Do you even understand how the healthcare system works?
No, I do understand how the healthcare system
Okay,
works.
so
but
explain to me how the ACA
socialized-
drove prices
I think
up.
socialized medicine is probably a good fucking idea.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. Can you tell me how the ACA drove up
This is why MAGA is the left.
No, totally.
Yeah, you guys.
This is why libertarians
You guys are
don't
MAGA.
exist.
Mojo's
This
MAGA.
is why libertarians don't exist, because you're just simple
Okay, MAGA.
Republicans. You're simple Republicans.
No, we're not.
Yes, you
No,
are.
we've existed for a long time.
You're simple
Classical
Republicans.
liberals have been around for a very long time.
You are a
Joe.
simple Republican.
I know you're a
just
simple
mad.
FDR man.
Did Argentina has socialized medicine. You guys like Argentina, right?
Can't we use
Like
America as an
Argentina.
example? Don't we have two socialized medical programs in this country between Medicare and the VA?
Okay, there's a
Can't we use
difference.
those examples?
No, we can't. We can't use those examples because you're
Oh,
talking
okay.
about. Wait,
Don't
I'm
prove your
going
point,
to
Brad.
tell you why.
Examples,
I'm
right?
going
'Cause
to
those
tell
don't
you
fit the
why.
argument.
I'm going to tell you why. You can't use those examples because they're not done on a nationwide basis. When you do it on a nationwide basis, you are using the buying power of every single person in the United States of America. Medicare and Medicaid can't do that.
Can I ask you a question, Mojo? How do you do
So
price
just a little more
discovery and universal
socialism will
health care?
work.
How do you do price discovery, Mojo?
I don't care.
I know you don't.
I think I understand the disconnect. So when I would look at the VA system and I would look at the what you want to call them socialized medicine systems that we do have, right, that are not complete, they base their pricing models off of what the non-socialized medicine, the private insurers are paying for the medication. So it's still based on capitalism.
Actually,
It's
the
still-
opposite.
Brad,
Can
you work in the industry.
you let him finish
Yes,
his goddamn
he's just
statement?
saying-
Shut up, Macro.
Fine, say your nonsense.
Go stick a dick in your mouth and shut up.
Mojo,
Yes, sir.
you're gonna get your fucking eye pulled down. Don't do that.
So when I did
Couldn't
price
do it until He's
analysis,
gone.
when I was doing price analysis for the government, we would actually look in the government, the rules that came from Congress in the federal acquisition regulation stated that we were to pay the same or lower than the commercial market pays. So that was so if the commercial market is paying an inflated rate because they're operating in a private for-profit healthcare system, the government is also going to pay that. If you remove the for-profit system, the government would pay less, just like all the other socialized medical countries do. That's my point.
Brad, didn't you say the same price or lower? Then why wouldn't the socialized collective market have more bargaining power to be able to drive a price lower than the commercial market?
They do.
Then
Other
why
countries,
don't they?
Because they do. Other countries
within
pay less.
America. Within
Rising-
America,
rising.
why is the VA paying the same amount for pharmaceuticals as a private insurance or a cash payer?
For the reason we base it on the commercial. Our regulations, as it stands right now, says that we can. It's considered a fair price if we pay the same or lower. So some companies do offer the government a discount, but many companies who have a monopoly on a pharmaceutical do not have to. They just have to go, hey, I sell it to this other insurance company for this, so I'm not marking it up to the government. I'm selling it for what my fair market is. Our fair market in this country is broken because we have a for-profit system.
Okay,
Mark,
I have to correct this. I have to correct this.
You can go after Mojo, Macro.
Just real quick, I have to correct this. No, the Department of Veterans Affairs generally pays much less for drugs than a cash-paying patient. This is USSenate.gov. The VA negotiates drug prices directly with manufacturers as a single massive health system and utilizes statutory discounts unavailable to commercial pharmacies or typical cash payers. Veterans enrolled in the VA healthcare system often pay significantly reduced co-payments, often between $5 and $11 per 30-day supply, depending on the medication tier, and are eligible for annual copayment caps, currently limited to $700 per calendar year. I am sorry, they do not pay the same price as cash price.
The consumer does not.
So,
The
Brad,
consumer
No,
does
I'm
not.
sorry, the
But
VA does
the
not. I'm
VA
sorry, but the VA does not.
Wait.
The
I'm
VA
sorry,
does not.
The VA does not, he's saying. But I did say
Yes,
Macro
so-
minded could go.
Oh,
Macro,
thank you,
go ahead.
sis. So, Brad, I worked in this, and I worked with fee schedules. Okay, the private insurance companies work off the Medicare fee schedule. I looked at these all the time, and the big bad actors were United Healthcare. They were the worst actor. They would usually pay 80% of Medicare, so they paid less to the doctors than Medicare, and Blue Cross would pay more than Medicare. So some paid more, some paid less, but everything went off the Medicare fee schedule. Now, my point to you is, who do you think does that price discovery? If we have universal health care and a board of idiots up in government decide to sit around with all their industry experts and decide what things are going to cost, how are we going to determine what an MRI costs? What is the price of an MRI?
A few $1,000s.
How do you know?
Well, because I fucking pay for it.
Oh, okay. So that's just what the price is?
That's because of factor pricing in the current system. Okay. You understand? If you move on to your centrally planned healthcare system, how do you get to the pricing without the factor pricing? Can you guys tell us?
I think our rates are based on what the commercial market pays and
You're
what
wrong.
the the US.
So there's no commercial market. Can you tell us how you would get
Easy,
to
you're
prices?
next for
Yes.
you're
Well,
next
he's
for a
avoiding the
lap,
question.
dude.
Yes, I can. So often we'll actually do and allow for a fixed profit. There's actually a worksheet that's done based on the contract type that is a risk assessment where they open their books to the government. And that happens with defense contractors on a regular basis because nobody else is buying missiles, right? So we allow for a certain fixed amount of profit which is based on the risk to the company.
But who prohibits the competition? I brought this up earlier about the ACA. All you did was you limited competition, you rolled up these monopolies, and then you paid them whatever they said they wanted to be paid. How is that an improvement?
Also, this doesn't answer anything. Like, are you also going to nationalize like hospitals, doctors?
Yes.
Okay, so when you do that, right, how are you going to get the pricing? Because you're going to have to go off of what, cost?
Yes, you
So
go after.
You think that
you go
cost?
after-
You think that cost gives you price?
So
How do you
do
get price equilibrium?
you do rate determinations with the company. So they open their books and show what the cost of
Okay,
production.
you think
for
that
them.
cost is equal to price?
Easy, can you let him finish?
The cost of production, right? And then when you add in G&A and overhead, and then you add in profit and all those other numbers, and there's rate determinations that are done by the government. I know that Shay Assad is a big dumb idiot with an MIT physics degree that was in head of acquisitions in the US, like that macro is discounting. There are very smart people who do this analysis, and there's methods.
That's not what I'm saying.
It doesn't matter how smart
The cost of a rug is not going to give you the price, okay, to be able to support everything else, right? You're going to nationalize everything. You're going to nationalize hospitals, nationalize doctors. You're going to nationalize the pharmacies.
Nobody said that. Nobody said any
Well,
of that.
he said yes. He said
And
yes.
I want that.
He said
I
yes.
want that. I want to
said yes.
nationalize.
Did he say yes, Easy?
He did.
Jesus Christ.
I
Yeah, you
want
don't-
a
Well,
nationalized.
Mojo
No,
is
you
the
don't have to. His point was you don't have to say the same thing 4 fucking times just to continue talking over somebody.
Well, then listen and track so I don't have to.
So don't
I'm
because
telling
you're
you,
not. You're
I'm
still.
telling you, Easy, can you please? Because
Brad,
what's
come back
happening is
under
it's
your other
not that I
account,
mind that.
please.
Hold on one second, Macro.
Wait,
Sure.
It's not that I mind
Sure.
that you're talking. It's not that I mind that you have something to say or when it's your turn to go. It's that you add in these little things and it just makes conversation hard. And then I have to do this. Please, just be normal. Thank you.
Okay, no, you got a restriction, Brad. Come under DARP.
Oh, God damn it.
I hate this AI.
How did Brad get a restriction?
I have no idea, but he did.
CS, I was just going to say that. So if you go to the Fed's numbers on public companies, you can go to macrotrends.net if you want. You'll see that cost and price, right? The net profit margin in 2016 for United Healthcare was 3.6%. That was their net profit margin. By 2020, it was 6.6. So we increased doubled their profit per net percent profit margin through this process. So we're not doing a good job of saying, okay, we're going to have the government run this program and we're going to control cost.
It's almost like capitalism doesn't work, huh?
No, it's when the government interjects itself that it gets distorted.
Right. Crony capitalism is the enemy, not capitalism as a rule.
No, I'd call it I'd call it early stage socialism is the problem.
How is universal healthcare working in Argentina? How is it working in the UK? Are they not facing major issues?
I would offer that the innovation that is inherent in the American condition could solve the problems that you see in other socialized countries attempting healthcare.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a cultural difference?
Yeah.
Why isn't it happening?
Do you think we're going to have to control what people eat and what they do and their lifestyles?
Negative.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So, Brett, why isn't it happening yet? I think the closest was maybe Singapore.
Did somebody address what I said or no? Other than Brandon, who's like, I don't know, maybe a socialist. Maybe CSU can address it.
Not a fucking socialist. I just think that we should join the rest of the fucking industrialized world in having socialized healthcare. I mean, we could solve a lot of problems and take a bad actor off the board vis-a-vis the fucking pharmaceutical companies, which are running roughshod over the entire fucking planet.
So explain to me then, because somebody brought up Argentina and said, oh, you're Argentina. Can somebody explain to me why Argentina is doing really well with healthcare right now?
I was informed that they have a socialized system in Argentina.
Okay.
And deregulating.
Did it work good over the last 20 years?
I have no idea.
Well, the word you're looking for is well.
Well, they had 300% inflation, so probably not.
That would be for a generalized economy, not
But
for
no
healthcare
country's
system.
emulating us either. No country's emulating us either. We don't have the answer.
Well, we have a mix between a government subsidized program that I would consider to be somewhat universal for certain people, and then we have private. I think most countries have a mix of private and socialized. No opposition, Dave?
No, they do for sure, because the rich people want fancy health, right? I get it.
Okay.
What we're looking for is good governance, and good governance as can be expressed with regards to more socialism, with regards to healthcare, not a complete capitalist takeover and the feeding of the crony capitalist system that exists right now with regards to healthcare and
crony capitalism. Saying crony capitalism makes you look kind of dumb. I'm sorry.
Why is that?
Because it's a dumb term.
Oh,
it doesn't mean
crony capitalism doesn't exist.
Can you tell me what it means?
Proper argument, Macro.
Well, no. Okay. Can you tell me what it means? What is crony capitalism?
An overarching idea of protectionism because a particular industry feeds into the political system, just like
so you wouldn't see that government. You wouldn't call that government. You wouldn't call that corrupt government.
Why don't you let him finish his statement?
You already answered.
Macro. Let him finish his fucking goddamn statement. What the fuck?
Yeah, similar to how other industries do it, not just the pharmaceutical industry, but take the auto industry as well.
Okay.
What about the auto industry?
You're a socialist, Brandon.
Yeah, he's totally a socialist. I just want him to understand. He doesn't know what capitalism is. That's the problem.
There's protectionist policies that play in the auto industry as well. Okay.
Can you explain to me what capitalism is?
I'm not going to let you drag me down a fucking hole with regards to.
It's not a guy. Just give me
like super easy. It's super easy.
Well, give me your definition of a free market.
Private industry controls the means of production. There you go.
No,
there you go, golf.
Fine. But would you also say that in a free market, which is part of capitalism, that would be, by definition, that the government would not be influencing like supply and demand?
Do you know what my PFP means, Galt? Look at it. What does it mean?
I didn't even hear what you said.
It means my PFP. Do you know what it means?
I think it's some form of LGBTQNY.
The fucking yin and yang. It's a yin and yang, which presents balance. That's usually what I fucking.
I thought you were talking about your picture on your profile.
Oh my god. No. Yeah, that is
balance of not understanding economics.
No, I just think that.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's fine. No, I just think that a balance can be struck between socialism and capitalism, especially with regards to something that's so important, which is the health of the people involved in this fucking country. I think mainly the point of good governance is to help articulate what that looks like. And I think most of the industrialized world sees that healthcare for its citizens is part of good governance, and you guys just want to be like, no, let the fucking free market handle it.
Okay,
and at the same time saying that crony capitalism is not a thing.
Can you tell me where that's working well? Can you tell me where that's working well?
Crony capitalism is not a thing. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Can we stop with this? This is like so.
Can I weigh in real quick? So if you look up the way that other countries do reference pricing is they do it on a country-to-country basis, and that's where they price the pharmaceuticals. And the U.S. is comparing it to its commercial market. That is my assertion. And so that is the problem. And to say, well, how do they do that is Easy's question. I mean, you can look at how other countries have negotiated as a country with pharmaceutical companies to say, if you're going to sell your drug here, we're only going to pay X or Y. And the pharmaceutical companies are taking it. Why is the U.S. paying more for the same medication as socialized systems?
Crony capitalism. That's
what. Okay, Brendan. Can I ask Brendan a question real quick?
Wait,
okay,
I think no one's addressed my point though. You're saying whether people pay more or less is irrelevant. I mean, look at the UK. UK is facing major issues, Brad. So I guess how would you solve those issues with the UK system today, since you're so high on like this sort of socialist universal healthcare system?
Our system
not our system. I'm talking about the UK, bro.
Galt, I hear what you're saying, but let me explain.
Answer my question, Brad.
He's bringing up a comparison, Galt.
Jesus Christ.
I don't want a comparison. Answer my question.
Galt, stop. I will answer in two parts. One part is there are many socialized systems throughout the world, and to focus on the UK instead of Singapore or Taiwan is weird.
We can focus on those two. Pick one.
The other part is, I would say it is not open for debate. We pay more for worse outcomes than all these socialized systems.
Please let him finish his statement. What the fuck?
Galt, we pay more for worse.
Dude, pick one.
Galt,
Stop
Galt,
crashing out, Galt.
Galt. We pay more for worse outcomes than many socialized systems. So I like to point out that there's some problems. There's problems here too, but they're paying a lot less with less problems.
Dark, can I give you an example of how nuanced this is?
Macro,
He just fucking.
Okay, look. He did not engage. You guys promised us that he would. Brendan said he's gonna give an example and engage. He did not engage. I'd like him to engage.
I am. The UK system pointing out that one system has problems when all the socialized systems pay less for better outcomes than we do is weird to me. I don't understand how I'm supposed to engage with that.
It's not engaging.
Easy. I'm supposed to engage with the UK system while ignoring all the successful systems and the fact that the UK pays less for pharmaceuticals than we do.
Engage with the UK system.
I am.
Or any system of your choosing.
Pick one. Pick one of yours.
Okay, Singapore. Go.
Okay. Yeah, they still have resource constraints. If you look at Singapore right now, there are people that are facing the fact that there are certain drugs not getting approved by their government because they have resource constraints there.
And we have people. We have
now.
What,
you tell us how you would, because that was the original question.
Okay,
you told
I'll
him
tell
to
you.
Go
right?
on a question you were supposed to go on.
Easy. I don't need you to moderate. So we're swapping problem sets, is what I'm saying, Galt. Is that instead we have a bunch of uninsured people here, and 1/3 of all bankruptcies in our country are from our healthcare system, and you're saying that is better than some drugs not being offered.
I'm asking
in the
you
system.
to address the issue of universal health care. I acknowledge our system's broken. I don't need to defend our system. We've attempted we've attempted some sort of universal health care here that's failing. I don't need to defend it. Why would I need to defend the system that is trying to attempt to socialize universal, to have some sort of universal health care?
See, because the problem is having, and I think Brendan may agree with this.
Not me.
The problem with this is that an inelastic good like healthcare that you need to have, in a capitalist society, the companies will charge as much money as they can possibly get from somebody, and that's it. So it's a for-profit system.
Why is insulin inelastic? Why isn't insulin inelastic?
Because the demand is based on an inelastic reason, is that you need it to stay alive. So they can charge people everything that they have to stay alive, and so it's not.
Brad, we already covered
You don't have market equilibrium like you would with other products.
Okay, Brad, I have $10 billion right now. I want to open up an insulin company, and I want to start beating the market and only making $1 profit and stealing everybody's market share. Let's do it. We become rich because it's an inelastic good. People need it to live, right? So we know people are going to buy it, and if they don't, they're going to unalive. I can beat all the competition by lowering the price by 80% and stealing all market share. Let's do it.
Is insulin patented?
That's not how it happens. Look at the guy that bought the
I wonder why. I wonder
right.
why, Brendan.
Oh, okay. So we can't do that then, right?
So why do we pay what we pay for insulin compared to the UK?
I already told you, Brad. If you're not even going to listen to what we say on this panel, what's the point?
Right. Because people like you and I couldn't get together and be greedy profit capitalists and beat the market with a better price. We can't do it.
We already said that insulin is a captured market where they collude on price because the government protects them. There is no competition.
But crony
there is no price
capitalism isn't a
discovery.
thing.
It's called. Why don't you call it crony socialism then? Since you admitted that it's government that's causing the problem. It is not. It's government socialism interjecting itself into the system.
It's an artificial monopoly set up for the purposes of making.
And who
as much
sets up
money as
artificial
possible.
monopolies? The government?
Both. The market in collusion with the government.
Really? So you blame the parent that's handing the child the candy to the screaming child?
No, I blame the Dr. Gold who wants to fucking
no, you're not
the
even going to
market and
acknowledge.
raise prices.
You're not even going to acknowledge.
When did I say I wanted to
money.
raise prices?
I'm saying is because the NHS
you on this, Brendan.
Because they don't do it for altruistic reasons. They do it for a profit motive.
Yeah, if I wanted to make profit, Brandon, I wanted to enter the market, wouldn't I want to beat my competition by offering it at a lower price?
That is not generally what happens.
Why?
Because of
Why
profit
couldn't I,
motive.
Brandon? But why couldn't I do that?
There's an example of this. The guy that cornered the market on the EpiPen.
Why are you not letting him talk?
The answer
Why are
would be
you not letting him
protection,
talk?
Brandon.
Easy, you're interrupting. Please
He is
stop.
almost there. Let's see if he can get there on his own.
So Brandon, I'm a greedy capitalist. I want to sell an EpiPen right now, and I want to beat the market, and I want to do it with a lower price.
Was
Can I do
Dark
it?
talking? Am I crazy, or was it Dark that was talking?
I didn't hear Dark.
Dar was not talking. It was Brandon that was talking. But
Brandon, I'm sorry.
these are all IP things that you're talking about. Are you? You guys are talking about.
It's not IP. Insulin is not under a patent.
It is. It is.
Insulin's 100 years old.
I understand that it's 100 years old, but there are patents for particular types of insulin right now, and they're able to fight them in a court of law, depending on how it's made.
Oh, thank you for proving my point yet again.
I don't know what your point was, but the simple fact
my point was that government is there to protect monopolies.
I'm going to agree with you on patents and IP. I'm going to agree with you on that every fucking time. But I'm telling you, that's why it's expensive in this country, and I'm good with getting rid of IP.
I wouldn't go that far, but the idea that crony capitalism is not a thing is ridiculous on its face.
It's crony,
literally
crony socialism.
Okay, if you don't want to get rid of IP, you are the crony capitalists.
I looked at everything I can find points to the difference in why we pay more for the same insulin is simply because the other countries negotiate as a country for a price and we do not.
They don't even negotiate, they dictate. What the fuck?
Okay, but it works and it's cheaper. And we
Actually, it
can do
doesn't
that.
work. You didn't engage with even Singapore. You ran away from the
I have a
argument.
problem with the Singapore thing. Why are they having a problem with pharmaceuticals?
They don't.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of wondering. I mean, they have specific types of pharmaceuticals that are not approved, but there are things that we all complain about in the U.S., like fent and oxy and morphine, basically. Yeah. I'm sorry. Those are all things that we don't like here in the U.S. as well. We complain about all these things. So these are the things that they're banning there. I don't know why you're worried about that.
Well, if we want to have a fair conversation, we can talk about a public-private system and what works in culture. Because I think we know we have a scarcity issue, right? We have a physician shortage, nurse shortage. So we have to solve that. Plus, we have to solve the state monopoly issue.
There's an easy solution for that. Make education free.
Yeah, sure. So then we have to solve the state monopoly problem, right? Like the hospitals are state-controlled monopolies that control the price, not the insurance companies. So if they have a 90%...
Yeah, there's an easy solution for that, too. Get rid of insurance companies and give them to the state.
But then who's going to tell the hospitals what their price is?
The state.
When they don't know. They don't know.
The state.
The state doesn't know.
Yes, it does. It would know the exact same way an insurance company knows.
Okay, all right. Tell us how they would get pricing.
No, that's not how. I just told you
the exact same way in insurance. Wait, what it's going to be if you do if you do a state-run pricing plan, it's based on cost. Period. Because there's no profit motive.
Wait, I thought it was free. Why do I have to pay? Wait, if it's free, why do I have to pay?
No, nobody said it was free.
You said it's free.
No, I didn't.
You said everything is free.
You actually did.
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I said free education. I said free education. I didn't say anything about the insurance.
Okay, what's
Mojo,
free education?
Aside from not paying teachers to educate our kids, don't you think that the same states that implemented the con laws that restrict competition in the healthcare system will not necessarily have the citizens' best interest in mind?
The what law?
When the con laws, the certificate of need laws.
I don't know what that is.
That requires proof that you need the hospital or you need the doctor's office in the area to be proved to put that there. That's what restricts competition in the healthcare market. And what's fascinating to me is people on the left can see that if Walmart pushes out competition, they can drive their prices up. But they can't see that if healthcare facilities push out their competition, they can drive prices up. And they push out competition through government regulation.
This is the current.
For some reason, people on the left can't see that.
Now you're just going with Brendan here by saying crony capitalism.
So actually, no. I want to address this because don't use people on the left because it's not like the Republican Party is trying to limit all those.
Don't eat in my fucking ear.
Mojo, be nice.
Sorry.
And David, I agree with you on that sentiment. I should say some people on the left, because there's some people on the right that still believe in fiscal conservatism, and unfortunately they don't identify as MAGA. So it's a huge issue that we have going on in the Republican Party right now. So I agree with you on that. I misspoke. I should have said some people on the left.
Yeah, because I'm an old school Republic. I actually would like free market capitalism to work in the I think Singapore has some of this, don't they? With health savings accounts.
Yes.
Yeah. To a point. They actually have a requirement that their doctors that work in the private sector work in the public sector 1 week a month, and they actually have required payment into a health savings account, for lack of a better term, that pays for their care. So, but everybody has a minimum standard of care. You can pay for a gold plan if you want. But I also looked up, real quick before I looked up the claim that the reason our healthcare system is Star Spangled Awesome is because we have the approval of all these pharmaceuticals that other countries don't. And I can't find anything. I can find where they have different regional approvals. They use the HSA over in ASEAN countries to, which is similar to the FDA. But it actually said that most FDA novel drugs are actually approved on their system. There are a few differences, but to justify our failure of a system with 33% of our bankruptcies in our country being under our current system for that reason is silly to me.
Well, nobody here is advocating for this system.
I want to go.
Yeah, I don't like our system, but Brad, why would people need private insurance in all these universal healthcare systems?
It's not private. Well, no, it's an option. It's an option in most countries is because they actually want nicer rooms in a hospital. It's more of a, if you have money, you can actually increase your standard for care. You can reduce a wait time. There's things of that nature. You can pay your way to the front of the line like you can at Disney.
There's so many things you have to there's so many things you have to fix. Good Lord.
Yeah, but you're saying that there's this constraint on resources and people have to pay for additional resources. Why would they have to do that?
No, I didn't say that.
Well,
I said they can. No, they can pay to stay in a nicer hospital room if they want.
Okay, but so you're saying people only get private insurance to get a nicer hotel room?
Why do they pay for private insurance in Singapore, Galt?
Because they probably get access to doctors that are outside the universal system.
Is anyone else clocking his need for oversimplification? Is anyone else clocking this?
Clocking your lack of definitions.
That's actually all
Darb, so
wait, I want to go. Wait, hold on. Wait, before we go too far.
That is the
before we go,
dumbest word in the world.
Hello. Before we go too far, I want to go back to the certificate of needs programs, the laws, the con laws that you were talking about earlier. These con laws are all state by state basis. I don't know. I don't know what you're going to do in your state, but I can tell you that in my state, there are no con laws. And I happen to live in a blue state. Colorado is a blue state, and we have no con laws in Colorado. So if you want to bitch about con laws, go bitch your fucking state government. We're talking about the federal government here. Thank you.
Can I go back? Galt, I looked up why Singapore has private insurance, and it says they're called integrated shield plans to cover more comfortable hospital rooms, bypass wait times, and access private specialists. It's not because there is not enough resources. So where are you getting that they don't have enough resources?
Well, if you need to bypass wait times, wouldn't that suggest then that wait times are too long?
No, because it's not like people are dropping like flies in Singapore because they have lack of health care. It's people who don't want to wait.
Darb, do you know in Italy they're now promoting euthanasia when things like dialysis and things get to be too expensive. They're starting
we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't.
Well, how do you avoid that when the cost runs out of control?
Socialized healthcare.
They have socialized healthcare. What are you talking about?
But Singapore doesn't. So Singapore doesn't promote. Singapore doesn't promote euthanasia, and they have socialized medicine. Galt, you cannot prove anything you're saying. You're going off of feels, man. I'm telling you, I'm looking up why Singapore has it.
I asked you a question. How am I going off feels?
And I answered it, and you still disagree.
It's crazy that you guys are all making these claims. You guys are all making these claims, and you're basing ideology on these claims that you're making. But these claims are disproven over and over again. Every single time I look something up, that you made the claim about pharmaceuticals and fucking saying you.
Give me my claim, Mojo.
Galt.
Give me my claim.
He's trying to.
I asked the question.
Stop.
It's almost
I'm answering
like
your question.
Hold on, let's hear this claim. Can we?
Yeah, let's hear my claim.
Your claim was that the problem with the Singapore healthcare system is that they're paying, or they don't allow most medications in their system unless they're already pre-approved. The simple fact remains that the only things that they don't allow are things that we don't allow as well. So your claim was ridiculous.
Okay, well, first of all, you're going back like 10 minutes in the conversation.
Of course I am, because you were doing the same thing over and over and over again. You were making these idiotic claims that are proven wrong every single time we look them up.
Mojo, I asked Brad a question. What was the question I asked Brad?
You said, why is there a need for private insurance? And there's not a need, it's a choice.
So how is that in my feeling, Brad? If I'm asking you a question.
Because you said it was due to lack. Easy, you're making a lot of noise. You said it was due to lack of resources, as if they needed it. And it says choice and comfort. Private plans allow patients to choose their own doctors and avoid public hospital queues. They also cover stays in private hospitals or higher class, example, single bed wards in public hospitals. That's what the plan gets you. And there's a bunch of rich people who go, I don't want to share a room with the poors.
Okay. So again, you're just deducing it down to just the room and being alone in a room, but there are other factors because resources are scarce.
Like what?
No.
What are the other factors? What are the other factors, Carl?
You listed them outside of the room. What do you mean?
What?
Brad, did you not list more than just
hospital queues? Yeah, people don't want to wait in lines. Nobody likes lines. But at the end of the day, it's not a resource constraint like you said.
Okay, well then why are people paying to skip the line if it's not a resource constraint?
Privilege. They want the privilege of
they
getting
don't like
to the line. They don't want to wait.
Right. Correct. Well, and waiting time is a resource, no?
We
Brad,
all
have you ever run the numbers
everywhere.
on that?
If you could pay, hold on one second, Galt. If you could pay to go to the hospital, if you could pay when you're there and there's like, let's say a 7-hour wait time, if you could pay, let's say $100 to make that a 1-hour waiting time, would you?
Yeah, I mean, when I go to Universal Studios, I pay for Fast Track.
Yeah, welcome to capitalism.
That's
how you manage. That's how you manage resources.
Right.
Okay.
Mojo. You understand what the argument is.
So,
this is called economic calculation, right? Anyway, go ahead.
You guys talk over each other.
Yeah,
somebody called my name.
I did. Mojo, so you just brought up how Colorado doesn't have con laws. You're correct. In 1987, they repealed them when the federal mandate lifted. And since then, they've proven through competition that they have a lower per person healthcare cost than other states.
Yeah, we also have a form of socialized healthcare in Colorado. It's called Colorado Cares. That being said, Rising, I just proved that you were wrong. If you wanna bitch about something, go bitch at your state about that particular thing because it has nothing.
No,
to do
I'm
with
not
the
bitching
federal
about the state.
It has nothing to do with the federal government, and we are talking about the federal government here, not
we're
the fucking
talking about
state.
how limiting competition in the market increased prices.
That's awesome.
Increasing competition.
That's awesome. Go bitch at your
prices.
fucking local government.
Do we not see that on a federal scale?
No.
Oh, so increasing competition on a federal scale does not drop prices.
What you're talking about is how many fucking hospitals exist within a specific area. I'm telling you that the federal government, if they take it over without a profit motive, they don't give a shit how many hospitals exist.
They're indifferent people to government. Interesting how that works.
No, it becomes a standard where, look, we're paying for a service, and their ability to deliver that service in the most efficient manner is the incentive, not capitalism. The incentive changes from for-profit to results-based, and I think for medical care, that's the way it should be. That's the argument.
And you can't control costs in that environment.
Is the U.S. government, the elected officials, are they more efficient now than they were 200 years ago?
Who the fuck cares?
All right, well, I care because we've expanded the size of government and it's less efficient. And what you're suggesting is we expand the scope and size of government to our healthcare system and make it less efficient. That's what you're arguing for.
Is it cheaper? Is it cheaper to run a company with no profit motive than to run a company with a profit motive?
Is it cheaper to run a company
without a profit motive than it is to run a company with a profit motive?
Cheaper how? Like cheaper for the consumer?
It would seem for that snapshot, no, up until like if we wrap this out. I mean, this is like
If a
within the
company
equation
doesn't
of
have to,
Marx too.
you're saying that a
Profits for
nonprofit can't do
profit
something
Hold
margins.
on,
cheaper
Mojo,
than a
hold
for-profit.
on, Mojo, can you let him finish too? I know it's
Yeah,
frustrating.
you're
Please.
right. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Easy.
Yeah, simply, all right. We could talk about, yeah, that could be the case for like a snapshot in time. But even, okay, if we accept that, you still need to calculate like factor pricing, as you guys admitted, that if you're selling it for cost, you still need to manage the resources like wait time. So you're going to use perhaps pricing to find out how to allocate resources. You guys have not answered anything. You just ran away from these basic economic questions. You accept that you're going to have wait times, and then you're going to manage that, at least with Singapore, through pricing the private market. Okay, great. Remove the profit. Now tell us how you're going to manage the economic calculation problem.
Well, there's two things. One, the size of government has reduced rising. I have no idea. As a percentage of the population, the amount of federal workers has gone down. The amount of spending has gone up, largely contributed to defense spending. So I'm not going to accept your statement on that over the last 75 years. But in addition to that, every other country that has socialized medicine doesn't have insane wait times. In fact, many of these socialized medicine, these countries under socialized medicine have more accessible healthcare than we have in the U.S. If you've ever been abroad and you've needed healthcare, your wait times at the hospital tend to be less. Your ability to see a doctor tends to be less as well.
Listen, that's not what I'm saying. This isn't I think a effort to try to get the best comparison or anything like this. Simply stating that there's problems with what you're suggesting. And so, on the other hand, we could talk about where we deregulate, like Mojo said, his state did, and we had like positive results. Okay? You gotta attack the core issue, right? You're not going to apparently solve for the economic calculation problem. You're accepting this. And so you're saying, well, it tends to be the case that when you go to other places, right, you like this, you like that. Well, pricing is an issue. Affordability is an issue.
Yeah.
So we could deregulate and manage that here.
I just looked up the average cost for an MRI scan in Singapore. It's between $400 and $1,200. And then I looked up the average cost of an MRI scan here in the United States, and it's between $1,200 and $5,000.
Well, that's why we did transparency in healthcare when I worked with a population health company. And with that, you're right. Because if there's not monopoly control, then you can do things like open up a standalone facility across the street from a hospital and charge half the cost for an MRI. Most patients don't know that because A, there's no price transparency. B, there's no skin in the game. The patient pays a $20 copay. They don't care what it costs. They don't ask questions. Maybe there should be a little skin in the game so that we're responsible for the dollars we use in healthcare.
My position would be that the targeted indifference in this country, rather than be on what missiles cost, should possibly be on what healing our citizens costs.
Yeah, and the way to drive that cost down is how?
Good governance.
The transparency
through government just dictating price.
Look, yeah, I see what's going on. You guys are just focused on short-term solutions that are going to lead to long-term problems. Can we actually address either the economic calculation problem, or you guys are just admitting, like Mojo said, deregulation works?
Good governance requires constant cajoling, not just a one-size-fits-all.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Constant cajoling means you have both sides. You don't have a monopoly. The government itself, right, is that monopoly. You want to remove this competitive system and have them dictate it, and you can't even answer for how you're going to get pricing.
You're objecting to ripping the
no,
Band-Aid off?
You get pricing. I've already explained pricing.
You haven't.
And how it's done is they have to show their cost.
You literally
I have, and I will explain it again.
Hey!
I will explain it again.
No, please don't.
Stop!
It's so
Macro,
painful.
shut the fuck up. God damn it. Brad, go ahead.
All that we do for pricing, we look at the cost of production, overhead, G&A, and there is a calculated sheet that is used, and we actually evaluate what it costs the company to produce something, and then we actually, based on the industry, provide an acceptable profit rate. So for construction, it's like 3 to 4%, depending on the risk type of contract. So if they are willing to accept more risk of cost overruns that they eat, then they will get more profit. If the government takes it on, so firm fixed price contracts, they get a higher profit versus a cost contract, they get lower profit. It is done in many industries.
Are you assuming that? Hold on. Are you assuming that capital is?
Why can't he finish his goddamn statement? What the fuck?
Yes, hold on. You guys are just talking over each other.
No, but he doesn't have the data, CS. The MRIs are already operating at 3 to 4% profit margin. He just said he wants them at a 4% profit margin. What are you talking about?
So macro,
where's your cost savings?
When I have an argument against somebody and I know that I'm right, what I do is I wait patiently for them.
I can't because they're going to go on, and it takes me 10 seconds.
And so after Brad is done, you can go. But listen, we can't hear you. We can't hear your counter argument.
Okay,
and it just
fair enough.
Frustrating.
All I want to do, and I don't want to dialogue. I don't want to dialogue like people with their feelings. I can say things in 10 seconds, Brad. You're wrong. The costs are already low, or the profit margins. So what are you saying?
The profit margins are definitely hidden in our tax system. For one, they are making money, billions of dollars, hand over fist. And there's an entire layer of insurance administration where they're actually dealing with the billing that would go away in a socialized system to a more efficient, like Medicare and Medicaid is like a 2% administrative cost. And the ACA had to cap it because sometimes it was 25% from private insurers who were charging for administrative fees when you were getting healthcare.
But do you understand the inefficiencies of CMS? You talk about the 2%. Do you know how much fraud is in CMS? Because they don't have the system structure set up to be able to chase down fraud. There's no incentive to do it because it's not their money.
Who's committing the fraud?
Outside actors.
Who's committing the fraud, Macro?
Bad actors on the outside.
So remove them.
You're going to remove Americans all over the country that just defraud because they're criminals?
Or whatever is happening in Minnesota.
How are you going to do that? How are you going to do that, Brad? You don't understand how understand how CMS works. That's
I'm asking.
The problem. Okay, I'll tell you then. There is a law that says if CMS has to adjudicate claims within.
Stop!
I'm explaining it to you.
Just shut up! Holy fuck!
I didn't ask for an explanation. You asked a question. How do you stop it? Well, if the hospitals are state-run, you remove the interactions between the state and industry. If you actually have a more state-run, socialized system, the commercial market is the one that is trying to rip off the government. If you remove more of the commercial market from the system, you reduce the fraud.
See, he didn't even hear me. That's why I do that. He's answering questions to things that aren't even asked. So what I said to you was there is a law in CMS, right, that says they have to adjudicate claims within 14 days. Okay, that's twice to three times shorter than private care. The reason why is because they do their due diligence, which costs administrative overhead to make sure that these claims are legitimate. Medicare and Medicaid do not do that. So what happens? Bad actors rise up, criminals that say, hey, I'm going to defraud these systems because it's so easy. Then Medicare doesn't have the dollars because you'd have to raise their administrative costs to go chase these billions and billions and billions of dollars that are defrauded every year. So your point is moot. You're comparing apples and oranges.
Yeah. There's a governor from Minnesota that's being questioned on things like this.
Bad actors. Would that be crony capitalists?
No, that would be government, right?
He's just being
the flaws of government, Brendan. Okay, you're like a MAGA commie. Today, you're just like a full-on commie. You recognize what's going on with all the fraud. They're bringing them to Congress. I thought you would be jumping up and down at this, right? Like Minnesota, LA, all that shit. Have you been leering?
No, that's not it at all. Been leering? I just think that it's part of the purpose of government, of good governance, is to take care of its fucking people, and not let a very small subsect of capitalists milk the American people or fleece the American people. There's a reason you don't. There's a reason you don't just unalive the sheep. You shear them.
Oh my God, that sounds like an argument my 12-year-old niece would make.
Oh, so now you're objecting to oversimplification? Oh my God, the irony.
No, you're just saying feelings. I wish everybody had.
What I'm saying is that part of good governance is providing for the health and welfare of the fucking population, rather than just 1,000 of them.
Yeah, but you're advocating for short-term fixes that lead to long-term problems.
Again, you're repeating yourself again.
Yeah, I know I am,
It's not a
because you're not
short-term
addressing. Okay. In your quest for this like quick fix, we're telling you that you're going to have an economic problem.
It's not a quick fix. What I'm saying is that. What I'm saying is
apparently it's a quick fix. Mojo, is it not a quick fix?
Do you know how the national healthcare system of Great Britain came about? It was a very succinct position. How many yachts are enough? I think that the medical industry, especially in this country, is well taken care of. Maybe even more than they should be. And there's plenty of examples of how individuals, crony capitalists, come in like that clown who bought the EpiPen and then quintupled the price simply because of a profit motive. And I think those situations, if there's going to be any type of government protectionism, the protection should lean to the side of the people and not an individual.
But you don't want to get rid of the IP.
Libertarians love your individual.
Okay. I understand the
platitudes. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I'm so sick and tired of you talking over people. I don't know why the fuck you guys can't let people finish statements. I don't get it.
You know what I think it is? Mojo? Libertarians have never won a fucking thing, an election, fucking even getting close. And so it's like political blue balls. So they come in here and yell and fucking scream. And this panel is the hardest one to ever fucking manage. I can have 10 fucking MAGA on a panel against Mojo, and it is way easier.
Okay, Brendan, what you were saying?
Blue balls argument. That's hilarious.
Okay. Darb, hold on. I was trying to get.
Can I address the fraud thing?
No. Can I address?
Wait. CS. What socialist?
Wow. Jesus Christ!
What socialist has ever won anything?
Mondani.
I beat you guys every time.
I'll see.
I beat you guys every time.
I'll see your Mondani with Massey.
Okay.
Yeah, and
you want to
Brendan, what you just brought up was IP. You did all this shit, but you're not against the problem with the whole EpiPen thing. Are you going to do anything with that? You said no.
No, there is patents are a thing. They're a curated form of monopoly that has an end date. And this is why there was an issue when the TPP came out and they started doing things like evergreening, which is just a disgusting way of repackaging the same fucking patent and ignoring the rules that we set in place. That is a perfect example of crony capitalism.
Remove that, right? You want to remove that?
Well, we're fucking trying, but it's kind
that would be deregulation,
capitalism in and
right?
of itself is a good thing.
That would be deregulation,
but it can be taken to a place that is not acceptable and shouldn't be acceptable to the majority of Americans. The only reason it's not talked about more is because of the indifference, because people are trying to live their lives. So if you're asking for what system should we employ and what type of governance should we employ, it should be a good one, a government that cares about the people and not just 1% of them.
Okay, great. I don't know. It seems like you guys think that since we're advocating not what you're saying, we're like for the 1%ers, which is like, I don't know. Whatever. I don't really care for these stupid pejoratives. If you just said that you don't like this whole evergreening shit, that's deregulation. So, like, at least, do you agree with us on that front?
No, evergreening is a lawyer's dodge of a good idea. Easy.
Okay.
It's a lawyer's dodge. It's disgusting.
All right. I'm referring to patents. Like, when a patent.
I don't know what evergreening is, but it is something that's written into a law, and it is being allowed. I assume it has something to do with.
Yeah.
I assume. Shut up. What the fuck? I assume it has something to do with.
Sorry, you said you didn't know.
Shut up. God, why are you so fucking annoying?
Because you're so dumb.
All right, somebody stick a dick in his mouth.
Ooh, yeah, baby.
I don't understand. I think we can get to a point where we get rid of IPs. I think I'm going to agree with the fucking idiot libertarians here. With the IPs are the things that are causing the problem for pharmaceuticals. Absolutely. And since we pay for the majority of pharmaceutical research, then we should get them for a lower cost. There should be no IPs. They should be able to hold on to them.
Evergreening as it refers to patents. Okay, like in the lifespan of the patents, not only are they providing protection to like the company for that specific whatever rug design for the patent, all these other things. They also restrict other people from being able to do anything involved with that rug for the period of time.
You should explain.
So,
you should explain what evergreening is.
It extends the current patent laws by tweaking and manipulating.
Answer it.
Well, not only that, you're not even allowed to do research for the lifetime of that current patent. Look, okay, these type of things are just deregulation. And if you don't want to get rid of IP, all right, I don't give a shit. You should at least recognize that deregulation is not socialism or anything like that. That's like free market capitalism.
I wouldn't consider them regulation.
Regulation creates brand.
100%
Don't worry, guys, I'm here,
regulation.
Mojo.
I
Mojo,
think
I'm here.
Okay, IP is not a real
You're
thing.
echoing.
All right, I would love to get in on one thing, and that is, and then I need to AFK for a minute. The claim about fraud, right? I looked it up. Medicaid fraud is about 6.71%, and the private industry is 10 to 20%. And then I looked at the NHS.
That they found out.
Stop.
That they found out.
Stop talking.
Bible guy,
The
you gotta leave.
the NHS, which is the UK healthcare system, is less than 1%. So apparently there is a way to combat fraud on a socialized system, and that it does work, as I stated, if you were to socialize a large part of it.
Okay, we as America is headed towards national socialism. Like it or not, America is one. Okay, and the left side, the liberals, are moving into socialism. We will converge onto national socialism. That's what's going to happen. You're welcome.
You're right. We'll be a technocratic. Feudalism is coming.
Bible guy, also just so you know, you have bars.
And
I can hear you pretty
extreme
well,
echo. And God, I have to hear rappers and shit.
Oh yeah, I got bars.
Motherfucker,
I'm a
multitasking.
white boy, but my neck is red. I got Miracle Whip. I'm a Wonder Bread.
What the fuck was that?
I'm going to say that capitalism doesn't work unless you protect the rights of the owner of the capital. So when you say decreased regulation, you're telling us that we need more capitalism, and I'm just going to
disagree. Did you just say you want monopolies, Mojo?
For fuck's sake.
That's
Mojo, you just said the opposite. You said that capitalism doesn't. You said capitalism doesn't exist unless you protect the capitalists, and by deregulating,
that's not at all
you
what I
want
said
more
either.
capitalism.
That's not
go
at all
ahead.
what
Say what you said again.
There's a legal protection, against IP evergreening. You remove, essentially deregulate, right?
Okay,
it's
but
deregulation.
you assume that it was a regulation in the first place. It was a protection.
It is the case.
It was
Yeah,
a
the way
protection.
patents-
It was a protection of capitalism itself.
Listen, it is the case.
It was a protection.
Mojo?
It's a protection of profit motive.
Who did it?
Okay, listen. Stop. It is the case,
See,
right?
you guys-
that this protection is through who? The monopoly of force. It's going to be the government, right? As you like to point out, everything that exists is going to be granted by the monopoly of force. Mojo?
Here's how evergreening works, Mojo. You have a particular patent for a drug, right? And it has an expiration date. And once the expiration date happens, then other companies can come and make generic versions of that drug, which help push the price down. Evergreening is a disgusting practice where what they do is they slightly tweak the drug itself to allow that patent to artificially extend. It's a perfect example of crony capitalism.
Didn't we already establish that? Why are you telling us something we all in this panel know?
I'm going to say that that's probably legal, though. That's not something that's
It is
illegal.
legal.
It's something
It's
that's
protected by
so,
the
God, shut up, Macro. Fuck. I'm going to say that it's probably legal, and it's something that they're just utilizing.
I can hear
That's
you peeing.
Why are we doing this? My God.
I can hear him peeing.
I could hear that, too. I've muted him a few times.
Frying bacon?
By background noise. It's
So,
obnoxious.
Brendan, yeah, we get it.
Wait,
we know
stop!
evergreening
Macro!
is.
I haven't fucking said what I want to say, God damn it.
Sorry, Mojo. I'll go suck a dick.
Please do. That would be awfully nice. I don't understand, Brendan. If you like free markets, if you want competition in a marketplace, I don't understand why you protect IPs at all.
Well, because there has to be some type of reward for innovation and ingenious. There has to be a reward. If not, you're discouraging the innovation. But it's also important. It's also important to set up for the greater good. Again, good governance. An end date for that capitalization on the innovation. To extend that artificially is disgusting. But it's flying in the face of good governance.
Artificial in the first place.
But doesn't that protection that you're talking about, doesn't that also deny us innovation?
No. Again, you have to strike a balance. You have to have a reward for that innovation, but that reward should not be ad infinitum.
By stifling future innovation. So if you give them a 10-year patent, for 10 years, nobody's allowed to innovate from the product that they created. That means for 10 years, we're stuck with a product where nobody can innovate.
Stuck?
Yeah.
Mojo, can I give a simple example that's not healthcare? Remember Yeti coolers? How long was their patent before all these other companies came in and now you can get the same thing for $10? It was like you said, it was 8-10 years, right? And then as soon as and that's too long in my opinion, right? You came up with a great idea, great, you can juice it for a few years, but you can't evergreen with pharmaceuticals. And once the market opens up to more people competing in that space, the price went down from $100 to $20.
Okay, simply, why do you think China has had the growth that it has? If you're going to admit that it is
because
that they stole IP, right? Then what we're saying is that IP is stifling competition, stifling innovation. If, for example, I have a company, right, and you're saying these are crony capitalists, and they see a competitive sort of patent come out, like a design, whatever, they can just buy the rights to it and throw it in the locker. Like, what? Are you kidding me? This is 100% a product of government protectionism. It's going to be socialism. They're socializing for maybe the 1%, maybe for whatever. The same thing for tariffs. Like they're restricting EVs.
Good Lord.
Okay, for the maybe the jobs here. Well, okay, you're stifling innovation, growth, a better life for people.
Okay, easy. Wait, if that's crony capitalism, Brendan, and let's say I do agree that it's crony capitalism, isn't just the IP itself, the patent itself, isn't that also crony capitalism?
No, I think that capitalism definitely has a place because, again, you want to protect and encourage innovation.
But again, you're stifling innovation by saying nobody else can make this product better.
For a defined term.
Yes, so that is stifling innovation.
No, it's not.
If you're giving individuals, you're stifling innovation.
If you're giving individuals a defined term where they can capitalize on the markets with an end date, then you are simultaneously encouraging that innovation where still allowing for the greater good of the market once that innovation reward ends. And by adding things like evergreen,
but in the meantime, you are stifling innovation.
So Mojo, are you saying that increasing the number of competitors will not only increase the product's ability as well as drive price down?
Yeah, I've always agreed with that.
All right.
The other thing is that,
but that wouldn't happen in healthcare, right? With health insurance?
Well,
that wouldn't happen with health insurance?
I think it's different when it's a life or death situation. And I don't think it happens in healthcare. I think you can actually save money in health. There's no innovation in an insurance company. I guess I'll put it that way.
Well, they could take the lines away from the states and allow interstate commerce, and that would help drive.
But I'm still telling you that there's no innovation in insurance company. So
there's innovation in streamlining it.
At the very first,
it was recent innovation.
Wait, hold on. The streamlining comes from government. So if you take it all and put it in the hands of one person, that being the government that doesn't have a profit motive, you will absolutely save money over a period of time. This is a life or death situation that we're talking about, and insurance companies have no ability to innovate.
They also don't have an incentive to save money either.
So
yeah, insurance companies don't have an incentive to save money, but governments do.
I'll give you one.
Governments do not.
They do because they have no profit motive.
Okay.
Oh, Mojo, let me give you one. So if I'm a health insurance company and I'm paying out for diabetes medication, I would want there to be a cure for diabetes, so I no longer have to pay the long-term expensive insulin. Therefore, I would look in the marketplace for somebody to solve the problem of diabetes so that I no longer have to pay the expense.
No, because then you're taking away the profit motive, because as long as they get to insure it, they get to get paid premiums, and everybody has to pay the same fucking premium, or it increases the price of their premiums, so they make a larger profit margin in the long run. When you do that for government has the wherewithal or the desire to actually cure diseases.
No, the insurance company would.
Insurance companies have nothing to do with curing diseases. They're going to pay what they pay.
Because we don't allow it.
And they're going to make money. 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 They're going to make money off of their premiums and their denials. That's how they make money. They don't give
okay, you're just describing
They don't give two shits about whether a disease is cured or not.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, you have to engage with what he's saying. Okay, listen, you're just not engaging with what he's saying. There is a motive here. Like, it's motivated. All right, the company has like this mission, and they can increase their market share, and they would invest into R&D. You have to engage in that, and not just stay in the whatever. Recently, insurance companies wanted to make the pricing available, and they got shut down by the government.
Insurance companies don't have R&D.
Okay, it's not about them having R&D. They can invest into R&D.
Right.
They can invest.
So we don't need government to spend into that.
They can invest in anything. They can
exactly.
They can take their premiums and invest it in whatever the fuck they want. Generally speaking, it's not going to be. Generally speaking, it's not going to be R&D, because R&D is going to be way too risky.
What's the argument for that?
The argument that R&D is risky because the vast majority of R&D is not doesn't actually come out with any sort of profitable outcome.
Okay, so then they would take on that risk, right?
Okay,
what is profit? A reward for the risk?
An insurance company wouldn't stay in business if they took on that risk. They're putting.
What do you think a profit is?
They're putting their premiums into secure investments so that they can be sure to make money over time.
Okay, hold on. Are you basically telling me that when the government invests into R&D, this is not like growing anything? It's not building anything. It's not producing anything.
The vast majority.
When we invest into R&D,
the vast majority of it's not. The vast majority of it
so the government,
tangible outcome, but it is, what do they call it? Intelligence-based research, or desire-based research, something like that. I don't remember. There's some fucking term for it. But this is research that nobody's going to make a profit off of, but probably needs to be done anyway. The only time go ahead.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that the government invests into R&D. Does this lead to any sort of economic production, or is the government just investing into a bunch of things that just cost money? They don't produce anything.
The government doesn't produce anything.
If they don't have to produce, is the R&D leading to more production?
Often it does. It depends on what you're talking about. It depends on what kind of R&D.
That's the motive.
It depends on what kind of R&D you're talking about. But that's not a motive for the government. The motive for the government is just moving us forward, intellectually speaking.
Exactly. But you gave us the motive for the private company.
The motivation for a company would be to actually make a profit off of it.
As you just stated, right? You said R&D leads to growth, leads to more production. You stated this. You conceded that.
We pay for the R&D because we want to see the advancement in society altogether. Insurance companies don't pay for R&D.
Okay, this is irrelevant to the point.
But my point
whether or not they would do it or not.
You said that the government should take over it. My point is that the government should take over insurance companies. That's what the whole point. That's where we started this.
Okay, I understand that. But
well, then I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Because you were engaging with insurance companies don't have a motive to do R&D. And if that were the case,
they don't.
Then you would have to just admit that all R&D that the government funds.
There's nothing to research and development in fucking insurance. Nothing.
Okay, listen. They can invest into research.
They can invest in treasury bonds, for Christ's sake.
Okay, into research and development that would overall help their bottom line.
They're not going to.
Okay, you're just saying that
risky,
we've already
because it's too risky.
Okay. What is the reward for risk?
It's too risky. There's
what
not
is the
enough
reward for risk?
There's not enough.
Listen. The
there's
reward
not
for
enough.
risk is
There's not enough reward for the risk. That's why they don't invest in R&D.
I'm saying
you're not going to see
what
insurance company. Well, on top of there being a conflict of interest, there's no reason for them to invest in pharmaceutical companies.
All I'm saying is
if an insurance company cures all diseases, if they pay to cure all diseases, if they put all their investment in R&D and cure all diseases, that insurance company puts itself out of business.
Okay, just tell me. I'm asking a direct question. What is the term, right, for the reward
you didn't
for
hear
risk?
Anything I just said.
I will engage with that. I understand what you're saying. I just want because I've asked this
you're not
before you said
engaging with
that.
me at all because I already answered your question.
No, there's a specific term for that, right?
Asshole?
No, the reward for risk.
What are you talking about?
Terms for that? Yeah, easy. There's multiple terms for that. Come on, just
what is the multiple term? Just give me one.
Just say what you want to say, dipshit.
Oh my god.
Profit.
There you go.
No,
the government has no profit motive. Insurance companies
but
have
the
a
insurance
profit
company
motive.
does.
Yeah,
the insurance company does.
But that's fine. Risk.
So if it's too risky,
Risk matters when you're talking about investments, and the riskier it is, the less likely they're going to invest in it.
Mojo, can I give you the argument?
This is the whole conversation. We went through this already. Easy. I already went through the entire fucking discussion, and now you're trying to back it up for whatever reason.
But Mojo,
I don't know. You're just wrong.
That's why you're wrong. Yeah. So the reason why an insurance company would want to do this in our market is for two reasons. One, it would be a great way to advertise to the public if I said, "Hey, I'm an insurance company. I'm investing profits into R&D. This is why you should sign up with my insurance company because I'm trying to solve cancer." My motive behind that would be to increase my profits because one, society would see me as somebody trying to solve cancer. So they would want to sign up with me. Two, if cancer is solved and we don't have to go through expensive chemo surgeries, then my profit margin would go up. You're just saying, all diseases will get cured, therefore they don't want to do it.
So you realize, I'm sorry, I just have to step in for 1 second because I really encourage Galt and Easy to join the rest of society knowing that it is more profitable when people stay sick for hospitals and insurance companies. This is well established. I don't know why this is even an argument.
Why would it be more profitable?
No, it's not more profitable.
Do you realize that? Do you think it's just the insurance companies paying money? Do they get money?
I can explain why it's more profitable, Galt, mathematically, right?
We don't need an explanation.
No, yes, you do, because you said you don't know, and I'm going to explain to you, right?
I didn't say that I don't.
Brad's going to go now. Brad's going to go now. Brad's going to go now.
Okay, so if you have 3% of $1 trillion versus 3% of $500 billion, right? Like your profit is higher. The rates that the people are paying are what cover the cost of insurance. But the bigger pool, the bigger profit that they have as an insurance company. So they're not worried about the chemo bill. What you're saying is it would be savings. That would be true if they were able to charge the same for health insurance even after they were able to cure cancer with a pill, right? That's not what is happening right now. So that cost is bore to the consumers of health insurance as opposed to the company. Does that make sense mathematically? Because that's what that backs up what Ash is saying, which is.
I mean, it's obvious. You have all these people paying into insurance, right? And when they don't pay out more than people are paying in on a monthly regular basis, they are making money. So it's better to keep people on insurance, keep people sick, keep buying stuff.
Okay, listen, all right. If a company is not providing the service, right, that people are purchasing, like insurance, they're just not paying out on them. As you say, it's profitable, right? Then the self-regulating thing would be that they would be hurt from that. They're not hurt from it today. All right, they're restricted. People just stay within the same insurance company. Anytime a new player comes into the market, there was like a recent thing where the insurance company was gaining market share because it was transparent in pricing. Okay, made it available, and it got shut the fuck down because of, if you want to call it crony capitalism, I don't give a fuck.
I don't know
protectionism from the government.
I don't know what that has to do with anything that was just said. I also want to address Dr. Galt. So if an insurance company invests if an insurance company invests $100 into cancer research, they can still advertise that they're investing in cancer research.
How is it that you guys can just make random points, take it away, and then when we address that, you're like, this has nothing to do with all that?
Topic. You just moved to an entirely
I'm responding to what Ash said or whatever.
No, you're not. You're not responding to anybody.
Yeah,
you just moved to an entirely different topic, and I'm going back to what something.
No, I didn't. It was addressing
I've been paying attention. Easy. Can you tell me what you said again?
Yeah. Okay. He said, okay, that
and make it
the
quick,
goal of insurance, okay, how they make money is by getting like a bigger pool. And then how they would make profit is by like basically not paying out on that. Now, if the service that they are advertising is that we are going to cover, okay, really?
No, that's not what I said. No, what I said was if they're making a flat percentage, say 3 to 4% profit on the pool, the bigger the pool, the more profit they make, because the cost of the pool, except of the profit, is borne by the policyholders, not the insurance company.
Right. And so what you're doing is you're creating an instance where it would, you must create the pool bigger. It would hurt them, the profit model, like if they leave. And so you want them to stay. And these people are also like not covering, right? You would also say that's how they make profit or whatever, by like not paying out. You're creating the instances. You're creating the instances for them not to service their clients. And I'm saying that the thing that would regulate this is their bottom line would get hurt for not providing the service.
It's not true because
But then you're like, we need the pool to be bigger because that's insurance.
No, it was a counter to what Galt said. It said, well, it would save the insurance companies money if they actually didn't have to pay for chemo treatment for somebody. But that's not true because all the cost of the insurance is borne by the policyholders. So the bigger the pool, the more profit they make, period. That's what
Okay. So you want them, all right, to become a bigger pool. I know this is why you want it all to be in the government, because you're just looking at it from a monopsony type of situation where they can have like strict power in terms of negotiating prices, all this other shit. Okay, I'm saying that they can provide a service. You could still have insurance companies be a thing. They can cover different types of services. Like you can go to the doctor for this type of preventative care, et cetera, et cetera.
Wait, Brad, I have a question for you though. So if today, let's say insulin, so if I own an insurance company and I pay out on claims for insulin, right? If insulin goes from $10 to $5, and now the insurance company is only paying $5, would my profits go up?
Your policy, easy. You're making all.
That is a lot of noise.
But your policy, if your policies are a calculation already, your policies would have to lower or go up based on that. So that if they're making a flat percentage, because they're not just going to capture the profit.
That's not how it works, though. When you sign up for a health insurance company, you agree on a rate, right? So if I pay my health insurance company $80 a month, and they're going to cover X, Y, and Z, if X, Y, and Z goes down for the insurance company, my policy doesn't go down, or it doesn't go up.
Well, there's medical inflation, but I'm saying is that chemo, for instance, is already figured into the rate base for the policies. So here's the thing, Galt. So what you said wasn't a reduction, right? It was straight like, hey, this person doesn't have cancer, therefore they don't need chemo, therefore the insurance company captures profit. And I said, no, because the ratepayers would expect to pay less.
Because if you don't have cancer, if there's things that you can handle outside of insurance, you wouldn't participate in the market.
Exactly. That's what I was going to ask. Gal, how do you address the fact that, think about this, how many people do you think would not get insurance if we cured cancer? Think about how many people get insurance specifically for like a worst case scenario. If cancer wasn't a thing anymore, how many people you think would no longer be on insurance?
I guess, why does that matter to me?
Because that's a huge portion of their profit.
Okay.
What are you talking
Seems
about?
like you want to just protect insurance companies.
The less people that are on insurance, the less money and profit they are going to get.
Okay, so
this is the correct call out that I had. You guys are incentivized to make the insurance companies huge, up until the point where you just have it be the government.
Yeah, why would I care about that, Ash?
Well, I'm not tracking.
Because you're the company. What are you talking about?
Wait, so
we're talking about the fact that the whole point of this business is a private capital business that is trying to earn more profit year after year. And the way to do that is to take less risky, ventures and et cetera, like everything else that was set up here already. Like, what are you not getting?
So you're just saying that insurance companies won't take risky,
No.
I guess.
No.
Okay. And what do
they don't do R&D. That's what the whole fucking original thing was.
Hold on. Now you're conflating two things. So what you're talking about right now is curing cancer. Okay, never mind. I see the connection. I apologize. My bad. I'll shut up.
You're good. But like, you see what I mean? Like, they're not doing fucking R&D because it isn't in their best interest of profit to keep people sick. Period. End of discussion.
Wait,
it's not true.
Yes, it is. They are a casino. Think about this. They operate like a casino. They can't lose. All they have to do is have a certain percentage of people that they screw over and don't have to pay out for, and they're making money hand over fist.
They make more money off people now. Okay, so let me ask you a question. If an insurance company, do insurance companies seek to just insure sick people?
No, insurance companies exist to make a profit.
Oh, okay, but do insurance companies advertise to sick people to get them all the sick people, or would they want all the healthy people?
They would want everybody they can possibly get and get as many premiums as they possibly can.
Yeah,
I mean, ultimately, I guess if they weren't required to, I would think that they want all healthy people.
Okay, but you're still avoiding my question. So, insurance companies today don't insure certain people, right? Because they're too much of an expense.
No, yes. They have to insure. Wait, they have to insure everybody?
No, I think you're saying the pre-existing conditions, the reason that it would raise their rates, and some people would actually fall off because it would be completely unaffordable for their health insurance. So it is a balance between what they can charge consumers, the healthy people, and get them to pay for insurance. So you can't run that to the sky.
Okay, but you're acknowledging that insurance companies want more healthy people on their health insurance plans than sick people. Do we agree?
They want to balance. So that's the thing, is because I think it's an inelastic good, they want to figure out that sweet spot, which is what is the most I can get somebody to pay me a month while collecting my profit. So there's no incentive for them to lower.
Okay, if I were to open a health insurance company today, would I want 100 people out of 100 people healthy and just paying me and not making any claims, or would I want 50?
What's the point of this question?
Because this is how dumb I have to make it for you guys to understand. If I opened an insurance company today, would I want 100 healthy people paying me, or 50 sick people and 50 healthy people paying me? Which would I prefer?
You would like 100 healthy people.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so would I not then have, even though people may get cancer in the future and they may need to pay for this quote-unquote treatment to cure them of the cancer, that I may have to outlay, right? But I only have to do it once. So let's say this cancer treatment costs 10 grand, right? But you only have to get it once. It's not ongoing chemo, but somebody still has to pay for it. Wouldn't it be in my best interest as an insurance company to say to people who are healthy, hey, if you get sick, don't worry about it. I got you, and it's cheaper because I don't have to pay for ongoing cancer treatments.
I want to go back.
Yeah, it sounds like socialist.
Wait, hold on. I want to go back. Hold on.
So you accept it?
I want to go back to the original question, because I don't know that 100 healthy people would be the exact thing that you want to do. As a matter of fact, you can charge a lot higher premiums if you're taking on 56 people and 50 healthy people. You're going to be able to charge a lot more for the premiums.
Hold on. We can't do that, right? You have to socialize it. It's a pool.
You can do that when you start an insurance company.
Okay, so you want it to be the case?
You would probably make a larger profit margin if you take on 50 sick people and 50 healthy people.
How do you know that though? When people are sick and you're charging them a premium.
Well, it would be a consideration in how you're actually going to take on clients at that point if you have that choice. But if you have that choice, I would say that you could manipulate it in such a way to where having those sick people are going to allow you to raise your premiums up enough to actually make a larger profit than you would if you had 100 healthy people. Because 100 healthy people, you're not going to be able to charge very much for insurance.
Yeah, but you're not outlets. It's pure profit if there's no outlays. Once that healthy person becomes, hold on a second, Mojo. Hold on. Once that person becomes sick, right? Once they become sick, they now become a liability, and you can't just change their premium, right?
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Not according to the contract.
No,
Yes.
I'm sorry, but we sign a new contract every year for health insurance. So for every year, you get to sign a new contract. They can raise your premiums every single year.
Yeah, they can raise it by a percentage. It would be in the contract. So sure, if they put in the contract, if you get cancer and now
That's
you're
the way it exists today.
No, it doesn't.
It does too. Your premiums change every year.
Yeah, they can only raise it a certain percent by law.
I don't know what percent you're talking about, but either way, and now you're talking about government regulations as well. So which you guys fucking hate.
I mean, that's the way
which
it
you
works
guys which you guys fucking hate. But either way, your premium. But either way, shut up. What the fuck? Either way, your premiums are going to change when you get sick, and the insurance company makes more money when you have higher premiums.
Okay,
no, then that insurance company wouldn't even be in business.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on, real quick. I just want to say something real quick.
No. Let me address this because
Let go, please.
Yeah. Okay. So in your scenario, if I get sick and I have to, and the insurance company cuts me off, I am no longer paying a premium to the insurance company. Now, if I get sick and the insurance company has a solution for me to cure my sickness so it doesn't cost them, now I'm a continued customer. So to your point, Mojo, if the insurance company has a way to cure my disease with a one-time payment and I remain a customer, it's more beneficial to the insurance company. If the insurance company says, you're too much of a liability, we don't want to cover you anymore, now the insurance company loses me as a customer. So it's in the insurance company's best interest to solve my problem and for me to remain as a paying customer.
You're still not tracking, dude.
Yeah, the other thing is
let me just make one point.
Easy, stop.
It would be contract
Easy,
laundry.
stop. We'll
What
go back.
am I not tracking, Ash?
That you are not including the fact of the matter that you would see people in droves leaving insurance. If you cure cancer, a lot of people are going to feel like maybe that's not worth it. It's not a worthwhile investment. I'm not worried about one of the largest things that people are worried about, and you're going to see them leave.
Why would they?
So it has to be a balance. Also, the other thing, the really important thing that I wanted to say is that your example doesn't scale because this is bore out of data. There are so many people that get sick all the time, and if you can't have 100 people, healthy people, it's just not going to happen in reality. So that's why your example doesn't scale.
Why do people get auto insurance for a one-time accident that needs to get covered?
Because they're required to.
If cancer became a one-time accident where I needed to pay $20,000, why would I not need insurance for that?
You're required to get auto insurance.
That's fine, but I'm just asking the question. Even if you weren't required, people would still get it, right?
And people get full coverage, but not everybody. Okay, you're only required for liability. People
Wait,
get full.
Stop.
Okay.
Easy. God damn it! You got to go back and forth here. So Dr. Galt just said something. You don't get to say something after him. Let one of us say something, and then we'll let you guys do the same.
I thought you did.
No, I was trying to answer what he was just saying. Now I don't even know what the fuck it is because you just started speaking up and trying to add another fucking point on top of Dr. Galt's, which is obnoxious.
I'm sorry. It's just that you said it was required, but it's not fully required. It's that it's liability, and so the full coverage, people still get it, don't they? Even though it's not a requirement.
Some people do, but not everybody. And I certainly wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't pay for insurance if I didn't have to.
Okay, so then that's your choice, right? That's fine, but
it's
then
not my
that's
choice
the service.
because we're required to.
No, liability you're required to.
That's
do you
what
get
I'm
full
saying.
coverage, Mojo?
I wouldn't. I don't. You asked me a fucking question. Let me answer. I don't get full coverage because I drive 2 old fucking cars that aren't worth very much. So I don't really care to have full coverage. Now, what you're talking about is the reduction in premium prices for insurance. So if I'm not even going to use cancer, as a matter of fact, I'm going to use heart disease because heart disease is the number one killer of Americans. Period. Overall, hugely. So we'll use heart disease. If they cure heart disease in this country, the vast majority of the people in this country will not have health insurance. There would be no reason for them to, or they can cover the cost of anything else if it comes up, or they can even file bankruptcy if they so choose. Okay. But so heart disease, cancer, these are things that we can't cure because if we cure them, then all these companies go out of business.
Listen. Okay. There's still, the incentive for getting insurance is to protect your asset. Now, your old cars, they're not worth it. If you got a new car, I bet you, legally, you're required to get liability. You would get full coverage. You said that. I think you implied that. Now humans and their health. Okay.
You have to get full coverage if you have.
Okay, he paid cash. He paid cash. Let's say he paid cash. All right. Yeah, that's fine. All right. There's no debt on there. There's no requirement. He would probably do that. Now, the same thing, people's health, all right? If they so choose to, if they value it enough, then they would be incentivized to purchase insurance. Like what?
This is funny. I just want to say real quick, Darb, this is funny because this goes back to what Darb was saying earlier about having a better room and jumping to the front of the line in a socialized system. Because if it's valuable to you, you're willing to pay for it. That's what Easy just said. So if it's valuable to you to get a single room in Shanghai or whatever the fuck it was that you were talking about, then you'll pay for it.
Because we're capitalists. Of course, because we're capitalists. You guys are socialists. And then you'll make capitalist arguments. You can't answer for your system. So you have to jump onto capitalism and be like, guess what? Of course I'm going to advocate for capitalism.
Okay, Ash, stop. I interrupted Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Two things. The socialized system does have a lower cost for the insured. Overall, they spend less on healthcare for better outcomes. And I did run the numbers. We spend $1.1 trillion on Medicaid, and the fact that we have a 6.67% fraud rate in Medicaid compared to NHS has a 0.77, the math is about $61 billion per year in savings if we went to a socialized system. So with those two things in mind, how are we still advocating for a capitalist system for healthcare?
Well, first of all, I'm going to reject the idea that the UK actually understands their level of fraud in their country. And I think we acknowledge that as well.
So the people who investigate and report on fraud for them know less than you, Galt?
No, I'm saying that there's a question of integrity within their system that they even acknowledge themselves.
So you have to
conflict of interest. No, it's conflict of interest. We have that problem with the FDA and what they did to the copium. CS has admitted this too. Conflict of interest. And so, it's perfectly fine and reasonable for us to. And plus, I think they're incentivized, right, not to care for fraud.
Yep.
No, I think you're removing. So my point was, if you actually had state-run hospitals, the state-run hospitals don't have an incentive to commit fraud against the people that fund the hospital itself. They're just going to report their books with full transparency. Here's the cost to run this hospital, right? So the difference is when you remove the for-profit industries out of the healthcare system, it results in a net savings.
They're totally incentivized. What do you mean? If you
Easy, hold on 1 second. Let me just say one thing. So Brad, that's not an accurate statement, and we see that through government programs now that utilize every penny that they're budgeted so that they don't lose it the following year. So if it's state-run, the incentive for the doctors or the healthcare providers to create unnecessary spending is huge so that they get the same budget or more in the following year.
No, so there's an infinite number of needs within the government, and so they save that money. Yes, their budget could go down if they well underspend it, but there is always a palming process. There's a 5-year plan for large projects. Might be a building renovation, it might be a new technology that you want that you don't require but would be a nice to have. There's always that. So they spend it. But the government also has come along and reduced everybody's budget by I think 13% one year, and the government still functioned. So they do look at what are they spending on manning. Budgets do go up and down in government. So that's actually not an accurate statement.
Wait, so you're saying that doesn't happen because they solve it every once in a while?
No, I'm saying that like the whole, I guess it's a.
I think
it's
you
a common
acknowledge
thing.
the government is inefficient because they could run with 13% less.
The government is efficient, and the government does run its healthcare.
You just
more
said that they
efficiently.
were able to run on 13% less.
You got reduced services for 13% less.
Okay, so then that was the point you were trying to make?
The government spends, like the idea that if they don't spend it, they lose it, is kind of something that people say, and it's
If you get reduced services, then that's exactly what Ryzen was saying. That's the incentive.
No,
right?
he was saying that they're incentivized to lie on their books so they get more money so they don't get their budget cut. But
lie on their books? It's not lie.
Easy.
Okay?
Let me
it's
finish,
inefficiency.
please. Easy. Let me finish. There is a list of equipment that a hospital, even a military hospital, would love to have that would produce better outcome for care. And so it's a calculation when they're looking at the budget to say, do we want to invest in this piece of equipment? Can we justify it for this hospital? And so that's what is done. It's not like they get their budgets cut.
But they then spend on that equipment that they wait, the wish list equipment, in a year where their spending is down to meet the budget, correct?
No, they
Yes,
wait to
that
make
is what
sure.
they do.
No, I did acquisitions for the government for 20 years, Rising. What's your background? Go ahead, I'll wait.
Yeah, my background's in business.
Okay, well,
My
I also
background's in
have a
business.
bachelor's in business.
Extensive background
Great.
in business and real estate.
Great. And I was a contracting officer for the United States federal government for the Air Force for 20 fucking years. And I bought stuff from
I've done
Wilford Hall.
auditing for the government too.
Easy,
Like, what the fuck?
easy. So let me finish. So what I'm saying is that, like any business, if they have potential investments that they want to do, you can have unforeseen costs that come up throughout the year. You can have a water pipe burst. You can have infrastructure costs. So you may not be able to do that renovation. But when you get through all the way up to September, you spend the money at the last minute on the things because those costs and potential risks didn't come to reality. That's why it is done that way.
And so, Brad, how many years did you run under budget, or did you see it run under budget where there was consistent cutting in spending and budget the following year?
So a lot of times, if you were under budget as a unit, you had a list of things that you would love to have that would help you out, and you would pick from that list and you would spend your full budget. But your budget was determined by your manning levels, your mission, and many other things. It wasn't
Perfect.
arbitrary.
And Brad, why would you spend your full budget?
Because you always have a list, and businesses do too. If businesses had no limit on money, they would spend up to that limit because there's always things you could do for improvement.
That's not the reason why you spend the full budget is so that you get budgeted the same or more the following year, correct? Don't be disingenuous.
No, it's not. It's because you actually have enough stuff to spend.
This is a
on.
known industry standard.
There's enough stuff that you have to spend on that you could use to improve.
Everybody's laughing.
Equipment.
It's a known. Hold on, easy. It's a known platitude. It's something that everybody uses that doesn't like government. You all say the same fucking thing, yet not a single one of you motherfuckers has ever worked in government.
Is it not
the case, Mojo? Okay,
how
hold
many
on,
years in a
Mojo.
row?
Is it not the case? Just answer. Is it not the case?
Is what not the case?
Regardless if people are using it to like criticize or whatever, is it not the case?
Is what not the case?
That people at the end of the year, they end up spending all of their budget so that they can get approved.
Did you hear anything that Brad said?
For next year?
Did you hear anything that Brad said?
We actually even
Brad is trying to justify it.
No, we even estimate like future travel and training requirements and TDY costs and all that stuff into building our budget. Our budget's changed year to year. And sometimes you needed more, sometimes you needed less. You guys act like that's not the case, that they only go up, and that's not true.
Brad answered your question before you asked it, Easy.
Do businesses operate the same way, Brad? If they underspend, do they just automatically try to find ways to spend it?
Well, they do stock buybacks, and they take it as profit in many cases.
Wait, businesses do this at the end of the year.
No, I said automatically.
Hold on. At the end of the year, absolutely, they fucking do this. They do this by buying new equipment, new furniture, new spaces, new land, new whatever, so that they don't have to pay as much on their fucking taxes at the end of the year. Absolutely, businesses do that.
Don't forget about stock buybacks.
Okay,
Mojo, your argument is that the corporations do the exact same thing as the government.
No, my argument was that businesses do this in that fashion. What the government is doing, what the government is doing is they're creating a budget. They're saying these are all the things that we want to do this year, and then if something comes up in the middle of the year that needs extra money, they might put it back. They might put it off until the end of the year to actually decide whether they can afford it or not. And if they can afford it at the end of the year because they've spent less money than they thought they were going to, then they'll go ahead and do it at the end of the year. They're not doing it just to make sure they get the same budget the next year. They're doing it because they have these expenses, but they don't know if they can pay for it until the end of the year.
Okay,
well, corporations do the same purchasing as the government, correct? To spend, right? The budget.
What?
For whatever reason, you just said that corporations do the same thing, where they'll spend.
I explained what corporations do. They do what they do to try and avoid taxes.
No, they don't.
Okay.
No, they don't.
Yes,
what they do.
Okay.
No. We're gonna give you the same thing, you little sleazeball. Okay, what they do.
Wait, you're gonna fucking go to hell.
They're trying to.
Damn, I don't even care if I shut down. Yeah, go ahead and tell me to shut up, Easy. Tell me to do that right now.
Do it.
I didn't tell you to shut
You
up.
were about to.
I'm gonna shut you down because it's not to save on taxes or anything like that, right? It's apparently to be able to provide the services for next year to innovate. Yep. The hell, bro? Why are you so disingenuous?
I'm just saying, if you give a corporate department a budget, they often have a list that exceeds that budget, and they spend every penny of it. And it's not so that they don't get a reduced budget the next year. It's literally the reality that they actually have more wants and needs than they have money. And the government is no different in that regard.
Do they have any desire to be efficient and have a lower, like, what would be the motivating factor to spend less?
The same as a company. A lot of times they'll actually set the budget from the top down.
Well, wait, there's profit incentive. There's no profit. The incentive for me as a business to spend less is profit, right? What is the incentive for the government to spend less?
So you have a finite amount of resources. You have an approved budget that only allocates so much money to each, like, service, for instance, or each branch or each base or whatever, like all the way down. So
you're not giving me a reason.
Yeah. So if I may, like, simply put, like, there's more things that they need than they have money. So they have to prioritize. And at the end of the year, they see if they have enough budget after these other important things to do those things.
Reason. You're not. Why would they try to come under budget? Give me one reason why a government agency would want to come under budget.
To get more stuff? What are you talking about?
Okay,
to maximize the amount of shit they get for money.
Because they actually don't have profit to know whether or not they're efficient or not. So they have to do stupid shit like this.
I don't have a ton of time. I just wanted to say one more thing. To just address Galt, I don't want to go back too far, but I actually love your guys' plan. I am totally for having enough R&D provided by the capital of insurance companies to cure cancer. I think we should cure cancer. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? Heart disease, goodbye. Wow, that would be fantastic. Let's do it. Let's do your plan. Let's actually get. Oh, right. That's how we know that they don't invest money into R&D, because if they actually did provide all the money that they were fucking getting to R&D, then we would have cancer cured by now, but we don't.
They literally
so we could have cured cancer if they actually did that, but they won't, because they need profit. So if we put that in the hands
they
of
literally
people
invest in R&D today.
The government actually has an incentive to make people healthier and live longer and cure these diseases. There's actual motivation for the government, not the insurance companies. So that's all I wanted to say.
Bro,
I like your plan.
You guys
Let's
are just politicians. You're like talking in the air. They literally invest into R&D now. I mean, if R&D is being subsidized by the government, you're like, oh, well, I will do it. I'm like, what? I thought you guys, you're just not good.
For a capitalist, you're a bad capitalist. You don't understand how capitalism works.
Capitalist?
You don't understand how it works. You claim to be a capitalist, but you don't understand how it works, apparently.
Okay.
Ash, all right.
Can we get back to the topic? So, Ash, if I run a government agency and my budget's $40 million, what would incentivize me to come $5 million under budget at the end of the year?
to get more stuff. This is so simple. I don't understand what the fucking
Why would I get more? Hold on. Why would I get more stuff if I come in under budget?
If you come in, well, it depends on why you're coming under budget. If you manage to make negotiations because you're the U.S. government, then you might have more amount to buy things because you're spending less.
You would get more stuff.
Wait,
is that how you would get more stuff?
Things. Hold on.
It's one way.
I don't want to buy more things because I want to come under budget. So again,
you don't want to come under budget. You're just coming under budget.
Okay, so I want to come under budget. What would be my incentive as a person running a government agency to come? So my budget's $40 million. Hold on, my budget $40 million. I tell my people we need to come $5 million under budget. What would be my reason to come $5 million under budget?
Well, that wouldn't happen in the way that you're saying it. Sorry, you can go ahead.
Let me explain here. So you have have a service to provide, right?
Okay.
And if you're given a budget, it's calculated differently than industry who's looking for profit incentive. You're saying, what things could I buy that would make me able to deliver the service better? That's
I didn't see that.
That's your incentive. It's
that's
different.
Cash. No, okay. So at the end of the year, I go to my government and I go to whoever the person is and I say, hey, I only spent $35 million. You gave me $40 million. What benefit do I get from that?
That money often goes. They do that. They trade interdepartmentally to allow to fund what like there's a list. It's a UFR list. The unfunded requirements list exists.
Why would I want to do that?
Galt, it happens. So they pull the money.
I'm not saying it doesn't happen. I'm asking why would I want to do it?
Because you didn't need it. Because it's not just a wasteful monster where people can arbitrarily, without accountability,
you just want us to believe in God, don't you?
No, you're saying the opposite thing. You're saying.
Why don't you just engage so I don't have to say shit like that?
Yeah. Let me just engage real quick because what Galt is saying is that they have a budget of 40 and they were able to accomplish everything they needed to accomplish with 35. That is the opposite of what is the reality. The reality is they have more needs than they have money. You understand? So they have to go down a priority list. They will never not spend the budget. But what they do is they spend throughout the course of the fiscal year or whatever the fuck it is. And they that way they can get to the end of the year and see what, because there might be some projects that are a lot more expensive than others. So you have to balance the size of the project with the cost of it, right? So there might be something that costs less that's higher priority. You don't know if you're going to have the ability to pay for that other thing later. So you hedge your bets in case there are things that you need to do later. Does that make sense?
Maybe you could debate Brad then, because Brad's saying you're wrong.
No,
no, I'm not.
Are you saying I'm wrong?
You guys should debate each other. I'll step aside. Go ahead, debate.
What I'm saying is that they often do come under budget because you can't just spend money like a sieve in the government.
Well, that's not what Ash is saying.
And they take that money and they pull it together, and there's a list of things that the government needs. You might have buildings that are costing so much in maintenance that a new building would have inevitably save you money, but you need the initial injection, the investment in a capital expenditure to renovate a building or to replace it. So they pull the money from the underspent units together, and they collectively do purchase a new building for a different unit. That happens all the time. What Rising is saying is that doesn't happen because they're going to get less next year, which is not the reality.
That's exactly
but
what
if I
Ash
spend
said.
less, do I get less next year?
That's
Hold
exactly
on.
No, you do not. That's exactly what Ash just said. By the way, they completely agreed with each other. You understand that, right?
No, they didn't.
They absolutely did. They said the exact same thing.
No.
And also, Brad, just to give a visualization, like the way that it should work is similar to how the trees in the forest work. There's this underground network that connects them, and if one of them starts doing poorly, they can transfer energy over to the other tree. That's how the government should work. They should be able to balance the needs of the society.
Now?
Yeah, it's tree science.
Well, Brad's saying it is the way it works. You're saying it should. So can you guys?
That was probably too far for Mojo. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. You're saying it should work that way.
No,
Brad's
stop.
saying
I just want to let them talk. We talked. Three of us talked before they got to say something. So I just want to.
Wait, can I ask a follow-up question?
Andrew, I just want to reconcile this really quick because Ash is saying it should work this way. Brad, you're saying it is the way it works. So which one is it?
It does. It does work.
Okay. Well, Ash disagrees with you.
Okay,
that's not true. He said it does work that way too. He said it works
does work that way, and it should.
Okay, now you're changing it.
Okay,
no, it's not.
He did.
Well, did you like have anything interesting for breakfast?
You literally did say it should. Okay, you literally said it should.
It should work that way because this is the way it does work, and it should work that way. Is exactly what he said.
Okay, that's you coming in.
Now, who's doing the semantics bullshit? Galt, you understand that Darb and Ash agree with each other. You understand that now, right, Galt?
No, I still am confused.
They said the exact same thing.
Okay, listen. If he wants to change it to he meant that's fine.
No, they said the fucking same thing.
It doesn't matter.
No, we can't. Okay,
I was literally expanding on what he was talking about.
Ash.
I was literally expanding on the intent of what I said was literally to expand on what he said. That's why they're the same.
Well,
thing.
you should
I was
be
trying to
more
give you a
clear
visualization because it is not sinking down. Is my concern for you?
Okay.
No,
Can I
English
ask an
is a language and we should use the right words.
Hold on, Rising has a question. Go ahead.
Can I ask an oversimplified question? So, all right. So, if the government doesn't just continue growing the budget each year when it's spent, if we went through, let's say, I don't know, a pandemic, a global pandemic, let's say, that attacked our most vulnerable, right? The most vulnerable on our healthcare system. Why would the Medicare budget not decrease each year during that global pandemic?
Are you
because they need to build a new building.
Wait, are you saying that because we lost 1.2?
Apparently, they have pet projects.
I guess I don't get to answer because your fucking friends here are just fucking saying stupid shit.
My question is, shut up, unaliving everybody.
My question is, are you saying that if 1.2 million Americans die because of something, that they should decrease the budget for healthcare?
Well, wouldn't that, if it was attacking the most vulnerable, wouldn't some of those most vulnerable be on Medicare? Therefore, shouldn't the budget for it the following year decrease if they didn't have to spend the money on those people to have the Medicare that year?
So you understand that when we covered, we're talking about 1.2 million people here. You understand that when the ACA was passed and we added close to 30 million people to the insurance rolls in this country, you understand that premiums are going to go up when that happens, right?
Well, no, the premium should go down because you have a larger pool. You've been telling me that socialized medicine is good because you move towards a single payer system where you have a larger group negotiating against the prices. So the price per premium should go down, so the budget should decrease with 30 million people added.
Except that there are premiums that have to be paid. And if you have $30 million and the premium is $100 per person, and you add 30 million people to a system, the premiums are going to go up, right? I mean, the amount of premiums
so socialized medicine is more expensive than private insurance.
I'm telling you that as you add people, yes, it becomes more expensive.
And where does that money come from?
As you add people, you get to negotiate on pharmaceutical prices at a lower rate because you have more people that you're asking to buy more of the product, and as you buy more product, you can get it at a lower rate. So you are conflating two different things here. You're conflating premiums You're conflating premiums with pharmaceutical prices. That's what you're doing right now.
Perfect. Lower rate for who? Because is Medicare buying it at a cheaper price from the companies producing it, or is the consumer getting it for a cheaper price?
Pharmaceutical companies, yes, Medicare gets it cheaper than an individual consumer.
Oh, perfect. Can you show me that?
I did earlier when we talked about the VA.
No, the Medicare recipient gets it for a cheaper price.
No,
but they still buy it from the company.
The VA, no, they do not. We just went through this earlier. I talked to you about the VA specifically.
Yep, you use the VA, right? What about Medicare?
We've already been through this. We've already been fucking through this.
Yep.
Why are you going back to it after you were already proven wrong?
I wasn't proven wrong.
Bullshit.
Show me on paper where they're paying for cheaper price.
It's US. I had them up on the screen earlier. I'm sorry you didn't read it, but va.gov.home is where you get it from. And yes, the Department of Veterans Affairs generally pays much less for drugs than a cash paying patient.
You're using an AI overview.
No, I just said it's va.gov. I just said it. I just said, shut up.
Take a lap.
I just said that it's the va.gov. where I got this information from. I posted it on screen earlier. We had this discussion. How the fuck don't you remember it?
Can you show where Medicare recipients pay less money for a GLP-1 drug than a private company or a cash payer?
We just did this for VA. Now you want to do it for a different government agency?
Yeah, Medicare. Show me where Medicare. GLP-1.
Will you remember if I prove it to you?
I will.
So,
because you didn't remember the whole VA thing.
No, there's a term.
The consumer.
Listen, Rising. There's the Medicaid Drug Rebate Program. It ensures the Medicaid program receives the lowest price, with a few exceptions, such as health program for veterans. So there is a program, and statistically, overall, the federal government does pay the same or lower for medications than industry.
The same or lower. Show me where they pay lower.
You can go to
the company.
amcp.org. You can go there and look, and there's a study that was done that actually shows it. The best price requirement of the Medicaid rebate program. I'm sorry that you can't find it, but it's there.
amcp.org, and it's the best price compared to what?
The best price requirement of the Medicaid rebate program.
So they pay the lowest price of any private insurance company, right?
Yeah, so with few exceptions.
All right, but that's what the best price means, right?
Yep.
So they pay the same as the best price that company gives out.
It says the same or receives the lowest price. Lowest.
Okay, so theoretically, based on what you're saying,
here's the source.
A private company would get the same price as the Medicare.
Here's the source. What you know about the balance model for GLP-1s and Medicare and Medicaid and the Medicare GLP-1 bridge. If you look at this KFF article, it tells you that that Medicare, you do get GLP-1s at a lower price through Medicare and Medicaid than you do as an individual purchaser.
But so the purchaser gets it for a cheaper price, correct? The consumer?
The consumer gets it for a cheaper price, and Medicaid gets it for a cheaper price.
It's
and Medicaid gets it at a cheaper price than the individual consumer going in without Medicaid.
Okay, so the company is receiving less for that drug from Medicare and consumer.
Yes.
All right.
Let me read the article. Fuck. How do you keep saying the
Hold
same
on one second. Let me screenshot it.
Rising, I think part of it too to understand is I get all my medication through the VA, and I pay $0 in copay. So the purchaser is the government for the VA, for instance.
Yeah. So
that's not what he's saying.
The government's paying the same price to the pharmaceutical company. That's my point.
Or lower.
Okay, he's saying or lower. Show me where they pay the or lower part.
Okay, he just wants to check it. It's obviously not the end consumer or whatever. Like what ends up going back.
I mean, I don't know how else to tell him. I told him the program that insures it. And actually, the study that shows that they pay, and I gave him the .org.
What is the name of the study?
You can go to amcp.org. And
what is the name of the study, though?
The best price requirement of the Medicaid rebate program.
Okay, but hold on. That still wouldn't meet what he's saying. He's saying that when it comes to the total kickbacks that go back to, because ultimately you guys are arguing for the cost, all right? So we're going to sell it for cost. So the kickback that goes back to those insurance companies, okay, that still has the original cost that's available to these private companies. It's just being subsidized. This is what he's saying.
No, it's not. They're paying less. The government pays less for medication than a hospital does.
Okay,
this
in all cases, he's saying that it's either the low. He's saying that it meets the lowest cost.
Easy. If you buy 1 million cars, you're going to pay less for those 1 million cars per unit than you will if you buy one car. Yes,
okay,
that is a fact.
No, you're talking about, and you're applying economies of scale. It's not the case, all right, that you're going to just have bulk pricing discounts. Like at a volume, there's going to be a threshold.
Volume discount. I'm sorry, but volume discounts exist in every purchase.
There's a threshold, right?
I don't know what's
not going to be infinitely the case, because if that were the case, right, you can somehow push past the cost, right? There's an inflection point, even in economies of scale. Plus, if you get too big,
there always has to
then
be some.
yeah.
Sure, always has to be some sort of profit, but it's always going to be cheaper. It's always going to be cheaper to buy in bulk. Always.
Well, you also like acknowledge that if you get too big, right, economies of scale, it works the other way. Right?
Irrelevant.
Like it can be inefficient.
Irrelevant.
But this is the point that you're making.
It's still cheaper to buy more than one than it is to buy one. Period.
I disagree. The inefficiency argument is disproven by the countries that have a monopoly and negotiate a better rate than we get here domestically. The inefficiency argument is disproven.
They negotiate? I don't know if they negotiate anything. They dictate, right?
Like a child walking into a conversation. You're out of your element, Donnie.
What the fuck are you on about, bro? Like,
I just don't understand.
The Big Lebowski reference.
Sure.
Come on, have you not seen The Big Lebowski?
You're saying it's inefficient, and I'm telling you, in practice, right now, the NHS pays less for medication, and so does Singapore and Taiwan, the same medication that we buy domestically, and they use their monopoly system, and they pay less. So it is not inefficient because they're saving money. How is that
pay less compared to what? The highest price, whatever, insurance? And by the way, this only applies, you couldn't even know this, this only applies to providers that accept Medicaid to begin with, because that would be in the contract. Some people don't even give a fuck about Medicaid, and they have their own like subscription model that could be classified within like insurance, and it's lower price. Like the fuck, it only applies insofar as they're able to like keep them accountable towards the standards of Medicaid, right? If they don't want to, providers are like, fuck you guys. You guys are too costly with your bureaucratic shit. They can have lower prices.
You guys talk about how you love capitalism, but don't understand economies of scale. Don't understand volume purchasing, bulk purchasing. I don't understand how you can't understand this. I
already told you that. I'm the one that brought it up.
Deficit earlier. What do you expect?
Oh, I guess that's true. That's true. That's true. Shit, that's true.
Wait. You believe that you can infinitely get lower costs?
Wait, hold on.
If you have it.
See, if you're going to throw a shot, I think I need to respond to it. No?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I showed you on my screen how some people, right, use that phrase interchangeably, right? So although I agree with you, deficit spending, people do use that phrase. That's why I was asking, right? I was asking for clarification from the group, and then you tried to get me into some gotcha question.
No, you got got. You got got.
Wait,
can I move this along, please?
He got.
There's going to be 3 TikTok videos made about this, 2 AI songs. Let it go, man.
I'm going to write a book. I'm going to publish a book about it.
I would let it go, but you had to bring it up to maybe throw some sort of shade.
It was funny.
It was fun.
So Mojo, can you tell me, can you infinitely lower costs if you like continue to just like expand by economies of scale?
Do you remember you asked me this question before?
Well, you didn't answer, did you?
I did answer.
You're like sort of asserting that we don't know what we're talking about, right?
Easy, you made an assertion.
So there's an inflection point?
Am I wrong, Easy?
Is there?
We've already been through this. Easy.
Okay.
Damn it.
If it's the case, all right, it could be that they're already at their lowest cost.
No, they're not. Because Singapore...
really? So then tell me why.
I'll explain why. So Singapore generally pays significantly less for medications than the U.S. government. Across both
Who cares? That's Singapore.
Wait, stop.
Across both brand name and generic prescription drugs, U.S. prices are frequently nearly 3 times higher than the average seen in peer nations, including those managed by U.S. government programs like Medicare. So your claim is that economies of scale get so big that they get so inefficient that it offsets the economy of scale. That is disproven, as entire countries pay less than our entire country does. Yes.
So you're making the argument that you can just continue to lower costs.
That's not what he
said. As you continue to grow in size. Just answer it. Just answer it.
No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Okay. Is that from that principle, Darb, that you draw that?
For pharmaceuticals, if you have a larger market, for people to enter that market and participate, they will take less profit because they get a
as a principle.
Yes.
As a principle.
Yes.
Okay. See, this is why Mojo, you're funny as shit. Your people don't understand economies of scale.
No, you don't understand it.
Clown.
You don't understand what he just said. You don't understand what he just said. because Singapore can still buy it at a cheaper rate than we do, then we have not reached the cap of economies of scale.
Trying to save him.
What did I just say?
asked him as a principal.
What did I just say?
I said as a principal, right?
What did I just say?
You said something that was unrelated to what I asked.
No, this is exactly related to what
I
Brad
asked
said.
him as a
Because
principal.
this is exactly. Wait, stop. This is exactly what Brad said. I'm sorry that you weren't listening to what Brad said. But what Brad said, again, was that Singapore pays less than the United States, so we have not reached the cap of economies of scale yet.
So okay, Darb, do you believe that there's a cap to economies of scale?
It doesn't turn into inefficiency like you stated.
Hold on. Do you believe there's a cap?
There's an equilibrium. There's an equilibrium.
There is an equilibrium. So, like, it's not the case that you could just grow and just have like all market share and you'll continue.
Nobody disagrees with you. Nobody disagrees that they're not going to sell the product at a cost. Nobody disagrees with that statement.
Thank you.
But that has nothing to do with the discussion. That has nothing to do with the discussion. The fact remains that countries can still buy products cheaper if they pool their resources. Then an individual can buy a product. That's just a reality.
Okay, nobody's buying an individual product. What do you mean?
But
the insurance companies,
because
right?
Phoenix dude down here was saying exactly that the person that's buying an individual buying a fucking product can get it cheaper or the same price as a government buying the product, and that's a fucking idiotic statement.
I gave you the example for that. Like, let's say if there's a provider that rejects all of the overhead associated with like the regulations of Medicaid, they're like, okay, I'm not going to provide it. They have a lower cost, so they don't have to extend that onto the consumer. You are what are you going to say? There's no administration to this?
I'm going to say that you're saying nothing related to the conversation whatsoever.
I think you're running away.
Yeah, because I don't want to.
What do you mean?
I don't want to chase you down your rabbit hole that has nothing to do with
okay,
this
all right.
So the CBO says it is generally much cheaper to provide healthcare through Medicaid than through private insurance for a comparable demographic. So what the fuck are you saying, Easy? I thought it was going to be cheaper if they weren't doing Medicaid. Explain yourself. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Yeah. So if they're not doing Medicaid, right? Do they have the cost to manage everything that Medicaid requires?
It's not cheaper.
I said, do they have that overhead? Just listen. Do they have that overhead?
CBO.
I don't care what CBO said. Listen to what I'm saying.
Studies. Let's
if
dismiss
they do,
all
okay,
the
I don't
facts.
care for that. Okay, I don't care for that.
Listen to what I'm saying.
saying.
To dismiss facts so he can make a claim.
Dismiss facts.
He runs away from every fucking claim he makes here, and he just moves on.
You haven't answered what I said.
Medicaid costs 22% less.
Medicaid costs 22% less. Okay, great. Is there a cost to like I don't know, stay in line with the regulations associated with Medicaid? Yes or no?
It apparently is offset by the cheaper care.
It's offset by what? They're getting it at cost. Remember,
Medicare is more. No.
Uh-huh.
Maybe the individual provider doesn't make as much money. Maybe the capitalist portion of the healthcare doesn't get as much take home. But Medicaid costs 22% less. So it's $6,052 for a person on Medicaid, and the same person on private insurance is $7,752.
I'm not talking about for the consumer, buddy.
Why?
Because you're not sticking to the conversation.
And you keep going between Medicare and Medicaid. You're confusing the fuck out of me.
Oh, I'm on Medicaid. Still.
You're on something.
But you said Medicare a couple
I'm
times.
sorry. I misspoke. I'm on Medicaid.
No, that's fine. I just
still.
want to make sure we're on. Okay, so Medicaid.
Medicaid's costs per beneficiary are substantially lower than private insurance and have been growing more slowly than per beneficiary costs under private employer coverage. I don't know. Easy, you said if they got rid of the regulations it'd be cheaper. I disprove that. Have a good day.
You didn't disprove shit. You ran away.
Why isn't it cheaper?
Consumer. I'm talking about the negotiating power, okay, of like whoever purchases these pharmaceuticals, for example.
Wait, are you talking about insurance companies?
I'm talking about the providers, right? The providers have to do business with these insurance companies. They have to do business with like Medicaid.
So you're talking about the insurance company. You're not talking about a provider at this
time. Yeah, I am talking about a provider.
Medicaid, by the way.
You're not talking about the hospital. We're not talking about hospitals.
Brad, who manages?
We're not talking about doctors. No, you're not.
I am.
No, you're not.
About insurance companies. You're confusing insurance companies and providers. Providers are not the insurance company. That's the hospital.
Duh. They have to. Listen. A provider, right? A provider as consumers, if they want to get paid out by Medicaid, right, then they have to follow certain regulations established by Medicaid, correct?
But even when they do that, it ends up being cheaper. It's
so you're
22% less to provide.
But it's cheaper.
Look,
but it's cheaper because you're getting. That's like saying it's cheaper when I go to McDonald's, bro.
Can I just ask Master Mojo a question since I'm just the dumb Republican?
But it's for the same care. Is this?
I never called you stupid.
Hold on.
This is Galt. This is for the same care. This is saying to provide.
I don't understand how you guys are like denying this. Okay, your point ultimately. Okay, listen. I just want a statement, and I'm just gonna put a statement in if you don't mind. Okay, you guys, we can meet you with the statement that, okay, if you get rid of profit, let's say there's 4% profit, then sure, perhaps there could be like a 4% reduction. You're also going to include like whatever buying, purchasing power, like bulk. If that's the case, then you should also acknowledge that there's a cost to administratively adhere to regulations. If you remove those regulations, then the cost, all right, the bottom line, overhead goes down.
That's dumb because you're implying that private companies or that public companies don't have regulations, which they do. So they have regulations, their negotiating power, their everything. When you put it all in a basket, for the same care, Galt, that is what that is what it said. For the same care for the same individual, it is 22% less across the board for somebody on Medicaid than it is for somebody with their employer provided health insurance.
Okay, you guys hold on 1 second. Just 1 second. I don't want to interrupt conversation, but Rising is barely speaking and he wanted to get in at some point. So please finish up this conversation and then let Rising go next, please.
Yeah, sure. So Brad, you mean to tell me that when I go to the doctor for Medicaid, that Medicaid doesn't restrict the amount of time I can spend with the doctor, where an insurance company may not restrict it the same way, or a cash payer who, let's say, goes to the doctor and just pays the doctor cash, who's not on Medicaid? You're saying all those people combined are getting the same care?
You're saying that exists, that there's an unlimited amount of doctor time through public insurance companies?
No, you're not addressing
that. Doesn't exist.
Unlimited.
You're running,
you're
bro.
comparing a fantasy to reality. That's
you're running. You're running.
Listen,
Go.
the data that you have.
Stop, easy, go. You guys have to let him finish his statement.
He's not addressing anything.
Just stop yelling over. What the fuck?
Can you tell him to address what I just said?
I don't even know what you just said. I don't really care.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Here you go, Mojo.
You can't address it because he's comparing reality to just some fantasy that they're making up.
Okay.
We're trying to fill, bro.
Ash,
we're trying to fill, bro.
Ash, 1 second. This isn't a fill, bro.
Ash.
All right.
If I could just state.
No, you can't, because Galt was going to ask the question again.
And guys, also let Rising get in there at some point, please. But Galt, go ahead.
So I acknowledge private insurance also has set time frames. So does Medicaid. Are you making the claim that the 3 different ways I can go to the doctor, cash payment, insurance private, and Medicaid, that the amount of time I'm going to spend with the doctor is always the same for all 3 of those scenarios?
I will tell you that this study covers that to a point. It says that the places that expanded Medicaid had 19,200 lives saved in the states that did, and the ones that didn't had 15,600 lives lost in the non-expansion states. So, like, cumulative impact on mortality among older adults. So, from the perspective that we care about human life, the outcome are more people going to live under Medicaid than they would under private or under public insurance. The answer is yes.
Okay.
So, for whatever you're saying, they don't get as long with the doctor, but they still, more people get to be alive if we have Medicaid for all than they do with public insurance.
Okay, but you acknowledge though that there's still a difference in what you're going to receive.
No, I don't know what these limits are, because I've had socialized medicine for 21 years now through the government. I don't know what these limits are. I can go to the doctor.
You're not on Medicaid, dog.
Wait, I'm confused, Galt. Are you saying that you don't get to see a doctor for as long? Is that what you're saying, really?
No, I'm saying that if we're talking about quality of care, that you could have doctors that don't take Medicare who are better doctors because they want to see their patients longer and they're restricted. I'm also saying,
longer. What do you mean longer? That's why I said, are you saying doctors see patients for a shorter period of time?
Okay, I'll give you an example.
No, I asked you a question. I don't want an example. I want an answer.
Yeah, that Medicaid limits the amount of time doctors can spend with their patients.
Okay, can you prove that?
I don't think.
Yeah, CPT codes. What do you mean? Like,
the codes have nothing to do with the amount of. I'm sorry, codes have nothing to do with the amount of time a doctor spends with a patient. Can you prove that doctors spend less time with patients?
I'm not saying they spend less time. Oh, you're not getting the point here.
You're right. I'm not getting the point. That's why I'm asking you questions.
So do you agree? And maybe somebody else in the panel can help out here. Do you not agree that Medicaid sets limits for how long doctors can spend?
I have no idea. Prove to me that they do.
Yeah, it's within the CPT codes.
Yeah,
I don't know why it would have anything to do with the code.
45. Look, you cannot ask for an explanation and then
show it. Then show it.
Okay.
Pull it up on the screen.
All right.
Show that.
I will.
Show that. Wait.
This is like common knowledge.
Stop.
I don't know why I have to
it is not common knowledge. Show that. God damn it.
Can I hop in real quick?
All right, I'll shut up.
Sorry.
Can I just finish? What up?
Guys, we have way too many people talking all at once. Sammy, I know you just got on up here. I don't know if you've been in here, but it's just been like a constant interruption. So we're just trying to let this conversation finish up, and then I'm going to let Rising go because Rising and Doc.
Can I just finish what I was saying to you guys?
No, you
and
can't.
Then Rising.
No, you can't. No, you can't. Ryzen, I think, wanted to go back to something I said, so that would be a change of subject.
Well,
but wait, hold on. I think Sammy and Doc came up to address the exact same thing I was talking about. So I would say one of you or both of you guys say what you need to say.
And Rising, thank you for your patience.
I was going to say,
I don't need to hang. Oh, go ahead.
Doc can go ahead because he actually bills for the CPT codes. Okay, yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, I work in a clinic. I work directly with providers that actually are predominant billing for Medicaid. They do not limit the time. The CPT codes are just how much time that they actually spend. It's actually encouraged for Medicaid patients to have as much time with the provider as possible because there's better outcomes when the doctor spends more times. Whereas we also bill for commercial insurance, and those appointments tend to be less, simply not because it's dictated, but because the reimbursement on commercial pay plans is so small that our docs are forced into quantity over quality. That's basically all I would say. No insurance company is determining how much time a doctor spends. It's basically the billing outcomes.
It's incentivized in order for you to actually get that, right? You have to justify it, not simply just say that, okay, X amount of time you've spent here. And be like, oh, okay, I need to justify this in order to meet the regulatory standard defined under CPT codes. If you're one second. If all right, just pay attention. If I don't have those regulate, hold on.
There was no reason for you to say just pay attention. No reason at all.
Okay, all right. I'll apologize to the universe.
No. You apologize to Doc. You apologize to Doc.
Okay, I'll apologize to God, which will go down to Doc, I guess.
No.
Right.
No.
It's not that big of a deal.
Easy. If I was an asshole to you, thank you.
I don't understand why you have to throw that fucking thing in there. That makes no sense.
But I'd be just curious, do you know how they determine the time that they spend with a patient?
Easy 5-minute lap.
No, I'm sorry, I brought him up.
That's all right.
That was me.
Do you mind?
I
apologize to you, Doc.
I don't even necessarily care about apology. I'm just asking you not to do shit like that. There's no reason to.
Okay, sorry, I just got cut off. There you go. That's my sorry to you, Doc.
Okay, thank you. Now we can move on.
Man who cuts off. All right,
thank you.
So simply, okay, if they do not have the CPT codes, the regulation to deal with, right, then there is no incentive for them to like hurry it up, right, like that. If they need the care, then they would provide it. They have to justify it, right, to meet the CPT code standards. Right?
The basis to get a CPT code coverage is review of systems. A doctor just has to chart that they reviewed systems, and those systems are taken by a certain amount of time. So if a doctor put in there that they reviewed stomach, head, neuro, musculoskeletal, those all add up to a certain amount of time. So it can be done in 5 minutes. They can just quickly go through and put all normals, or in a Medicaid appointment where I tend to see a lot more times where the review systems actually show abnormalities, they can end up spending anywhere between 20 and 30 minutes in an appointment. So
I understand this. All I'm saying is that if they did not have the CPT codes there, okay, then they wouldn't need to justify, all right, why they need to spend more time. If they are like needing to do things that are outside of, let's say, this CPT standard or whatever, and they have like this overlooming thing that they might not get paid out on, all right, then they won't do it. They're incentivized otherwise. This is just a simple thing. And then the other thing about DARB is that your study, right?
Wait, stop.
It did
No. You are not going to address something else. Sammy, go ahead.
What?
No, easy. Are you confusing ICD-10 codes and CPT codes?
No, I'm not. The incentive is still there. If you remove CPT codes, okay, this is just going to be principally fact of the matter. You don't have to justify. And unless we're going to say that providers are just a bunch of fraudsters here, I mean, they would probably want to provide the care that people need, right?
But you're living
did you
in a
not
land.
hear what Doc said, though?
But
I
that's
heard
the
what he
part
said.
I'm confused about this entire line of questioning is because you're implying that public insurance companies don't need to, they don't require doctors to account for what they did in order to get paid, and that only the government does.
No,
I don't care for that. I didn't say that.
And that's not even the core claim.
But how are you going to remove the codes then?
Hold on, Brad. Your claim was that the care is the same.
Because it is. They priced chemo to chemo. They priced care to care.
I'm not talking about price. I'm talking about the level of care.
It is the same.
Okay. So then why do certain doctors not accept Medicaid?
Because they get paid less individually as a doctor.
No, because they don't want to have to deal with the regulations and to justify it. Like, what? This is why we went through what we went through with Doc.
Wait, so if all the good doctors don't want to accept Medicaid, then how are the people who are on Medicaid seeing good doctors?
So let me give you an example of why you would work for the government instead of otherwise is you don't carry malpractice insurance when you work for the government. So there's a cost right there that you don't have to pay out of pocket when you work for the government. You're insured by the government as a whole. So if you don't want to deal with that, right? Or if you don't want to run a private practice, you would just join a practice. If there's a hospital in your area that's government run, you may just work there because it's in a good location where you and your family grow up. Like it is not all capitalist driven. People who are doctors want to treat patients, and you're denying that somehow.
I'm not denying it. What are you talking about? How am I denying it?
Doctors make more to charge directly than they get paid from Medicaid or Medicare. So that's why
that's not the case. Okay, that's not. So this is why, and you guys want to cut me off. The study that you brought up, it is not comparing against places that don't offer Medicaid. What it does is they still have to, because they still offer Medicaid, right? The hospitals themselves, they still have to follow those regulatory standards. So that overhead is still there. And then they're comparing it against like these private insurance companies. Obviously, this doesn't follow what I said, is that you would have less of an administrative cost if you didn't have to adhere to the regulations that like Medicaid sets for you. And if you don't follow that, then you just won't be able to offer Medicaid.
Medicaid and Medicare are both cheaper than public insurance, period.
You're just dealing with what I said.
The outcomes are similar. I don't know.
Medicare is not cheaper than private insurance. What are you talking about?
It is, and the other for equal demographics, it is. Yeah, because the problem is when people get old, they age into the government system where they're the most expensive, and they get kicked off of the public system because they don't want to pay for it. And it's
okay, so let's say I'm 68 and I work for my employer and I get private insurance, and I decline Medicare. Let's just say I'm crazy. I guess explain that to me, why it would be cheaper.
What?
Yeah, it's a very simple question. So if I'm 68 and let's say I choose not to take Medicare and I stay on my private insurance through my employer, why would my rate go up? What if I'm...
Are you saying your rate would go up staying on the private?
Well, the rate could go up going to Medicare potentially. Yes.
Right.
There's still a premium for Medicare. Am I wrong?
They're supplemental plans. They're not full coverage generally. They're supplemental plans. And when you listen, and when you have,
you still have to pay a premium.
Please let me finish.
Right?
Let me finish. The reason that it appears to be more expensive is you're comparing a pool of insured people that includes people in their 20s to one that is exclusively for people that have super high health issues or are an aged population.
Maybe. But those people that are in their 20s aren't like sick. Maybe they have diabetes. Maybe they're sicker than the old people.
It's just Jesus. Maybe you're wrong. How about that? That's insane.
Listen.
That a 20-year-old, a group of 20-year-olds costs more than a group of 65-plus-year-olds is insane. Gold. Stop.
Why? Maybe it's not.
It is. It's factually
okay. Listen, if we can acknowledge that, if you don't have profit, let's say, like in this vacuum, you don't have profit, right? You could reduce the cost. I think it's very simple to just say if you didn't have the administrative overhead, there would be a reduction in cost too. And so the nuance that you want to bring in, okay, is the same. Which when we counter your whole thing about, okay, we could reduce costs if we get rid of profits. Right?
I think
so. Can you at least lead us? Like, if there's an administrative regulation, something that you need to adhere to, there's cost associated with that. What?
Easy, perfect transition. Mojo, the source that you gave me before. If you go down below Figure 3 on that source, the paragraph reads, manufacturers have agreed to provide eligible GLP-1s under the bridge program at a net price of $245 per month supply. When participating beneficiaries fill a prescription for one of these drugs, pharmacies will collect the $50 copay and submit claims to a central processor for reimbursement. Pharmacies will be reimbursed by CMS at no lower than the wholesale acquisition cost of the drug, less the beneficiary copay, plus a dispensing fee and, as applicable, sales tax. Manufacturers will then owe money back to CMS for the difference between the wholesale acquisition cost and the negotiated $245 net price. Therefore, it is not less for Medicare to purchase one of these than the free market. In fact, we've added cost to the healthcare industry by having more government jobs at CMS, more regulations, and more rebates. And even compounding that,
it is cheaper for
minimum price of the drug.
It is. He's
No, he's wrong.
Wait,
okay. You guys apparently were wrong. This is your source.
I'm gonna boot your ass, you dumbass. Fuck, easy.
Stop
fucking
Medicare doesn't.
Yourself in other shit.
Medicare, all Part D Medicare plans are private.
With Medicaid coverage, if the medication is approved for or covered use, typically type 2 diabetes, your copays are usually just a few dollars to $0. Even for weight loss indications, which are only about 30 states cover, copays are heavily subsidized compared to the retail prices. Out-of-pocket costs for GLP-1s like Wegovy, Ozempic, or whatever, can range from $1,000 to $1,300 per month. Direct-to-consumer manufacturing platforms such as Trump RX or wholesale discount services can bring the cash price down to roughly $245 to $350 per month. So instead of paying a few dollars to $0, the consumer would pay $245 to $350 per month, which is out-of-pocket costs for the consumer at quite a bit higher, and out-of-pocket costs for the taxpayer at quite a bit higher or quite a bit lower as well. Same time.
Okay, my point before was that the manufacturer is still getting the same amount of dollars. It's just one is subsidized through tax dollars and one is not. I'm going to
tell you that it's not. I'm going to tell you that it's not because you are incorrect when you say
it is the same.
No, it's not. It doesn't literally say that. As a matter of fact, it adds costs on top of the cost that the individual purchasing the product has to pay as well. There are costs on top of that. I don't know if you're looking through the private portion of it, the private insurance portion of it, but your specific claim was for individuals walking in without any insurance. That was your claim.
I claimed that an individual walking in with either private insurance
No, you said
or
without
cash
insurance. You said with
pays
cash
the
only.
same amount to the manufacturer.
You are incorrect. You
At the
said
end,
cash
the
only.
total price to the manufacturer is the same price as a Medicare recipient.
You said
I never
cash.
talked about the end consumer.
You said cash only, and if you're talking about subsidies, so Trump RX or Good RX, those are going to be subsidies as well.
I don't think he said cash, honestly.
My claim, Mojo, my claim, to be very specific, my claim is Medicare is socialized medicine. Why are they not getting the cost to the manufacturer down?
They are.
They're not.
The
manufacturer is getting the exact same dollar amount through a cash buyer.
They are getting it at a wholesale price. You even said so in what you just read. They're getting it at a wholesale price.
Your source backs my claim up, not yours. You have
yes, it does.
Source that backs your claim up.
My source
Go ahead, pull it up, put it on the big screen for the whole class to see.
My source said that they're getting it at a wholesale price.
They're getting. It does not. Read the paragraph.
It does too. You just read it.
Yes, it says that the manufacturer reimburses the pharmacy is reimbursed for the full price, the wholesale acquisition cost.
There you go.
They get it for the same price, the $1,100.
There you go. The wholesale price is what Medicaid's getting it at. The wholesale price. That means
pharmacies will be reimbursed by CMS at no lower than the wholesale acquisition cost of the drug, less the beneficiary copay, the $50, plus a dispensing fee, and as applicable, a sales tax. So you're right. Fees are added on top of it when you go through Medicare. So you're right.
No,
the cash payer is actually paying less.
No, the cash payer is not paying less. The cash payer is paying more, according to the article.
You're right. Well, because according to the article, it literally says.
I'm sorry, but you read off as the exact opposite of what you're saying right now.
No lower than the wholesale acquisition cost.
I am sorry, but what you're saying right now is the exact opposite of what you read off. Okay, we can move on because I'm sick of this shit. Fuck.
Read it. Put it up.
I did read it. You just read it, and now you're trying to explain it.
It's right
now.
You're
trying to explain it a different way than you read it.
I'm literally reading the same sentence over and over to you.
And you were trying to explain it in the exact opposite way.
Let everybody see that it's more.
Fuck.
Galt, do you want to answer to your 68-year-old?
My what?
Your 68-year-old person that chose to stay on private insurance at their employer.
No, I was just being you don't have to answer. I was being a buck.
For the libertarian position, are you guys for the individual mandate or against it?
Or about roads and age of consent. That's a good question.
What's that?
We can't hear you. God, we can't hear you.
I thought you were going to ask us about our blue balls, age of consent, and roads.
Still can't hear you.
He was just cracking a joke. What do you mean, individual mandate?
It doesn't matter.
Do you think people should legally be required to purchase insurance? All of them.
Galt, we can't hear you. I don't care if you're cracking a joke or not. We can't hear you. Take the phone out of your mouth. Not really.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, it's better now. It's better.
It's not. It's super quiet.
I'll drink that. I'll come back.
I can hear what you're saying, but if anybody else is talking, nobody will even know that you're talking.
He's soft-spoken.
No, he's not.
Okay, I'm just breaking the ice here, buddy.
Oh, fuck, you were obnoxious. No, you're like super quiet.
Can you hear me now, Mojo?
Oh, yes, that's better. Much better. Whatever you just did there.
The ASMR.
So what about our blue balls, Beard? What were you asking us?
He's
individual
mandates.
Beard strokes.
So are you saying that you're for the individual mandate or against it? I didn't catch that.
No, I would not be for it.
So how would you address the issue that comes up with that in terms of are you familiar with the adverse selection hypothesis in terms of whenever there's an asymmetric understanding of the product that's being sold between the buyer and the seller, this leads to a lemon market. How do you address that issue? Or if you don't know what that issue is, I can explain further.
Are you just saying that if some people choose not to get healthcare, we should force them to because it's going to create this problem?
Yeah, so basically the classic example is like used cars,
Well,
right?
I can answer your question. I don't need an explanation. I understand what you're saying now.
Go for it. Yeah, if there was a discrepancy,
So
I'll tell you.
I don't care if people choose not to get insurance.
Do you accept that the consequence of that is going to be that premiums will skyrocket for people?
No, I don't.
Explain how it won't.
Because if I just don't have insurance, then I shouldn't receive care, or I could pay cash out of pocket. So I reject the premise of your question.
Yeah, but you realize
I'm saying the people inside the pool of people who are insured are going to have their insurance premiums go up. Is that not?
No, why would it be the case?
Beard, I'm going to move you. So request back up, Beard.
Why would that be the case?
If healthy people aren't in the pool, only sick people
Beard, come back.
That's how.
Why?
Because
Beard, come back up.
I got him. Yeah, the reason for that is this, right? There's gonna be people who just don't want to pay whenever they feel healthy enough, right? So there's gonna be less healthy people to subsidize the unhealthy people in the insurance pool, and then you're gonna have an increase in quote unquote lemons in the market, people who cost much more money to render insurance for, and so it's gonna skew out of control, and the insurance kind of system will collapse. No.
Why would it collapse?
Because at some point it'll be untenable. The prices will be so expensive for the sick people in the pool who really need it, are going to not have other non-sick people who are going to pay into it and not get some sort of a return from it. When you throw that off balance, it'll just keep going up until it'll just be fundamentally unaffordable for almost everybody in it.
Well, then the insurance company would just go out of business, right?
Yeah, exactly. So then for an insurance company to work and to be in business, just like we have car insurance that is, required legally for you to have car insurance to drive a car, why is it so bad for us to legally require people to have health insurance?
Should we require people who don't drive cars to have car insurance?
No, you should require it whenever they drive cars.
No, I'm asking you though, but should you include people that are non-drivers to also pay in?
No, I told you no, people who are drivers.
Okay, and when those people decide to become drivers, what do they have to do? They have to pay a higher premium, right?
When people who weren't driving decide to drive, they have to pay a higher premium?
Yeah, when they're a new customer to the insurance company, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, sure, like their risk profile, you're saying their risk profile is higher because they're new and they don't have experience. Okay, sure.
So if health insurance was allowed to operate in the same fashion, then you would see people who decide not to get health insurance, and then let's say they get sick and they decide to go to be a participant, or maybe they decide to do it at a later age in life. They would just have to pay a higher premium, no?
Yeah, but again, this is completely supporting my point here. So if you decide to get sick, you decide to get insurance only when you get sick, right? The insurance company's not stupid. They're going to calculate the risk, and it's going to be a higher risk, and you're going to have to pay a very, very high premium. It's more sensible, right? It's more sensible to have a large pool of people paying into it because we all want to have a healthy society. They all pay into it, and then so inevitably people who are healthier are going to pay into it.
Well, you're assuming what I want. You're assuming what I want.
How am I assuming what you want? What do you want?
Yeah, I want people to be able to pay for things and have moral hazard. And if you don't cover, so like this would be the argument, right? Like, if somebody crashes their car and they don't have insurance, then society should just pay for it because they decided not to have insurance. Maybe they didn't have full coverage, like they just had liability. Therefore, everybody should just pay for that person. I don't believe that. I believe people should buy things and face moral hazard, right? Like I disagree with that.
I'm saying it's a form of market manipulation, right? I accept all of that, right? But some forms of market manipulation are good. I'm saying in the case whenever you have insurance, it's just good because whenever you're driving and if somebody's gonna bump into you, crash their car into you, and they don't have any insurance and you're gonna be screwed over, that's a bad thing. So when do you feel us requiring car insurance for anybody who's driving is a bad thing? Do you think the results of that are bad?
Yeah, I do think it's bad. And in fact, why wouldn't you require insurance for the child in the car if there's a parent? Like, should society have to bear the cost of the child, or should we force people to have insurance policies on their children? Like, you could keep extending this in society for.
I mean, you can extend things. Sure, I don't think it ultimately matters that much. Did you cover the child or not? I think
why? What's more expensive, the child or the car?
Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah. So the reason is basically you need to have some sort of a reasonable amount of money that people can pay every month and have some sort of coverage to manage the risk of driving a car that's imposed on society, right? So suppose if that number needs to be higher or whatever, and they implemented some sort of a thing where, hey, look, whenever you're driving with your family, the cost you are imposing on the system is way higher, then yeah, you should be required to spend more. But it seems to me that it's a negligible difference, so people don't do that, perhaps to entice more customers.
Yeah, so then I think people should pay more into society when they have children.
They do pay more when they have children. Generally,
no, I'm saying they should have life insurance. They should have life insurance for their kids so that if they get into this car accident that you're talking about, like what's going to cost society more?
I mean,
why do you keep cutting me off?
Look, you have. Oh, I was trying to address the life insurance. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, why advocate for car insurance then? Why not just say, shouldn't life insurance be mandated to every parent who has a kid?
I think car accidents that are happening in society are a much more regular problem that's happening that people can benefit from, and so requiring is. I think you can have some sort of a life insurance thing, sure, but I'm saying our society doesn't seem to be. Yeah, sure. I'm saying when I look around in our society, there aren't a bunch of situations where I see like, look, these the system is not taking care of people who have a tragic accident with one of their parents sufficiently enough. And I guess like sure, if that was the case, then I would say yeah, I'm okay with contributing so these people are taken care of.
Let's also mandate that when somebody has a kid, that the father has to get insurance in case there's a divorce, that this insurance premium pays for the kid to live. So
we already addressed that with mandatory alimony and child support payments.
No, that's not the case because most men don't pay into that, so we don't address it.
Well, again, I think addressing that in that way or having the foster care system, whatever things.
No, every man has to pay. Yeah, like whether you're married or you're not married.
We can keep.
You have to subsidize that. It's for a better society.
This is boring.
Yeah, you can make a slippery slope argument all day long.
Okay, this was his principle. I mean, he was basing it off of that.
Yeah,
we're just taking it to the logical end. I mean, come up with a better argument.
I think you can make a slippery slope argument all day long. The logical end doesn't mean you have to exercise a certain principle in every single case scenario. You just have to kind of weigh the pros and cons of.
Okay, so tell me why we should do this. Policy. Why should we do this?
Do what? Do what?
Why should we do this?
For the healthcare.
In the interest of what? Yeah. Why should we mandate that?
For the healthcare system. For the healthcare system, it seems that our society has a bunch of uninsured people. We have.
Yeah, we have homeless kids too. What's your point?
I got cut off my phone call. I'm saying we seem to have a lot of uninsured people. We have a huge cost being imposed on our society by how many people are uninsured, and I think in terms of looking at it with other developed countries and how they run their healthcare system, I think with them having some sort of mandatory contribution to try to erect a system that perhaps you can make the argument that it's reasonable that it's lower output than certain private insurances that other people get. But the fact is, do you want to take care of all these people, or do you want to have some sort of this social Darwinism? And if you're too poor, you can go ahead and go die in the streets, like I don't know, like I just think most people don't want to see the world look like that.
Yeah, well, nobody is saying die on the streets. I don't know how you even got to that. The point is like
no, but what happens in your ideal system for a poor person who can't afford the huge premiums and they can't afford healthcare in the libertarian utopia? What happens to these people? Don't they just die in the streets?
no, they don't die on the streets. They sell their labor.
Yeah, they sell their labor, and their labor doesn't get them enough money to get health insurance under this type of system. So then what happens?
Oh, really? I mean, it's under the libertarian system. You have to operate under free market principles. I mean, the cost is such that it's very low, and so labor is able to support healthcare. I don't know. You haven't really
free markets are great. I don't have any problem with free markets.
I know they're great.
There's a distinction between what they can do and what they can't do. I think you guys are using this as a magical solution.
No, it's not a magical sauce. It's to drive down cost such that you could exchange your labor. You could exchange.
You guys are obnoxious. Sammy, go ahead. I'm bored.
Holy frat.
So, Galt or Lindsay, do you guys like advocate for getting rid of and I'm gonna blank on what the thing is now about, like, essentially emergency rooms, no matter if they're insured or not, have to provide care?
Are you talking about what the Republicans passed, where if I show up at the hospital and I have nothing, they have to carry me and sustain my life?
Correct.
EMTALA.
I don't think the state needs to do that. I think hospitals should just do that out of charity. And if they don't, and somebody dies, then I think society will look at that hospital and they think it's wrong. And I don't know. Yeah, but I don't think anybody's labor should be forced.
Well, but then how do they get paid for their labor if it's charity?
They wouldn't.
Yeah, through charity. Literally through charity. I mean, that would be the mechanism. Now, the thing is like, especially if you're accepting the fact that we want to be able to do this, right? And that's how we have EMTALA in the first place. But if it's up to the market, then there is a market for being able to serve people through charity as well.
If charity were
literally a market need, if you impose that as a value.
God damn it. If charity worked, we wouldn't have any of these fucking problems today. Now,
what's the argument for that?
Now, if you're assuming, Dr. Galt, and Easy, I'm going to assume at this point too, you're assuming that Yelp reviews can somehow determine whether somebody's going to go to a place or not. And if you leave it to Yelp reviews, then you give a negative connotation to Yelp reviews in and of themselves, because you allow people to actually get businesses shut down just by giving bad reviews.
I don't know about that.
That's an idiotic fucking thing to do.
Well, maybe you should argue with somebody that's making that argument.
You are, because you're saying that word of mouth.
I'm not making that argument.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You were saying that word of mouth would mean that hospital doesn't get any fucking patients in the future because nobody wants to go to the hospital because they got bad reviews. That's the way you want to run your system.
Who said this?
I actually said some of that, but I think that most hospitals would do it out of charity. I mean, it's the same thing, Mojo. If you owned a sub shop and I showed up and I was starving and I needed to eat, should the government force you to feed me?
No, I would think so, but that's just me.
Really?
Yeah. You seem to forget that I'm a fucking Marxist.
Ridiculous hypotheticals.
Okay, yeah, but on the other end, let's say if that hospital just was very, very poor, like had very bad reviews, okay, you would force people to go to that hospital.
You make Yelp the most powerful fucking company in the country at that point. That's stupid.
Well, you would still force them to go to the shittiest hospital, regardless, right?
No. All you have to do
doesn't matter about reputation.
Now all you have to do is have the hospital pay off Yelp to make sure that they never get any bad reviews, and then they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, reviews don't matter in your world because everybody's talking.
No, but they matter in your world. You want to run everything off of you want to run everything off of Yelp reviews. That's fucking stupid.
And you want to keep sending them to the shitty hospital despite everybody's talking about it being the shitty hospital. What the fuck? You're gonna force them.
Actually, what you guys are kind of arguing for is that the shitty hospitals would then become the charity cases, because no for-profit or even non-profit hospital is going to provide their labor for free. right? Isn't that what you guys argue all the
No,
time?
no.
That
Okay,
labor should be free?
okay. You think that charity, okay, means free?
For the consumer and a lot of
Okay,
cases,
okay. How is St. Jude's funded? Are people there just working without a salary?
Donations, 501c3.
Donations.
Thank you.
But
Okay, so do you recognize that this is a reality?
Yeah,
and we
but
can
if the
use
charity
this to
isn't
demonstrate
free-
that charity can meet the market demand in certain cases, even in this
Wouldn't
system.
that cause the same problem, though? Wouldn't that cause the same problem? Because now I just have to charge everybody else more because I need to give charity out so everybody thinks I'm awesome, right? And so basically now everybody's premiums go up, and then people like you will come and complain like, hey, why is my shit more expensive just because this hospital gives a lot of charity? Because a lot of libertarians are basically sociopaths, right?
What are you talking about? They're not charging anything. This could be somebody from a whole different factor.
Look, if you're saying there's a market
stop.
Okay.
This could be somebody from a. Can I talk? Yeah, this could be somebody from a whole different division of labor. Okay, not in the health sector, that is like contributing to that, right? Beard.
No.
Yeah, it could be, and I'm saying basically, if there's a public perception that you cultivated, that you're thinking that this is going to take care of the needy, right? There's going to be a ton of charity pouring in because the hospital is now going to have basically better street cred or something like that. That's what you're counting on. The hospital has to charge more to have the extra funds to help those people who are needy and don't have money, right?
Okay, hold on.
Why wouldn't people
Hold
just
on.
donate?
Hold on. Vicky, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I do, because I'm wondering if anybody hears the words coming out of their mouth. I live in West Virginia, and we're losing hospitals, and we're going to lose more hospitals because of the big, beautiful bill. And you have to recognize that sometimes you live in areas that all you have are shitty hospitals, period. You might be 3 or 4 hours from a trauma center. I know because I worked in EMS. And in my state, EMS changes got made in EMS because a child was unaliving, a child. And when the ambulance showed up, they refused to transport the child until $50 in cash was handed to them. The child ended up unaliving by the time the family came up with money. So think about what you're saying. It makes absolutely zero sense.
They're okay with that. That's the truth. They're okay with that. Social Darwinism.
All right, you guys are just making.
Is this now just like an emotional plea to whatever?
That's not emotional. That's facts. That's what happened.
I'm not talking.
Wasn't emotional. Was an anecdotal, but
Saying
still.
Beard. Okay, well, no, what Beard just said, right? You're okay with them. Like what? You didn't even hear what we had to say. Just
you're just okay with that.
I'm glad you're back. Easy. I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, can you apologize for trying to shit on our character?
Yeah, he called me a sociopath.
Yeah, I'd like an apology, CS.
Hold on. Excuse me. Easy. And don't be like that with me. You know the rules. You guys, please, no name calling. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention for just 1 second, but please, no name calling. And if somebody did and it was bad, please apologize. Doc doesn't come up here often, Easy, and the second you did, you were condescending to him, so that's the reason there. Brendan's got thick skin. If that's
No, this is Beard. He comes here often?
Okay.
I didn't know that.
I haven't seen Beard much.
That's my first time here.
Oh, okay, so you gotta apologize. You don't come here often.
No,
Beard, are you from America?
Easy.
Yeah,
you do.
I'm in LA.
The difference is, and I'm not going to fucking play kindergarten cop with you. The difference is, Easy, you do it all the fucking time, so you need to be stopped. Beard, one thing we don't do here is just throw insults or things like that. I totally get it. You can attack the argument. Please don't attack the person. I appreciate you being here. Easy, calm the fuck down and grow the fuck up.
I'm happy to apologize if it wasn't clear from my thing. I'm attacking the libertarian position itself, not you guys personally.
Okay, great. Well, you don't understand the libertarian position, so.
If I said that your libertarian position was fanciful, would you take offense? Would you demand an apology?
Yes. Well, I didn't, did I?
And if I said it was bereft of anything resembling a practical application in the real world, would you take offense and demand an apology?
Yes. Well, I'd say that you should read. I would say that you should read more.
Says yes.
If I called you fragile,
you must apologize.
Yeah. If I called you fragile, would you take offense and demand an apology?
Yes.
Okay.
That sounds very.
If I took off my left white glove and slapped you across the face, would you take offense?
Yes.
I do have a legitimate question. With everyone like throwing out these thoughts and ideas of what they think the medical system should look like, has anyone truly worked inside of any type of medical system?
A little bit, I guess.
Can you define medical system?
Have you been a healthcare provider of any type?
Like a nurse or a doctor?
Correct. EMS, any of it teaches you a lot.
There's a lot more than just nurse and a doctor.
I've worked for like a hospital volunteer, yeah, and volunteer like firefighter. But I don't know if that counts under whatever you say.
I identify as a doctor. Does that count?
Ugh. I identify as a skinny chick, but I'm not.
See?
I identify with having a big butt, but I do not.
Mojo, I'm going to drop down, so if you've got opposition that wants to come up.
All right, thank you. Yes, you have a smile, though. You're halfway there.
Okay, that's good. I got other things. My face is arguably the best, but
it's medium pretty.
It's medium pretty.
I think it's easier to identify with the libertarian position when it's about civil liberties and not economic factors. I think they're absolutely out of their mind when it comes to individual liberties and economic factors. They're just not sophisticated enough to have a meaningful conversation.
You said that like your friend Hoodlum, sophisticated. Well, maybe you should just learn economics then.
Well, no, I think there's a huge difference between wishing and shitting in one's hand, which is going to fill up first.
Could you define comparative advantage, Brandon?
Well,
it's a simple concept.
If you guys, again, we find ourselves in a particular situation. It doesn't do any good to imagine yourself in a position that is so divorced from reality that it would take hundreds of years to get there.
Nobody is advocating for utopia. We're just telling you principally what would happen in accordance to basic economic, and these are the principles that you would use to enact your policy. What is comparative advantage, Brandon?
What does that have to do with the conversation?
Well, demonstrate to us that, I don't know, you know economics.
Okay, so you are trying to test him on economics by saying what is comparative advantage, because he said that your ideology is bereft of solutions.
He said that he wants, he says libertarians, they are there when it comes to like civil liberties, but like their economics are fanciful. Well, do you even know what comparative advantage is?
The condition where welfare maximization or means of welfare improvement afforded by allocating one's labor and other resources amongst one's own available opportunities.
So you mean like opportunity cost, what you forego?
You asked for a definition.
You're better at it?
I just gave it to you.
Okay. Well, I don't know about opportunity. It's not opportunity cost. You should have added that at least.
Well,
Brandon, it completely changes everything. What the fuck?
Brandon, most libertarians follow the school of Austrian economics. Can you tell me what you disagree with?
I'm pretty sure he just read a fucking definition to you, and you libertarians have these fanciful ideas on how things will actually work. For example, that you think that somehow markets are going to be controlled by fucking Yelp reviews. Fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's a good point. Do any of you own a business?
Yeah.
You do. Do you compete in an area where Yelp reviews become relevant?
Yes.
I guess.
Do. Are you aware of how much a fake Yelp review costs?
Yeah, I do.
That's fine.
How much?
It could be free. It could be $50, $100.
What the fuck? A fake Yelp review or Google review right now is around $3 to $4. You can literally hire a company from India or Pakistan to pad your
$300.
Where did $5 to $100?
Okay, well, this is the point. Wait, stop.
This is the point.
Stop. Easy. Stop.
Hold on, Brendan. It would be $400 if I wanted to pay for how many at $4 a pop?
100.
be 100 fake reviews.
There you go. So that's how it got to 400.
So when you said that if the hospital allows somebody to die without EMTALA, that the word will be spread around and nobody will want to go to that hospital anymore, what you are talking about is basically a Yelp review. And if somebody can buy Yelp reviews for $4 a pop, then you're putting the fucking power in the hands of a Yelp review on whether somebody stays in business or not. And that is an economic situation that cannot succeed.
Why should I trust Yelp then if they're giving
exactly? So like Yelp no longer serves that market need that we're talking about, reputation. Because
so
if it can be
who does the Yelp review of the Yelp review?
Okay, this is why we said that there's not going to be a monopoly, right? Just one Yelp. There's going to be a whole bunch of Yelp industry of reputation, right?
Right. So it sounds like we should open up a Yelp.
And then the person that actually owned Yelp can just start another LLC with another Yelp, but call it something else and do the exact same thing all over again. And they can do that every single time everybody decides to stop using them. Because in your world, there's no government regulation at all whatsoever. So, anybody can just start a business anywhere they want, and they can call it whatever the fuck they want, and they can do whatever the fuck they want with their businesses.
Government?
Are you okay?
Your ideology is so fucking stupid.
No, you don't engage in shit. You're just going off and off about random shit. Like you're the king of comments. Let me tell you what you're talking.
I am engaging in the fanciful.
Would it not be responsive to this type of market force if it was an inelastic enough demand?
I'm engaging in the fanciful notions of libertarian ideals. That's what I'm engaging in.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
okay.
sure.
Comments are engaging, right?
Okay,
just making up shit.
Yeah,
it's
sure.
Not worth anything to engage in a
okay, so then you admit that you're not engaging. Yep. Thank you. At least you admit that.
Yeah. Well, maybe you shouldn't come up on a panel and just
maybe you should
say a bunch of random, disingenuous bullshit. That's completely regardless of what the point is of the conversation.
Somebody's crashing out now. Oh, sorry, Ash.
Yeah, crashing out.
Well, you just admitted that you don't engage.
Fellow question. Do either of you two, Easy or Galt, do either of you engage in the fake reviews? Do you buy the fake review?
I don't.
I don't use Yelp because I don't trust it.
Yeah,
that was not the question. Whether or not it's Yelp or Google or wherever you may acquire a fake review, do either of you engage in it? Yes or no?
What do you mean? Like I buy and purchase fake reviews?
Okay,
I don't.
Yes.
But I want. Yes. I don't. But I wonder. Are you saying this because you do that?
No, of course not. No, it's disgusting that people would do that.
I consider
that fraud.
So then you were trying to see if we were fraudulent?
West version of economics,
you were trying to test if we were
a service like that is available, that you would say that you should avail yourself of that.
Yeah, he thinks it's good. He thinks that that's the way the market should work. But I do have a question for Galt and for Easy here. Have you guys ever falsely reported somebody on TikTok?
I have.
Falsely? What do you mean falsely reporting?
I haven't.
Falsely, meaning that you decided you didn't want somebody running a panel at a particular point in time, or you decided you didn't like something they said, so you just started mass reporting them or reporting them over and over and over again, hoping that they got banned. Have you ever done that?
I haven't.
I've never done that, Mojo, to you.
Okay.
I haven't.
No, I've never done it either. I just wondering if you guys have done it.
Oh, hold on. Gold said to you. Gold said to you, Mojo.
Oh, never done that to me? Okay.
You just said, I've never done that to you, Mojo.
Oh, but you've done it to other people? Okay. Well, thank you for not doing it.
I think he was cracking a joke, if anything. But anyway, I think you all have engaged in this type of activity, actually.
I have never done this to anybody.
Oh, really?
I've actually never.
False witness?
I have submitted one report against one person, and that's it.
I think you've bared false witness a couple of times, but that's fine.
I don't know.
I actually
make
do
that
this to
accusation if you weren't guilty of it yourself, Easy.
Ash,
that is not
What's
everybody.
up?
Yeah, Ash, I actually go around and mass report Marxists because I think they're lying about their economic system. The only one I don't do is Mojo because he's not a Marxist. But I randomly just hop in like Marxist lives and I just mass report because it's misinformation.
Well,
they say
Are there a lot? I haven't seen a lot.
Wait, how does that work?
I want to introduce Mustache. Hi, Mustache. Apologies, I'm trying to keep a balanced panel, so I'm looking for a conservative. But we get
you got one.
And who you voted for, please?
Yeah, 27 Texas. I didn't vote this last election.
Okay.
It's the only election I didn't. But yeah, I'm a conservative.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
He's so much of a conservative. He would tell you to go make a sandwich in the kitchen.
Why didn't you? Why didn't you vote? Why didn't you vote
Why
this
would
last
you-
time?
Wait, personal reasons.
He's part of the Young Socialist
I'm
movement.
confused at the statement. I'm confused at where that came from.
He's saying I'm like a traditional conservative, like I believe in traditional rules.
He's just a paleo conservative.
Yeah, it was just a
I can
facetious.
guarantee you would make a better sandwich than I could.
Well,
I
hold
think
on.
you should
about that
probably go
one.
make him a sandwich.
Hold on. You said you
wanna
for
have a
personal
conversation?
reasons. I just wanted to say you said for personal reasons. Just want to. Is it things you can't talk about, or is it personal? Like you didn't like the candidate, or what? What exactly? Could you speak on it more?
Well, he said it was personal. Perhaps that's because he doesn't want to speak on it.
Yeah, I just don't see.
Do you not have social norms? Like,
Jesus
I mean, the
Christ, you
reason
shut
of
the
why.
fuck up.
I mean, the
well,
reason.
you said you don't engage. Wait.
Ash.
Oh, sorry. He deserved it. You can give me a lap. I don't care.
Wait, I could answer from Trump is pro gay people, so Mustache didn't vote for him. That's why.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that. That's my reason. That works.
Wait, I thought you were gay.
Oh no, that was a facetious claim.
Oh. Okay.
Well, it depends. Like in the Gaelic sense of like happy, yeah, that I am. But in like
The Gaelic.
a homosexual sense, no, I like women.
He just.
Like the gay sense of like when Frugal says a mouth is a mouth, or
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think it's more
I know
like
he's
Mojo
comments,
in the
or he
sense
was
that
just a minute ago.
he just kind of sounds
messing with
zesty.
him. I know he
the
was
zesty
joking.
voice.
Sorry.
Wow, are you taking shots at the
Can you please look at Discord?
Are you taking shots at the gulag right now, really?
No, he knows I'm just messing with him. It was a funny thing to say, and he was just joking at the time. It was all a big joke around it.
That's
Yeah, the
I
reason
hope he was
is
joking.
I moved across the country, and registering to vote in the new state was not on my list of priorities.
Okay, so would you have voted if you had the opportunity?
Yeah, this was the only election I didn't vote in.
Gotcha. Okay. So, do you still support Trump, or would you have voted for him knowing everything you know now?
Oh my God.
Am I left with the same binary decision?
I mean, it's just a simple question. Like with everything, the way that things have gone, do you like support what's been going on, or are you like not really into a lot of that?
No, I don't support him in the current administration. But if I was left with the same binary decision, I still think he's the lesser of two. I don't think
You
it would have
should
been
absorb his objection.
Kamala.
It's a good point. It's a disgusting binary that we're faced with every single time.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not intended to be this like pointed, disgusting binary. It's just to try to level set because we have MAGA come up here who still very much support him. So just trying to understand.
Where'd Gog go?
Well, you could have just asked him then, do you support him, instead of like, what value gain did you achieve from this then? Based off of what you just said. You're not engaging person.
You would dodge a bullet with regards to the Democrats staying in power.
Crazy. Well,
There's
no,
the utility.
I'm talking about Ash's question. Why would he pose this question? If he's saying, all right, it's based off of like MAGA that still support whether or not, you could just ask him straight up, like, how do you feel about what he's doing? What?
I did. He said it's personal, and I was trying to dig in a little bit more. Are you even paying attention? No, because if you just take your headphones off for like 10 minutes, you can't put them back in and start talking because you don't know.
You didn't have to ask.
You're out of your element, Donnie.
Easy.
Just
Wait,
stop.
I have a question. Easy. Why are you, what do they call it? White knighting for Mustache? You know he's not going to sleep with you, right?
I might.
But you said you weren't gay.
You didn't swing that way.
Wait, that doesn't make me. Wait. That doesn't make me gay. Was Abraham Lincoln gay?
If you have sex with a man, it doesn't make you gay.
Whoa, you didn't say sex. You said sleep.
Let's get off the gay topic. I don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. I started it and I apologize. But
Hey, can we talk about the State Department getting rid of 250 foreign service officers?
I don't know what
Hear
a
about
foreign.
it.
I don't know what a foreign service officer is. Is that bad?
U.S. diplomats and stuff like that.
Oh.
oh, did they get rid of Kushner's father-in-law in Greece? Because that'd be cool.
Like there's a former foreign service officer who spent 23 years in the Middle East that got fired because
Okay,
we don't need any help over there right now navigating anything.
So you're saying like just random officers, not all officers, or are they going to replace them with somebody else, or what do you think?
No, they are firing nearly 250 Foreign Service officers in a brief, impersonal email, continuing a sweeping restructuring of the agency.
Okay, so they're just firing ones that they don't like right now, it seems like. And then
Yeah,
they'll
and
probably
since
put other
last
places.
July, they've gotten rid of more than 1,000 civil service officers.
Have they replaced any?
Foreign service officers.
No, this is more than 1,000 civil service officers.
Oh, I see.
I don't even know what that means either.
I mean, foreign, like diplomats would still kind of be civil service.
Well, no, they're adding to the Doge stuff. So overall, they've gotten rid of over 1,000 civil service officers, and the 250 foreign service officers gets added into that total.
The changing of personnel isn't that exactly what happens when you have a new regime enter into power? The people that work in those offices tend to reflect the policies of the people that have entered office. Isn't that normal? Okay.
I was gonna say, like, at face value, I don't see why this would be a bad thing.
Well, I think if you're firing people without cause, especially the federal government, I would say it's a bad thing.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, we don't have the cause listed, so that's why I'm saying at face value. Just firing people, like.
Well, if they didn't give a cause, that means they're fired without cause. Especially
Yeah,
if you're talking about 1,000 of
it just means that it just means it's not publicly disclosed. It doesn't mean that there isn't a clause.
I'm sorry, but the federal government has to publicly disclose those things. These are federal employees.
They don't have to. They don't have to disclose why they were let go.
They do. I'm pretty
Can
sure.
you tell me the law for that? I could be wrong. I'm fine if I'm wrong. I would just like to know the law.
Go ahead, Sammy.
So, I mean, in answer to Brendan's point, no, you would think not, considering this one foreign service officer that was released from his position had spent 23 years in the Middle East. So that's multiple different regimes, as you said.
What branch of the government does he reside in? Maybe I broke up. What branch of the government does he reside in?
Well, considering that the State Department is firing them, it's the State Department.
So that would be the executive branch?
Yes.
And who currently controls the executive branch?
Trump.
There you go. So is it his purview to fire them or keep them in their position?
So then why didn't he fire him in his first term?
Why didn't he fire him? Well, I don't know if you've ever seen the game show that Trump used to run, but firing people based on performance tends to be a trend in Trump. I mean, it's his shtick, right? If you do a bad job, you're going to get fired.
Why did he not get fired in his first term then?
Maybe he did a good job in his first term. I mean, if you were looking for cause and effect, that's what I would offer. Now, if you could provide a name, perhaps I can cite a source.
It's Ryan Glia.
Stand by.
Gliha.
All right. It does look like they have to be FOIA'd for cause, but there is a system set up in place. Federal employees' firings and involuntary layoffs require specific disclosures and procedural protections governed by the U.S. Merit Systems Protection Board. The required steps and disclosures depend on the basis for the termination.
So we can't say that this was without cause, basically, just yet. You got to FOIA it first.
Well,
or did I misunderstand that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it seems like that, but I would think that firing 1,000 people for cause would be something alarming to anybody.
Well, I think prima facie, what he said, I guess, just holds true.
What he said was correct. It doesn't have to be disclosed. You are correct. If we don't know one way or another, we can't really make a judgment on it at all, except for the fact that it was so fucking many people.
Well,
and if there are no charges involved with those firings, then I would suggest that the cause is pretty ridiculous.
Well, that's just speculation, right?
I was going to say argument from silence.
Speculation.
Easy. So like, let's say you were, because I'm trying to remember, what is your background in?
This? Karen just sent a call. I said it's Sunday. She said, "As Chris."
Hey, are you talking to us, Brendan?
No, sorry about
that. Hey, easy. So, remind me again, what is your profession?
I'm a banker.
Okay, I thought so. So, like, let's say you were helping, you were advising on this $1 million deal that's getting ready to happen or something like that. Would you prefer to have experience that knows the ins and outs?
I guess, yeah, sure.
So why are we firing the people that have experience when we're trying to get a treaty or whatever over in the Middle East?
Well, I don't know, but this is definitely like very novel. What the fuck he's doing? I cannot say I can attribute it exactly to any sort of president. Exactly how? No. So really, I don't know if anybody does have experience in this way. He's kind of like winging it and doing a bunch of his own shit. So I mean, I don't know if anybody does have experience, relevant experience.
It's exactly
like in the way
what the
that I would
Constitution
want.
allows him to do.
Yeah.
Winging,
I'm not trying to defend
winging it
Trump,
and doing
right?
his own shit is the best you can say. That's the
What?
best you got. He's winging it and doing his own shit.
You think I'm defending him? I'm actually like saying he doesn't know what the fuck he's like doing. But,
No, I'm just saying he's winging it and doing his own shit.
He kind of is, isn't he?
That's
No.
that's the base. That's your base right there.
What do you
Winging
think
it
he's doing?
and doing his own shit.
You think he's doing like what Ronald Reagan did or some shit? Like what? Have like some sort of precedence or
Reagan?
What is
No,
this,
I
like?
think the guy's been doing this his entire life, so clearly he knows how to handle it.
Oh, okay. Well, sure. I don't know. He hasn't been a president his whole life, but
He has been a blackmailer, though.
He's either a dirty businessman, a blackmailer, or he's just doing his own shit. What is he doing? What is it? Who is he?
Well, I'll substantiate my blackmailing claim because
I think we need to stop throwing people into different buckets just because they belong to a smaller bucket. Like that's
No,
how you.
what the fuck?
That's how you
No,
lose.
what?
That's how you
What are
lose
you on about?
relevance. That's
Yeah,
how you
wait,
lose
B-Guy,
relevance.
what are you on
and
about?
That's how
What are
you
you on
lose
about?
You're like
relevance.
shadowboxing.
All right,
Yeah,
I'm
he
sorry.
really is.
If you're gonna
No,
ask
people
him,
don't listen. People don't respect what you say when you just start saying retarded or dumb stuff
you
like.
can't fucking say that goddamn word. Fuck.
Told you that
You
word's
guys-
making a comeback.
Yeah, I know. I heard it last night all night too, but that was on YouTube.
And if I have anything to say about it, that word is not going to make a fucking comeback ever.
If you guys are asking a question, you have to let him answer. Stop fucking just continually asking the same question over and over again. Mustache.
I was just trying to.
sorry.
I was trying to substantiate my claim. He asked me a question. I was answering him.
Also,
no, you
I
kept
don't.
asking him the same question over and over again, both of you.
Well, no.
Yeah,
I didn't
because
say that. Okay, I wasn't asking a question. He was just being super. That's what.
No,
what are you on about?
no, you
It doesn't
did
mean
ask the
clarify.
question over and over again. Stop fucking doing that just to continue
So that
talking.
Okay. Then somebody just needs to tell him be more direct. He was just being redundant. You know.
He was swinging at Ghost. We were trying to figure out what Ghost
Yeah,
was swinging.
that's it. We didn't say, hey, clarify.
Again,
Like
again. Do you like when I repeat myself just to fucking keep talking? I don't know. It seems a little ridiculous to be able to do that on a regular basis. I do it because you all fucking start talking over me. Now, I understand if he's talking over you to do something like that, possibly, but god damn it, you guys do it just to be fucking assholes.
Wait, Mojo, I've been up here for like 5 minutes.
I know,
That's
but
the
I just
first time
sat there and
did it.
listened to you do it.
One time. You made
Just
it seem
one
like this is a commonality.
Well, yeah, it is because you and Easy are like little butt buddies or whatever. So I got you.
what the hell are you on about, bro?
I don't know, Easy.
What's happening?
I don't know.
Why?
I've never met this guy. I don't know anyone on this panel. I don't even know you. Mojo.
Why?
What are you talking
Why do things always devolve in this way with Easy? Easy, I'm not trying to pick on you at all.
Sounds like it.
Read the fucking room, man.
It sounds like it. I don't know. I think you guys want me to be something else than what I am.
Does
No, I
anybody
just
like
think I
you?
want you to be kind, be normal, answer questions, and have a debate. You claim to be this good debater, but really, like, honestly, you just throw jabs at the end of your sentences. You say a whole lot of shit, and with meaning nothing at all most of the time. And
That's fine. I'm sorry,
like,
then.
I'm sorry, I'm probably gonna run you off, and I know that, but like, listen, can you please just take the feedback? I appreciate you being here.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Hey, God loves you.
I've Christus Rex.
Christ is king.
What are you
See,
doing?
like this shit, Easy. It makes you look like a fool.
Yeah, things devolve with Easy because he doesn't know shit about fucking anything, and his only purpose in life is to prevent a conversation between any two other people from happening.
Oh, Grumble. What's up, you
Oh my
facade
God,
of acuity?
Grumble. Hi, Grumble.
Sorry,
Grumble. Wait, what
That's
did
depressing,
you,
Grumble.
Wait,
Sorry about
what did
that.
you call him?
A facade of acuity.
What the fuck is that? I've never heard that.
It's a very like high tier way of calling him dumb. Facade of acuity, like
a facade
yeah,
of
like
That's why I said it
acuity?
was. Yeah, that's why I said it was depressing.
Shut up! A facade of acuity? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
I gotta look that up. It's very rare that I hear a word that I've never heard before. Facade of acuity.
No, it's 3 words. It is a facade of acuity.
Yeah.
Oh,
facade is going to be like a veil.
He just said it as one word. Okay, I got.
Yeah, he just said it really fast.
That was really dumb. Okay, I understand now.
Wait, is the confused person calling me dumb? I'm lost now.
Yeah, because you fucking said it as one word.
No, I didn't. I said, "What's up, you facade of acuity?" Grumble.
You said facade of acuity. You said facade of acuity.
Oh, were you saying that to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm doing great, dipshit. How are you?
All right, guys.
I'm doing as well as one could.
I gotta make some room. I'm sorry, I gotta make some choices here, and they're gonna be my choices. So.
Good talking to you guys.
Really? Do we have 2? Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, bud. Can we get your age, state, and who you voted for, please?
He's still spinning.
59, California, Trump.
Well, welcome to the panel. Thanks for being here.
You have a
It's
choice to
normally
make.
not like this.
Oh, damn! Really?
Yeah, it's just going to get worse for you.
Why?
I don't think so. I think listen, normally, and I'm gonna be honest, normally this panel and we have a lot of experts that come on here and we have normal good conversation. The reason I'm here is because I learn a lot from everybody on the panel, so this is like an opportunity to have an elevated conversation. So please, if you'd like to participate in that, I would love to make space for you. I will make sure nobody interrupts you if you don't interrupt anyone, and let's just all have a good conversation.
I'd like to introduce myself. My name's James Zegan. I'm a white male. I live in Ohio. My address is 10529.
No, stop doing that. Bible, stop doing that.
I also have a black version of myself.
That's
probably going to show up any minute, but when that black person does show up of the version of me, please be respectful and not racist to him. Thank you.
All right, I think we need to have a conversation about how we're raising the children here. Like, I understand that all MAGA acts like this and they're all fucking annoying, but like, if we just scrape the barrel because we have no choice but to scrape the barrel, they're just going to get worse. It's negative reinforcement. We need to discipline the kids.
Sir, I rebuke your statement. I rebuke your statement in the name of Jesus. I am not MAGA.
All right, Bible,
I
you're
am
on thin ice. You're on thin ice.
Grumblebee, are you a psychologist?
No.
Then why are you appealing to psychology?
I'm not appealing to psychology. I'm appealing to raising children effectively.
Right. So, yeah, where do children learn about race, sex, and all those things?
But what?
Yeah, all these things that you're talking about. Okay, no, they don't.
I'm not talking about
actually
any of those
between
things.
the age. It's actually what you're talking about correlates to what children learn between the ages of 3 and 9 years old.
No, I'm just talking about how children's behavior is reinforced.
Well, no, you're not. You don't understand where you learned how you live your life and how you identify.
I should teach my 3-year-old about sex?
Do you have a PhD in early childhood education?
This is what I'm talking about, guys.
Like, we started off there, and now we're doing. I don't know.
Well, if you want to change if you want to change society, where do you start, with the adults or the children?
Well, I would start with the adults, but there's no adults left on your team.
Okay. Okay. So, what's your point? That you're just confirming what I just said?
What's your point?
No, my point is that if we affirm the negative outbursts that you guys have, if we affirm like the breakdown of decorum because you guys can't like stick to topics and have real conversations, it's just going to keep getting worse.
Ooh, I said decorum. Look at me.
For who? Who's it going to get worse for?
It's going to get worse for us, the adults left in the room, the ones on the left.
Okay, in politics, how's that? What's that do for you? How do you represent that in a political party?
Represent what? The left?
Yeah,
or adulthood?
Exactly. Well, okay. All of those things all influence how we vote, right?
What things?
What are you having a conversation with yourself right now? What the fuck is going on?
Do nothing and just bitch about things on TikTok. You guys don't do anything. You just sit up here and complain.
Don't do shit either.
Go get involved. Go to your local office and get involved instead of sitting playing quarter chair or armchair quarterback.
This is the classic ISF personality type.
Okay, I don't care about the personality.
Get involved
Bible guy. Bible guy.
You should
Shut up.
if you want to affect politics.
Holy crap.
All right,
Just
guys,
stop.
guys, please, 1 second. Let Mojo talk. Or Mojo, if I know what you're going to say. Would you like me to fucking say it?
I don't know. I don't know if you know what I'm going to say. I just want to tell Bible or B guy that there are a lot of people in here that do stuff in the real world. I, for example, took part in my county caucuses and county assemblies and worked for a candidate for a short period of time who did not end up getting the nomination, however. But I will probably do a little bit of work for the Democratic Party in my area as well as the candidate that is going to be running against Lauren Boebert. So I don't know. There are a lot of people on this app that do a lot of things in the real world. So for you to suggest that nobody's doing anything except for you because you decided that you wanted to run, I don't know, 5 fucking years from now that you're going to do something, I don't know.
I'm not necessarily attacking you. I know you're a man of many hats and talents, and I know that your political history of being involved. I'm just saying it sounds like the majority of people that come up to these lives are just angry about something, and they put them. It's like they're worshiping their football team, right? Where they're like, "Oh, I'm a MAGA, like that's my team. Let me go defend everything," and they don't do anything except just bitch about things.
Bible,
it's like, what is this, a gossip chamber?
Bible, I donated my time to make a website for a candidate just about maybe 4 months ago, and then also helped design a lot of the literature that was going out. So,
and Vader down here is making as much money as he can off of Donald Trump while he can make it.
So if people are pissed at me for saying that, the reason is it's probably, that statement is probably convicting you that, hey, maybe I do just sit up here and bitch and eat Cheetos all day and do nothing and not give coins to Mojo or support any of these live creators when they take hours out of their day to open up these platforms. If you're not gonna do anything in the real world, at least give the guy some coins for letting you spew your lung juice all over this.
Yeah, what he said.
Lung juice.
Yeah.
Go on then.
Lung juice.
I now feel convicted and compelled.
I mean, this is like the quintessential rich Christian ? So lead by example, right?
I mean, I lead by example. I give Mojo like Monopoly coins and other things, and I'm also running for political office. Like, join your city council. Like, do
My
something.
city council's already blue.
Okay, make it more blue.
It's not. They're all Democrats. It's not getting bluer.
Then run for mayor. Run for something.
The mayor is on the city council.
I live in Frederick, Maryland. My city council is blue. My mayor is blue. My state rep is blue. My congressional rep is blue. My senator's blue. My governor's blue. What do you want from me?
So what are you bitching about here, then?
I wish all of you guys would stop making the rest of my country fucking worse.
I wish people would stop making their profile pictures cats.
Why? What's wrong with my cat?
Leave me alone.
Because dogs are better, Grumble.
Yeah, can I make an observation?
I don't know. Can you?
No, you cannot make an observation. Go do something.
Oh yeah. Do you know what?
Bud, go ahead.
Do you know what an ISP personality is?
We don't.
International Space Station personality.
Yeah, an internet service provider personality. It's someone who works for Verizon.
It's actually a victim mentality personality.
Are you a psychiatrist?
Yeah, what's your personality type? DUMB?
An ISP, dude. Where's the V?
I'm just curious because you made that you gave Grumbles a need for that, and now that's the second psychological term you've thrown out.
I'm so sick of looking at this cat face.
So wait, I'm sorry. I'm trying to look up ISP. Hold on. I'm trying to look up ISP personality, and I can't find anything on it other than ISP.
Just make stuff up, CS. Don't play into it.
No. Hold on, because it's very funny.
It can be either. It's an ISFP or an ISFJ. Okay, so in order to understand,
ISFPs are introverts who don't actually appear to be introverts. They're warm, approachable, and friendly, and fun to be spontaneous with. And then an ISTP are hands-on, highly independent, and probably hate anything that feels too structured. Where is this ISP? And
I'm also a Taurus. Is that anything?
Now look up what is an
I genuinely don't give a fuck.
Yeah, that's why you can't convince people because you don't understand how people talk.
Are you a psychologist?
Use their personalities to talk and express themselves.
Okay, thank you for that, Dr. Phil. But what does that have to do with the political conversation we're having right now?
Calling me an ISFP gives me real big Pisces energy.
No,
somebody's making
I didn't give you the last letter. That's why it's categorized as a victim personality.
Could you talk like 30% faster?
Hold on. Bud, you said ISP, not ISF. Just to let you know. And you're talking about a system that uses 4 words, not 3.
Right. The victim mentality is the ISF.
No, this uses 4 words. What you're talking about with personality tests, they use 4 words.
The T,
okay, so
the J.
Are you saying ISFT?
No.
All right. No. Hold on.
ISF. Not
all right. So I'm looking up ISF. So I got the ISFJ, which is one you mentioned, although you did say ISP earlier.
You did.
ISF.
Yeah, what's the fourth? Myers-Briggs
Mojo.
always used.
That depends on the role that the person takes when they're presenting themselves. Either they choose to be a judger,
ESPN,
or they choose to be perceptive.
I agree. This is
Mojo,
a stupid.
how do you
this is
do this,
stupid
bro?
conversation. I don't know
This
because
is stupid, but he's wrong. And you know I like the truth. So give me 1 second. ISFJ is a defender. ISFP is an adventurer.
Leave the last letter off, girl. What don't you understand?
Girl.
Leave the last letter off.
What's your personality? What did Myers-Briggs say about you?
I'm the most common personality there is.
You're an INFJ?
He's a DUMB.
Retarded.
No, God damn it! You can't say that one.
He's gonna get disciplined by TikTok.
We got an R. Do I hear an F?
Bible guy, take a 5-minute lap.
I love playing with people that don't know their personality. I love it.
I'm an
It's so
INFJ.
simple.
I know
It's
what
so
the fuck
simple.
it is.
CS.
Hey, I know what the fuck it is. This is so stupid. No, because
Yeah, you're one of the people that pretends that you're an
I think
extrovert
you're
on
an
TikTok,
SMD
but
personality.
when you are actually in public, you're not.
I would like to know what personality type talks so fucking slow it's obnoxious.
Hang on,
That's
I'm not as familiar
intentionally
with these.
done in order to trigger a reaction from you,
I'm not
so
as
that
familiar
I
with
can
these internet
determine what
horoscope
your
I
letters
didn't
are.
speak as fast as me
I'm
because you
trying
can't think
to
as
do.
fast as me. Nice try. See ya.
I'm not as familiar with these internet horoscope personality types. So I need to do some quick googling. What personality type is a dumbass?
Person that acts like you.
IMSB, the dumbass. It's right there.
Yeah, that tells you right there. That's the majority personality in the world.
The dumbass.
It makes up the largest percent of people on the world. So you are
Mojo,
actually the minority
All right,
in the social construct.
Bud. You voted for Trump. Why?
Because I like him better than you and your beliefs and your ideas.
Wait, you guys, why didn't you vote for me? I was fucking running for office and this man didn't fucking vote for me. What the fuck? I'm being serious, bud. Why did what was your reasons?
Why would I vote for a woman for an office that affects a nation?
True.
Why wouldn't you?
Hey, what protects? Do you know what societal protection is?
You know what SMD means?
Careful if that's gonna sing it, don't say it. Sing it, don't say it.
Yeah, please
You're gonna
don't.
get
Please,
release
don't.
Vader, damn it!
Please, Vader. I cannot get banned. I've been banned twice in the last 2 weeks, and I don't want to tap again. Please don't do that.
Yeah, maybe you should choose who you pick on your live, because if someone's on your live, okay, and they're your friend, why would they do things to hurt your business?
This is not my business.
Explain that to me. No. Explain that to me in any context. Explain that to me.
No.
You have an app. That has rules.
No.
Person's live.
No. Nobody knows what the fucking rules are. First of all, terms of service are fucking confusing as shit, and they will ban you for certain things and not other things that they have in their terms of service. So who the fuck knows what they're gonna do? But I would like to stay away from the things that might possibly get me banned in the future. So I appreciate it if everybody would help me out with that process.
Third.
I agree.
I don't care.
You should.
I don't.
Okay, then I'll keep triggering your people and get you banned again because I've already done it to you twice.
Wait, you just said that you are the majority personality type and that the majority personality type is a dumbass. Why should anyone care if you agree?
Okay.
So, Bud,
a majority of people that understand themselves vote for what affects themselves, not other people.
Up the pace, dude.
You're like speaking at the speed of smell. Can you please fucking smell?
Did you just say the speed of smell?
There are people on this app that read this through teletext. I'm speaking slow so that they can be included in the conversation.
Listen, I think it's going to be fine. We're all going to be fucking fine. We don't care about your personality types. We don't care. I'm specifically asking your political beliefs. And if you believe that a woman can't run office...
CS, it's totally not fine. I just booted him.
Oh, damn it.
Okay. And I brought Bible Guy back up. If you say that fucking word again, God damn it, I am blocking you from my live forever.
What word did you say, Bible Guy?
The R slur.
No! Finger!
The R slur. Just don't say it. Twice in like fucking 15 minutes.
You'll ban me forever?
Yes, I can't get banned. And that fucking word's gonna get me banned. Please don't do that.
We're both what about the black guy version?
What
if he says it?
He will get banned as well. Blocked.
Okay, good. I like to see the equality.
What
do you have in your mouth? Do you have like a marshmallow in your mouth, or is that
Oh, the B's for bubblegum today. Get it?
Who brought Bud back up? Was that you, Mojo?
It was.
Okay.
I just heard somebody say in another panel, like they were going on and on about how Generation Alpha is going to end racism, and so she's teaching her kids about racism. And I told her, I was like, you know what you're going to end up doing? Little kids don't think about that stuff. They don't see color, right? Like, yeah, they might see a black kid and be like, hey, he looks weird or different than me. But at the end of the day, you're basically teaching them to be racist. And that's kind of the reverse psychology in all this.
Great point.
Or as Bud would say, there's people in the Telegraph that need to hear to speech this. But
well,
Bud, wouldn't you agree with
racism
me?
Isn't dead. If racism was gone for good, then
I would argue though, B guy, you just said that there's kids that would look at other kids and say, oh, well, they're different, they're weird. Maybe that's why there's part of an education to understand them a little bit more so they don't have those types of feelings.
Look, I ain't putting any of my kids.
They just look at them as another human being just from a different country.
Yeah, exactly. And kids will ask these questions. You know, they will ask questions. My kids have seen different types of people and ask questions and look like, oh, I've never seen that before. And you know what? You got to educate them in a sensitive way. It's okay to look different. We just treat everyone the same. You just keep it.
All I'm telling my kids. I have 2 boys, and I'm telling them personally, this is how I'm going to raise them. I'm going to tell them, you love them the same way you would love everybody else. Whether they're rich, they're poor, whether they make fun of you, whether they are nice to you, you just love them the same way. And I think that's the key here. I think like everybody just tries to put everybody in these little buckets and then make fun of them or yell at them for some preconceived notion of how they think. But if you just love everybody the same, we can move past this race and political.
That's equality, not equity, Bible guy.
Yeah, and
Let me talk to you about equity.
I have a challenge then, Babbitt, because Bud seems to not think that women are capable of leading. So maybe you should teach Bud some equality right now. What do you feel about his statement, and how would you educate him on what equality between men and women are?
So I would tell Bud to hit the weight room, and that it seems like he has a little bit of a low testosterone level. That would be my advice to Bud.
But are you gonna let him talk to you like that?
No, that's what he's talking about. Is when you teach your children. That's called a schema. So basically, what this guy has done is he actually has an identity, okay, but his ideology doesn't match based upon how he just
genuinely
treated another
don't care
person.
about this.
You actually should.
I don't
because
care about the personality
is how
types
we
and
talk.
psychology.
You should,
really
because that's how we
that's
talk.
fine.
It's
Well,
not psychology. It's not psychology.
Okay, that's fine.
It's
You read it
not
in a book.
psychology.
Okay, cool. I get it. You read it in 17 magazine when you were 5 years old. For fuck's sake. Not every conversation
a
needs to go back to
psychologist did
personality
develop
traits.
it, though.
Please. It does not have to go back to just that. It can go. This conversation can evolve.
How
Or are you
we're
the one-trick
talking
pony?
to each other is called our personality. So you don't see a value in understanding how you express.
Did you just say, is that what you're doing, really? Are you like calling a pig or something right now?
Bud.
Here, Suey, here, piggy.
Bud.
All right, guys. I'll see you later. Guys, I'll see you later. I gotta go chop up a tree and have intercourse. Bye.
Good luck on developing your really big needs and really small needs.
Where do you come up with that shit?
What the
Wait,
fuck?
B-guy, with the tree?
Maybe.
Oh, gee.
Who knows?
I think he was referring to something else of herbal intent.
Keep dividing people up. Keep putting them into little groups. I support you because now that race isn't considered in gerrymandering, you're going to have to decide if you're a Democrat and a
personality type.
Yeah, exactly. And if you know a personality type, you'll be able to convince someone to support
you're huffing
your party.
glue, bro. You gotta be. I'm sorry.
I'm huffing glue. How can I prove I'm not huffing glue? Just to show you about how scared you are of things. You probably don't answer your phone. If you see a phone number
Really
on your
terrified.
phone you don't recognize, I bet you don't answer it, right?
No, I answer that shit because I love comedy. So I like to fuck with them, just like that one guy. He did a comedy special.
So
on it.
what kind of
But thanks
person
for
are
assuming
you?
what my personality type
What
is.
does that make you? Oh no, I'm figuring it out right now.
You're not figuring out anything because I can just.
I don't have to do anything except listen to you express yourself. We express ourselves using our personality.
Thank
What don't you fucking get?
Oh my God.
What don't you fucking get?
Everybody's talking over
It's
each other.
because
Wait, hold on. Everybody's talking over each other. Can everybody tap the screen, please, and share the live out and do a little heart me at the top because I haven't done a commercial yet, and CS, my wonderful moderator, has not done one either. So the little heart me is next to my name at the top left of the screen. Please do the little heart me thing. Help me out with by making me blow bubbles or whatever. And gift the panel, please. We also have Viper Vicky in the comments. Viper Vicky is one of our wonderful mods. She is going through some healthcare issues, and because our healthcare system sucks, she can't pay for it. So somebody in the community has started a GoFundMe for her to help her pay for it because we all love Viper. So if you have a few extra bucks, can you please go to her bio and check out her GoFundMe and help us out any way that we can because we don't want her to go anywhere. Thank you guys.
Who's Bubbles?
I have Bubbles at the top. I'm blowing bubbles. Oh, God, I'm gonna throw shit at you, dude.
Wow. He had to lay the rake back down and step on it again.
Yeah, it took me a sec to figure out why the fuck he was asking me that. I apologize. No, actually I don't, because it was funny.
Bud, can I ask you a personal question?
Probably not.
What is your race?
In politics?
No, your race.
We're discussing a political lie, right?
Correct.
All right, so why does race have to do with anything?
It doesn't. What is your ethnicity?
Okay, I decline to ask. And would you please stop trying to con me into telling you by exerting your maleness over me?
Maleness?
Yeah, that's like a predatory act. That's like a predatory behavior. It's like a guy that asks a girl 3 or 4 times to let him see her boobs. And
reason I asked
she tells him no. They try different tactics to see their boobs, and that you can tell it when it's consistent. If he does it with a man, he'll do it with a woman.
Reason I asked is because you sound like
it's not gender specific. It's a behavior.
Does anyone else think he sounds like a cis white male? Does anyone else think that?
Does that help you? Does that feel like your ass has got a little blister on it?
Hold on, Bud. I'm sorry. People have been saying that.
I accidentally boot you, Sammy? I was trying. Shit.
Bud, you based on what you're saying, are you saying you're a woman? Because I feel like people have misgendering you up here.
Yes.
I think that was my bad. I'm sorry.
That's all in how you interpret things, bro. That's what you learned, and that's what you're expressing through your personality.
Okay, just wait. Hold on. I got to clarify this, Sammy, so she doesn't get mad at me. I was actually thinking about making you a mod. That I was thinking about. Well, I need to clear all the mods out so I can figure out who I actually want to be mods. And then I clicked on something, and you were gone, and I'm like, oh shit, what did I just hit? So I have to apologize. That was a total accident. Sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Hold on. But honestly, he kind of did peg Brendovan correctly, so he might actually be a psychologist, guys. Just saying.
Well, you keep saying he.
Sammy,
is he a man or a woman?
Not nail Bud. I nailed Bud saying he needed to get into the weight room and testosterone.
Okay, what she just said is called the semblance of transference.
Yeah, you think you can get a full personality inventory by a sliver of information based on one question, and then you refuse to answer any other questions. That's ridiculous on its face.
The dude's a Jedi. You don't realize this.
Sure.
You just
that's the thing. He sounds like a dude, doesn't he?
You
now
just
click on his
proved my
page
point.
and look at his pictures.
One at a time! Stand down, Bud. Listen, have you ever been in a relationship with a woman?
You got bars, bud. I mean, B guy.
I would identify as straight.
Mojo, will you accept the Galaxy for B guy?
For B guy?
Oh yes.
I thought he was leaving anyway. What happened to that?
Bro, this is capitalism. Accept the money. Don't put conditions on money. I can come back later.
But are you a stalker?
I already follow you. I followed you for like a month.
I'm sorry.
I'm not surprised. But are you a stalker?
Okay, that right there, that you want to know what that indicates?
He's a voyeur. He's for sure a voyeur.
No, I don't. I don't want to know. Please don't tell me.
Well, people that do know would never hire you to be their lawyer.
Who's the Asian woman on your page that you have 75 videos of?
Oh, that's Emily. She went out on her own after being on an agency, so I agreed to help her. She built my website and she built my app for me. She's actually an IT developer.
Huh.
Why don't you go check out her live and talk to her?
That's not the subject of your obsession.
Why don't you go talk to her on her live and ask her what my relevance? Because she's on TikTok.
I would have to care enough about you to do that.
You care enough to talk about it, but you don't care enough to do any effort to it.
No. Curiosity is a simple.
That's a J. That's a J. That's a J.
A J. What is that?
Judger.
Oh. So by asking questions, I am judging you? Isn't asking questions the opposite of judgment because I'm trying to come to a conclusion?
Actually, Brendan, I would say it's of your voice.
What would the opposite of a judger be?
A prejudger, someone who's prejudiced.
No,
a
it would be somebody. It would be somebody that's
questioner.
perceptive.
No, it would be somebody that asks questions.
No, it's perception.
No,
perception or judgment.
No,
if you judge something, you're arguing with an established policy, procedure, system.
I'm arguing against an established moron. That's what I'm arguing against.
That's not an argument. I have not judged you to be a dumbass. I have perceived that you were a dumbass.
You're not judging me.
I have perceived that you were a dumbass.
You predominantly tend to judge things instead of ask questions about them.
Oh, there it is.
But he was asking you questions, and you started going on this stupid ass rant. What are you talking about?
Mojo,
I was waiting for it. I knew it was gonna slip.
Could I have a word with Vader for just a second?
Yeah.
Go. He's ready to crash out. Be careful.
Hey, Vader.
What am I in trouble for?
Not a thing. I just wanted to remind you the number of prayers I said for you to get your mod powers. Don't make that be in vain. Just chill like Jesus.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I've been telling him, Vicky. Remember the mod powers.
I'm trying so hard right now, bud. You're testing me so bad right now. Is this a plan, Mojo? Is this all a test?
No, what she's testing, bro, is this.
I know what she's testing. I don't need you to tell me.
She's testing.
She's testing if you're a J or an M or an N.
No, it has nothing.
Hold on.
What she's saying has nothing to do with personality.
Are we over this clown yet, or what?
There you go. Right there. There you go, Vader.
I was gonna say, or we need to drop Vader just so that he can keep his mod powers.
Like I said, you should consider who you align with, not based upon their ideology or their identity. It should be on their personality, because then you can learn and understand how they're trying to tell you their identity.
Stop fucking talking for like 10 seconds. Just give us a second to rub our temples.
I speeded my talk. Do you want me to talk slower again?
I want exactly what I said.
Where'd the S go? I'm just kidding. Yeah, Vader, you can go ahead and just use your mod powers.
But I want to ask him what personality type I am real quick.
Wait.
So, damn it.
Oh, damn.
It's okay. I'll just do a Murphy-Briggs test. It's fine.
A what? Murphy-Briggs?
Or Myers-Briggs, whatever it is.
I don't know what that is, but everybody's using terminology today that I don't understand. I don't like that.
That felt so much better.
Do you feel better? Now we have nothing to talk about. He was so interesting.
Yes, we do.
We do.
Yes. Let's talk about Chud.
No, we are not talking about
Yes. All of the yes.
He looked very sad when he got the 1.25 bond.
He did look sad. The reason that I think this is important, the entire country's talking about it, Mojo.
1.25 million?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the
crap.
initial. I don't know what it negotiated down to or up to. Could have gone either way or stayed the same, but yeah, that was the initial one.
The judges don't usually lower. Judges don't usually lower bond for like a week or two.
The correct distance is exactly 30 feet.
Oh, I thought it was 10.
Oh my gosh, Stargazer.
And 20 feet from across.
I don't know that she knows she's up here. Actually, I know she doesn't know she's up here. TS is not loaded in.
Yeah, she's not loading in.
Hey, I'm at the garage. So what the hell's going on this panel today?
We're just having fun.
Oh, Vader's freaking out.
Well, that's fun though.
Who was?
Dude, I
know. Vader came in like.
No, Star. The universe is testing Mojo and trying to get.
I love like Vader's talking points. Like I will always allow him on panel because his fucking laugh cracks me up. I'm sorry, Sam. Am I talking over you?
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You're fine, CS. Yeah, I'm here for Vader's laugh as well. More so the giggle than the laugh.
Right.
Yeah, Vader slid in like Kramer bursting in a door and just started crashing out immediately. It was great.
Dude, that fucking psychiatry shit drives me up the wall. Like,
It's just horoscopes for boys.
It is. That's because you're a PAFG. That's why.
Yeah, and you're a DGAF. Like, don't give a fuck.
What the fuck? Did you just
Somebody
scream
lost
like
something on the back of a vehicle.
Yeah, so the reason I bring this up, Mojo, is because there's lots of different facets to this issue, right? $1.25 million bond, can and will it go down? One of the attorneys also, I guess, moved the court to say that he should not be able to use GoFundMe money to post bond. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Then there's the actual circumstance.
I mean, what is there to really talk about? He pew-pewed a guy.
Wait. Wow. Is that not like Eighth Amendment? There's no stipulations on how you get your bond money, is there?
Well, generally, in a few states, they've been passing laws that say a person cannot profit off of their crime. I think the first was it Manson Vader? I think was the first that couldn't profit off.
Yeah, Manson.
I've heard that law.
Yeah, that was a big key in the Manson trial, was not being able to, because he tried to write a book while he was in prison. Yeah, but if somebody wanted to make money on it.
Yeah, but if somebody's donating money to your bail fund, that should be perfectly legal, as long as you don't take it.
Yeah, maybe, but still, you're technically profiting off of that in order to pay your bail.
Okay, so I want to be clear here, because it was Kamala Harris that said everybody donate to this bail fund for the protesters in the BLM movement.
Yes, and
are they profiting off of that?
I don't think it's necessarily an issue, but you are. I mean, doing something and then using the proceeds from your crime in order to pay your bail, that you're never going to face that fine in the future. So what kind of punishment is that? Because somebody else paid for it. Yeah. Even a bail bondsman, you have to pay your bail bondsman back.
So then are you saying that nobody can set up a bail fund anymore?
No,
that is what the prosecution is suggesting, yes.
No, that can't happen. That can't happen. We can't allow that to happen.
Well, Mojo, he said the N-word, so he's worse than Schindler. So, here we are.
No, this is bad. You guys should think this is bad.
It's horrible.
Yeah, but Mojo, did you not hear me? He said the N-word.
I don't care.
I mean,
I don't like our rights.
I would say, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that, only because in this specific situation, someone who has a great deal of influence, can much more easily be let off the hook because of said influence. So I think this is unique.
No, because this would go to a Supreme Court and it would rule the land at that point. And they will say that bail funds are the exact same thing. You're profiting off of a crime. I'm sorry, but you haven't committed a
with
crime.
the bail bondsman.
I'm sorry, but you haven't committed a crime until you've actually been convicted of that crime. So you are not a criminal until you've been convicted.
Point.
And a bail fund is for an innocent person.
Because a person is innocent until proven guilty. Exactly.
I think absolutely you should be able to do a GoFundMe. I don't see why that. I think that's ridiculous to think otherwise.
Yeah,
I mean, look how many crimes our president commits. What the hell?
Yeah.
Well, they change the rules all the time based on for example, someone who is more likely to flee. There's always stipulations that could come up like this. Doesn't mean it has to rule the land.
But Brendan, would you have also agreed if the Boston Marathon firework people decided that they were going to do a GoFundMe for their bail? Like, would you have held the same?
Are you asking me or him, Brendan?
She's asking
Brendan.
It's an interesting question. I would have allowed it just to compile a list.
Oh, damn. That's a good point. That is a good point, actually.
Well, but I mean, they can also compile a list for this too.
Right.
I don't know. I'm just a firm believer in bail. I think we are innocent until proven guilty. And if we're innocent until proven guilty, we shouldn't be able to be held in perpetuity without some sort of a good reason. So now if they think that he is a flight risk, if he's going to leave the country or something like that, then absolutely they should offer no bail.
Maybe limits on it.
It's a good point. Yeah, if they were going to do excessive bail in violation of the Eighth Amendment, I would have just denied him bail altogether. This way it wouldn't have been a conversation as to whether or not funding through third-party sources should be allowed.
Yeah, I agree.
But someone the reason he's there is because a large group of people are getting entertainment and liking what they're seeing. And so you're okay with this group of people like bailing him out. Like, it seems a little bit like, I don't know.
Yeah, rights exist for good people and bad people. We don't get to decide who's bad or good at a time.
The thing is, though, he's still not going to be, like, if it's profiting off your crime, that is, even if it wasn't bail, say he was given zero bail or whatever, and he just posted up a GoFundMe and tried to make money off of what is clearly a crime, then that is still profiting off of it. Like, he wouldn't be able to access that money as is. The government would stop him from that. So why should he be able to use it for bail?
But allegedly, he's not guilty of a crime yet, Vader.
Well, bail's not designed to be a punishment. It's designed to keep you from being a flight risk. So if I'm just going to bail you out,
then you offer no bail.
Or, I mean, he could also be a danger to society. Yes, I could offer no bail, but at the same time, he's still going to. You're telling me he's going to be allowed to profit off his crime still?
No.
Yeah, think about this. Remember what happened with Trump? They set his bail to like an astronomical number because he has a lot of money. Like the number that they set can change and is determined by specific situations.
Why does it sound like you have a missile falling on your head, Ash?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's not me.
No, it's Vader. Vader's teleporting.
I'm going down to Texas teleportation way.
Are you hitting the little thing on the side of the road that makes
No,
it
it's just that we have these little, like, the like road to get the drainage off, and it makes a constant whine anytime you go down. That's a teleportation
that
way.
Is almost as
Or
obnoxious
do you
as your
have
voice.
souped up tires, Vader?
I know. I knew the.
Guys, it's
I knew
West
the.
Texas, okay? Get with the program.
I knew the Quisat's Hatterack had a lot of powers. I didn't know he could teleport.
I don't even
It's
know
called
what you
folding
just said.
space.
Warp drive, if you will.
Quisat's what?
The Quisat's Hatterack.
It's Vader's username if you click his profile. It's from Dune.
Oh, okay. I understand now.
Yeah, the guild linemen also use the spice to fold space.
They use it to
It's like the
navigate.
Matrix.
The Holtzman drive is what folds the space. Anyways, Mojo's going to kick me if I talk about that. Never mind.
He's right, though.
Yeah, Vader, why aren't you flying?
Because it's a short little gant from Abilene to Fort Worth, so there's really no point in spending $15,000 and flying the plane that far. No point.
Why don't you have a driver?
I do. I'm in the back seat.
Oh shit!
Take a puddle jumper. You don't have those?
Are you talking about a helicopter?
No. He's got the Christy
No, a
Gnome
little
plane.
single-engine Cessna.
There is no way you're in the back seat.
No. So many people unalive in those little Cessnas. Absolutely not.
And plus, that's not bougie enough, Star. He's got the Christy Gnome type plane.
Right.
Vader, I would like for you to prove to me that you're in the back seat right now.
That's not happening.
That can't happen.
That will not happen.
Vader, look at the comments.
I mean, Miss Vader.
Distracted Miss Vader.
That was fucking funny.
Oh no, Miss Vader's not the driver.
Oh, and Robot's gonna have a new song for that.
Hello, Army. How you
Vader,
doing?
I did get my.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm doing just fine. How's my
Wait,
lovely Antifa people?
Antifa.
Wonderful.
We're all. You're anti-fascist as well. Guarantee it.
I'm speaking about the ones that hang out in the other lives that are very hardcore, and then they come over here and, you know.
Are you talking about me specifically?
No, I'm talking about Stargazer, Ash, Sammy, Grumble, and Vader specifically.
Let's go.
What are you talking about?
Damn.
Sorry, I wasn't
You guys
listening.
are
What
on a
about
little
me?
Army, you told me that
What?
my husband, or Go Army, you told me that I deserved to be cheated on by my ex-husband because I wasn't a trad wife.
Damn.
Yeah, I definitely didn't say that.
You
I
did say that. I'm the one that pushed back on it. Don't sit here and try and gaslight us.
Okay, plain boy, listen. First of all,
Plain boy. Okay,
First of all-
lawnmower. Hey, the next time I
wanna
need
be
my
plain
son,
boy. You've been drinking already on the flight? Shh, be quiet. Hey, listen, I know this isn't your other lives, Vader. I know you like to go in those lives. They asked me a question like, so is my wife or my husband black? The moment I open my mouth, the moment I open my mouth, they mute me, talk shit, just like Vader. Like I'm in the back seat.
Hey, Go Army, just to warn you, Vader has mod powers in this live.
Yes,
I
but
don't
we
care.
don't mute. We do not
Yeah,
mute.
Vader's triggered the past couple days. We got into a deep discussion
we
about
haven't gotten into
childcare.
anything, Go Army, and you're the
And
one.
Vader was exposed as like leaving his children around, like everybody's working, nobody can watch them, and he doesn't agree
All
with
right,
me.
that's my
Damn, that's a
I'm gonna dip
claim.
out, but
And then he crashed out on me and flipped out. That's what happened.
So
Okay,
what's
you
what's
said
in the
some pretty
news?
gross things. You've been up here 5 minutes, Go Army.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a pretty wild fucking claim there, Go Army. Why the
Wait,
fuck
what
did you
happened to
say
Vader?
that?
Well, to be fair, it's a carryover.
Did you hear what Go Army just said to Vader? He heard it and then had to leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he removed himself for his own sanity.
Wait, I didn't even.
I'm sorry,
hear-
Vader.
No, he didn't want to get called out anymore. Is the problem?
No. Go Army. If it's between you or Vader, it's going to be Vader. So stop.
He was a dick.
Yeah, that was
I
gross.
don't even know what
Vader's
was said.
children.
I guess I don't need to.
Brought up his kids. Let's
He
leave it
did.
at that.
He brought up
Okay.
Vader's
That's
kids.
that's not
All right.
kosher.
Vader, our choice is you.
That was pretty wild.
I
thought it was funny. I was gonna try and go into the conversation and see what it was about, but that was a little too far.
No. I was totally uncalled for.
And
So I did get my LSAT scores back.
Oh, good.
Here.
Oh, what'd you get?
I got a 166. I was shooting for a 170, but it's not bad.
That's
I know. That's what I was saying. He's being
Dude, I got a 172, man. So like, that's incredible.
I'm
So,
shooting.
were you-
I'm
I don't know
shooting
how
for
I
that.
got
I'm probably going to take it again in the fall. I slowed down studying a lot in April because I had some personal shit going on. But
Bro,
I'm
you
gonna-
will get into top 25 law schools with a 166.
yeah, but I don't want to move. I want to go to Georgetown, man. It's right around the corner.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
What do you need for there?
Well, I only graduated with a 3.3, but I'm also not like a 22-year-old fresh out of college, right? I'm a veteran. I've got a lot of work experience. I can get some really good professional references. I think if I clear a $170, I have a good shot.
We have new panelists, Diet Schnazi. What state are you from? Who'd you vote for? And how old are you?
You know who I am.
Thanks.
How you gonna insult me and then ask me 3 questions?
It is not the first time I've called you a Diet Schnazi.
Is he diet or sugar free? There's a difference.
I'm sugar free, like
What
White
is the
Monster.
difference? Well, I want to know
Guys,
what the
don't-
difference is.
Don't make me take up for Hale here. He is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, but he's not a Nazi. That's a different thing.
All right, I just want to say one thing while we still have Go Army in the comments. Go Army, that is off limits. Please don't talk about other people's children. We would do the same thing for anyone. I do like you being on panel if you can be fucking cordial and fucking normal, and don't do that. That's not kind.
What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Yeah.
I know you're not. I know you're not talking to me.
When do people talk to you?
No, I'm pretty
All
sure.
the time.
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure that he
And
was.
if you're asking, if that's not a rhetorical question, what is wrong with me? Is you.
I'm pretty sure. Brendan, that he was talking to Go Army. Honestly. So Hale here was defending Vader as well. Ooh.
All right. Anyways, sorry.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait, are you saying that? Wait. Go Army, are you saying that Vader was attacking me on another panel? Is that what you're saying?
That's the claim in the comments.
Wait, is that true, Vader? Were you attacking me?
When have I ever attacked Mojo?
I want to know what that's about.
I do too. I would love to know.
I mean, honestly, I don't care if he does or not. It doesn't bother me one way or another. I hear my name.
The only thing I've talked about you being is a Marxist, and that I disagree with that.
In the
He's not
comments,
even
he
a
said because
Marxist.
You let people like Go Army up.
Oh, like just because I have weird people on the panel like Hale and Go Army or something like that?
No, never once said anything about that.
Doesn't even
In fact,
matter.
I will say one time that I did go after a certain creator. It was Janae for Hoodlum because he said the exact same stuff that Go Army did. And I was like, you should block that guy. But after Janae and me had a discussion, I backed off of that and I was going through some stuff. I also went after Mojo in that specific week. And I explained to him, too, what I was going through as well. And we have moved on past that because that's what grown-ups do. It's really weird to virtue signal based on something that you think you heard, maybe hearsay, and now trying to cause issues. That is the softest and most just non-man-like attitude to have about this particular situation that I've ever heard, Go Army. So maybe man up, grow a set.
Vader, I want to be clear. I apologize to you, too, because I went off at you for
Yes,
no
you
real
did.
reason as well.
You apologized in public in the comments.
Yeah. So
Yes, you did.
I was wrong in that scenario. And,
We were both wrong, Mojo. It's fine. I'm not trying to hash that out. What I'm saying is that was a particular situation. And if Go Army wants to come up here and present evidence that would say to the contrary, I would love to hear it.
I will tell you that this is something that gets a lot of creators up in arms about when people that are on the panel tell them who they can and cannot or should and should not panel. We like to have conversations and we like to build panels in a specific way to have specific kinds of conversations. So if you don't like it, I understand. I mean, if people don't like Hale being on a panel, yeah, you can go to another panel while I have Hale on the panel. That's fine. I get it. I understand.
I'm fine with Hale.
Yeah. Well, not just Hale. I mean, like Go Army or anybody else. Anybody that we choose to have up. I do like to have the actual Nazis up every once in a while too, as long as I've got people on the panel that can deal with the shit they say. If I feel like I don't, or if I'm not capable that particular day, I'd rather not have them on the panel as well. But
he's talking
and
about
he is referring to the Janae, and I would encourage you to maybe talk to Janae. Because I'm also a mod over there, by the way, and that me getting those mod powers happened after that. So maybe you don't know the whole story, Go Army.
Oh, well, and just so you know, Vader, I banned Hoodlum the night that I heard him say the shit that he said.
Yeah,
So
that shit was wild.
He was banned before he even got to my panel the next day.
I technically didn't unfollow him, and that's just because I don't want to be anywhere near him. So that's the only reason why I still technically have tabs on him.
Yeah, that was pretty gross. He was pretty fucking gross.
One time.
Go ahead.
And it told me that he was following me, hit a little follow back button. It felt like finding a tick on me. I blocked him.
Who did? Who? Hoodlum?
Hoodlum.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, that guy's pretty gross and dumb as fuck. In all honesty, not even worth talking to most of the time. The lizard man.
I left the panel. I was on America Amens, and he came up, and I was like, you know what, America, I'm gonna go. If you're gonna put them up, I don't want to be here. It's gross. And he called me a Karen for it. I'm like, oh god.
What happened? But speaking of him, I mean, I know we're talking about somebody that's not here. I don't really much care. I know that Danielle had him back on like the following night. Did anybody listen to that?
Yes, I did for a little bit.
Was it
was
bad?
nothing. It was like him just defending himself. It was him, Nemo, and Danielle. And it was him defending himself, saying that he's basically doing it to help the cops, to help the blah, blah, blah. Which...
Well, but she's had him on since then, CS. She had him on the other night. Like...
Well, that was the first night that it happened, and then it was crazy. And then this was the night afterwards. It was the only people on the panel were Nemo.
See, now
Yeah,
that
but-
is a genuine
but-
true blue Nazi.
Who?
Amen.
Oh, yeah.
No, Nemo.
No.
I don't know Nemo.
What?
No. Grumble was talking about Amen, though.
Oh,
Amen
yeah,
is
but-
not a Yahtzee.
You don't think so?
100% he is.
I think
No, he is has some very disgusting views. But no, he has like no racial identity, whatsoever. His identity is just American Imperium. Period.
He's a
That's all he
nationalist.
cares about. So
He's an ultra nationalist.
Yeah, I think he would like to know.
He is the it's actually. He's actually kind of like a globalist in a sense, because he wants us to like rule the entire world. So
Yeah, that would make him a fucking
I'm-
ultra nationalist, Hale.
Yeah, that's an ultra nationalist.
Okay, if you want
When he's
a one
talking about
world
erasing
government,
civilizations.
that would be. I don't know why the guy.
Because
that
one
occurs
world
to me.
government under the flag of the United States, that would make him an ultra nationalist, Hale.
Yeah, what did Hitler want?
Would it make him a globalist as well?
What did Hitler want? Hitler wanted to control the entire world too, right?
No.
No? Well, at least Europe to
Not
start
at all.
with.
No.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, just the Sudetenland, right? Right, Hale?
Lebensraum, yeah. Yeah, he wanted Lebensraum.
Except that's not the case. I mean, they took over North Africa. They took over all of the fucking Nordic countries except for Switzerland. Yeah, it wasn't just the Sudetenland. If you just say that, it's fucking stupid.
He took over North Africa from other colonists for resources and also to hurt them. But I'm not, if you guys really wanted to bring up it, yeah, it was mainly Mussolini, but Germany helped because Italy's military was pretty weak. But
So Rommel planted the Italian flag?
Did you just hear me?
I did hear you. It was nonsense.
What did I say?
You said that the Schnazis took over North Africa on behalf of Mussolini.
No, I did not.
That's what I heard. You said
you're just going to sit there quietly and clarify.
Because the Italian military. You said the Italian military sucked, so he took it over from Mussolini. That's what you said.
No, I said they helped the Italians. Because the Italian military was weak.
Yeah.
It's true.
So, wait. So why didn't he plant an Italian flag then?
The strategic... What's up?
Why didn't he plant the Italian flag then?
Why didn't Rommel? Because he's a general in the Wehrmacht, so he's going to plant the Yahtzee flag. the Italians were essentially just a kind of
soft underbelly.
Hey, we're with you guys, kind of. When it came to that, in Spain, Spain was similar, except they were so weak because they had a literal civil war going on that they couldn't even do anything at all. So,
Mojo, are you there?
Why they survived the war. But
yeah, I'm here.
I got an invite to the cabin tonight. That's a hard no, right? That's a hard no.
I'm gonna say hard no, yes, but you're gonna do what you want. So
No, it's a hard no. It's a hard no. It's too sketchy.
yeah, I'm.
Wait, is this the cabin?
Is this a what?
Is this like the cabin, like we were talking about with the random?
No.
Oh, okay.
Different cabin.
Just like cabin in the woods.
Just obnoxious. There is a cabin in the woods, but that's not going to happen.
I've seen the movie.
Yeah, the reason we brought this up is because Hale was trying to say that simply because American imperial feels that the United States should unite the world under their banner, that somehow that makes him a globalist instead of an ultra-nationalist.
no, I would say that he is also a ultra-nationalist. That's fine. I'm not arguing with that claim. I was just adding some context that it's a very specific strain of imperium nationalism, which is
I feel like
reaches to the extent that
I feel like you argued specifically against that claim.
I mean, it's just such a semantical debate. I don't really care. I made a statement. If Brandon wants to get,
then why would you argue against it at all if you don't really care?
I made one refute when he said, if you control if it's a one world government under the United States, it's not globalism. That's just
okay.
Not
how
true.
Is America? You said that America, amen, is not not a fascist, not a Nazi, because he is a globalist. And then we went into this discussion. That is exactly what you said. Now,
you said it doesn't make him. But no, Hale, you literally said it doesn't make him a nationalist. That makes him more of a globalist.
What was the first sentence out of my mouth in reasoning for why?
It's adorable that you should pay that much attention to you.
Because
I don't even know who the fuck you are, man. Why are you? What is this guy's problem, man?
It's because I like it that way, Haley. It's Brendan, not Brandon.
Okay, well, nice to meet you. My name's Jeffrey. I'm glad you're a fan. But the first reasoning out of my mouth was that American Amen lacks all racial or religious identity.
I'm not a fan.
I actually had a question.
I never said I was.
Mojo.
I debate
first rule of
Amen all the
time.
Yeah, if you don't know your enemy, then you can't
deconstruct them.
This is utterly fascinating, but I still had a question for Mojo.
Oh no, what?
So Mojo, how does Amen's version of the whole world under the United States flag differ from your one world government under the United States system?
I didn't say under the United States system. I didn't say under the United States flag.
You just want...
No, he said it would be a global collective.
I guess. Well, okay. Wait, let me take that back a little bit. I'm going to take that back a little bit because I do like the idea of explaining it as a federalized system. So basically, we're just adding one layer on top of the federal government for us. But for other countries, that doesn't have to exist. They can just add one layer on top of whatever their government is. I don't really care whether it's under the American-style government or not. I don't really care if they have a constitution like we do or not. I just want them to abide by some sort of universal declaration of human rights that we can all agree to. That's what I'd like to have done. This is not about me saying that the U.S. should control everybody at all.
So, Mojo, would it
right?
Utopic?
Yeah. I mean essentially, it's never
that's a
gonna happen.
ridiculous. That's a ridiculous term, and I think it can happen.
The
And
hell was I muted?
everything is because you are being obnoxious. Everything is utopic until it actually happens.
Well, it's actually against the United States Constitution to abide by laws from a foreign land.
Who gives a fuck?
See, like that.
Wait,
He's
Not
actually
just like
talking
that.
about overthrowing the government.
Wait. How? Where does it say in the Constitution that we cannot agree to a treaty?
We can agree to a treaty, but we do not abide by laws from a foreign government. You're saying put another layer on top. Holy shit! That's why I was talking fast. Like, good God. That's why I said, if you're putting a layer over the federal government, that is a new government. We don't abide by that. It's in the Constitution.
Son.
I'm not sure where that's in the Constitution, but I'm also not sure how we are abiding by anything short of a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which would simply be a treaty.
Sure, but that's once again going back to the one world government. If the United States government is in fact the one purveying that law across the globe, you would be in Amen's imperialistic system.
No. We are a part of NATO. What I'm talking about is expanding NATO and expanding the UN. That's all I'm talking about. We are a part of both of those organizations right now. I'm not talking about changing those systems.
Okay, well, we don't abide by things that happen in NATO, even if we pass them.
Well, would it just be, Mojo, like you're giving the UN teeth, essentially?
No, I'm just saying the UN is going to work as some sort of parliamentary system to deal with issues on a global basis. And the NATO would be a mutual defense pact just like it is right now. It would just be for every country on the face of the planet.
And then the United States says things
Mojo,
like,
if I get
well,
dropped, just
fuck
bring
it,
it back,
we're
right
on
back
the...
up. I just have to answer something. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool.
See you soon, CS. The United States just turns around and says, fuck it, we chair everything, so they're not really going to catch us. Let's go, I don't know, attack Iranian oil wells off their coast. Oh, look, we don't get in trouble for it. What good is the UN?
The UN doesn't have any teeth right now. However, if every organization or every country actually abides by it and does sign up to be a part of it, I think we could probably get rid of the veto power.
The United States, Russia would never, ever let that happen.
You say that, but I think they will.
I think the United States and Russia would, in tandem, invade smaller countries in their spheres of influence if that ever even got close.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen.
Think about what would happen if
there goes
there
Georgia. There goes Ukraine.
Yeah, again, I don't think that would happen.
Well, think about if there was no veto, right? And then in this particular issue, America would have vetoed, right? Then essentially what even Robot was saying, yeah, you're under that other sort of government's laws.
Jesus Christ. Surrender of sovereignty, easy. That's what it's called.
Well, I think he wants to be careful about that. But in this case, we would have otherwise vetoed it.
Well, I mean, I guess I would have to agree with Mojo. We would never, abduct the leaders of Venezuela or invade Cuba or any of these other Latin American countries so they could, remove our veto power. It just wouldn't happen.
You're being facetious.
Of course. But even if we remove the veto power, if we remove the veto power, then it's just like a semantical thing. By all means, we would be under their law, essentially.
As I stated
Mojo?
before, and nobody has yet to disprove it, the United States and Russia would never allow the veto power to be dispelled, ever. Mm-hmm. They will invade the smaller nations within their spheres of influence to maintain their veto power and status.
And we could say that, Robot, but if we just accept even what they're saying, then it can't be both sides, two-way street, right? You cannot say that you have your own laws, but then you cannot oppose the United Nations law, right? Like even if you wanted to, if you could, right?
They don't have laws; they rules.
You just need a one world government.
It's a 4-lane highway, easy, and we own it. We own the UN. We are the militaristic force of the UN.
That is the case. That is the case. Yes, and it's only good. Maybe Mojo is aware of this. I mean, it's good for like we can deny it, but anybody else they can't because ultimately we would be the enforcement arm, right?
Correct.
The biggest, yeah. So maybe that is his reality. I think he realizes that, but
so then we got to it together. It is a utopia idea.
I don't know that the UN would ever come up with anything that we don't already have in our constitution. So when I'm talking about the UN and a Universal Declaration of Human Rights, I would assume that everything that's in that declaration are rights that we already agree with. Can you think of one that wouldn't be in there that we already agree with?
That Israel is committing a genocide. We already don't agree with it. We're like 3 nations out of 100 plus, 180 something in the UN.
So you're saying the majority of nations in the UN say that Israel is committing a genocide? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, they have, and they have passed it. We vetoed it.
Yeah, that is correct. That's why I say we get rid of the veto power. But I think that our country as a whole, if we voted on it, would certainly say that it was a genocide, or it should be stopped at the very least.
Well, and would us fighting to not get rid of our veto power, wouldn't that also make us look like the bad guy? And would our government allow ourselves to look like the bad guy or the axis of evil?
Sure. I think you must have missed when like half the country at the very least calls America an imperialistic nation.
Do I have anyone on the left willing to drop for Steve from State Farm?
Yep.
Damn it, Grumble.
Holy shit, that was fast.
That was fast.
Grumble.
Kind
Grumble.
of
You just got
I'll
here.
drop for Grumble. Come on.
See, when Hale's on the fucking panel,
you
though,
can-
I tend to agree with Grumble, which I absolutely hate. So, I don't know. Do what you want.
I don't even gotta breathe, and I make him seethe.
No, and
Yeah.
don't talk shit about him when he's not here.
What? You're talking about the guy right up? What's up there?
No, Hale's talking about Brendan.
Oh, I'm sorry. My bad, Hale. Also, don't talk shit about Brendan. I like Brendan too.
You just talk shit about me.
Brendan, don't talk shit about Hale. I don't like Hale, but don't talk shit about him.
What the fuck?
Brendan didn't say anything that wasn't true, and Hale hasn't said anything that was meaningful. I mean, this is kind of where we're at.
All right. So, are we going to continue on UN, or are we going to get back to Chud? I hate to say it, but I'm kind of curious with regards to Hale's position and Robot's position on this issue. But could we get to his SOP and not the bail issue?
What's the SOP?
What's SOP?
His standard operating procedure with regards to his rage baiting. Essentially, he is a professional rage baiter. He goes and engages people in public, says provocative things to elicit a response that may go viral. But he's also aware and prepared for the fact that if that rage turns to violence, that he can meet violence with more violence.
I feel like you do. I feel like Brendan. I feel like you do that on TikTok.
You're not wrong.
But Brendan, did he not put out on X that he was going to pew a chimp that day?
I think him prognosticating is different from saying that that was his goal. I think he's looking around and recognizing how likely that scenario is. And just for context, South Park said the same exact thing. If you remember the episode with Cartman and Token, he drew a circle and then said a bunch of nasty shit to Token. And when Token attacked him, he pewed him and then dragged him into the circle. You remember that?
Well, specifically, that was after the George Zimmerman case.
Correct.
It was a joke based on the stand your ground law. but
which is exactly what Chud is using.
But what state is Chud in? Or I guess what state did that case
He
happen?
is in Tennessee.
Tennessee. It happened in Nashville.
Well, okay. Well, what I'm trying to say is that he is observing a clear sore spot, a festering wound in our society. And what he's attempting to do is underscore that issue, right? The fact that individuals on the left are consistently saying that speech is violence, and they are advocating meeting that speech with actual violence. So I would ask my cousins on the blue team whether or not they acknowledge a line, a really bright line, between speech and violence.
Wait, does anybody on this panel actually think that speech is violence?
I think it can be.
No.
Yeah?
It incites it.
Say what?
Yeah, no.
The speech is
really.
The speech itself isn't violent. It can incite it though.
Yeah. Wait, CS. I want to hear your explanation, CS.
All right. Well, let me do one thing first, and I want to look up the definition of violence.
You could just say it causes harm, CS, right?
Well, no, you don't have to make my argument for me.
I'm not.
Well, no,
making
and
the
I don't.
argument.
I don't think that goes far enough. It
All
can't
right, so
just
it
cause harm.
doesn't. So it doesn't. It doesn't fit the definition. You are right. So, well, I mean, maybe one of them. It says behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something. Unalive. And then, but one of the other ones is strength of emotion or unpleasant or destructive natural force. The unlawful exercise of force or intimidation. So I guess definitionally it doesn't fit. But I do think that it causes more than just inciting violence. I think. I think it can.
Well, that's physical violence, right?
Hold on 1 second. I think when you're talking about being harmful to someone, that to me is violence. It's like causing harm. So my definition is a little different. So when you say something that could absolutely tear their world apart, I believe that's violent.
So when I tell you, when I tell you that your ass looks terrible in those jeans, am I committing an act of violence?
No, you're being honest. Hold on.
It could be in the context.
Hold on, easy. Hold on. No, you're just being honest.
Okay.
But no. But yes, Mojo, if technically like words can be damaging, and if you didn't know that, and CS, I'm not saying this in any regards that you have this, but if CS had a eating disorder that you didn't know about, and then you told her that her ass looked fat in those jeans, now all of a sudden you've triggered her eating disorder. That's damaging.
No, it's not even just that. Look. If nobody's gonna make this clear argument, I mean, there's a whole case for like violence. This being defined as like harm, the emotional state that was okay, and then that resulted in hearing these words. It just can be based off of that, and that itself could have induced a lesser state than prior.
Oh, and you want to know what I want to bring up too? I also want to bring up, so there's different types of abuses, right? There's physical and then there's emotional. There's also physical violence and then there's emotional violence. I just looked up the 3 types of violence according to the gov.ni.ca, and they define one form of violence as emotional violence. It occurs when someone says or does something to make the person feel stupid or worthless.
No, I'm not making this case because I'm the self-ownership guy.
I don't think that's against the law. I mean, if you say mean things to somebody, I don't know that you can get thrown in jail for saying mean things to somebody.
Maybe not mean things, but if you make a threat.
But he's not getting thrown in jail because of saying mean things. He literally pew-pewed a guy.
Threats and fighting words are different. They are called to violence.
If speech is violence,
unfortunately,
then...
Brendan, I believe that you have forgotten that since the Patriot Act and that particular era, there's a thing known as terroristic threats. He threatened violence in his particular verbiage in order to provoke a response. So this is national-wise. It doesn't matter how good your stand your ground laws are. He provoked the violence, the physical altercation, and then pulled a weapon. He is absolutely being tried for attempted murder.
So your position is that by simply using So what you're saying, Robot, is by simply using the N-word, that is essentially a call for violence or fighting words, which would rob him of his ability to defend himself. Is that what you're saying?
Okay,
absolutely not.
Before we go any further,
No, but they're going to argue premeditated.
before we go any further, was he physically attacked by the person that he shot?
Yes.
The witness there says he was.
Meaning that like he grabbed him or pushed him down or punched him or
no,
did something.
He hit him in the back of the head as he was walking
even
away.
that.
Okay.
Even that is like if there was a credible threat that he approached him in such a way, like right before he was about to do something and he didn't, and Fudd reacted first, that's still fine under our laws.
But again, the prosecution, I feel, is they are going to argue premeditation, because if you put out on social media that you are going to pew pew a chimp, and then even if the guy attacks you, you do it, that's premeditation.
Did he say he was going to, or that he wanted to?
That's
not necessarily.
Listen, I don't really want to defend Chud here, but there's just a lot of stuff being said that's not true. The tweet was, I mean, I can't quote it.
I'm not talking about a tweet. I read the news. It's all over the news.
Well, you just made something up as well, So I don't. Do you have a
video
of the
incident? I did not make it up. Would you like me to pull it up in the AP once again?
Yeah, I want to see the claim. You made the claim that he verbally threatened the guy on the spot, and then approached him, drew his weapon, and pew-pewed him. That's not what the witness said.
No, you built that straw man all yourself. If you would like, you can run
I just
back
questioned
on YouTube.
you if that's.
No, you asked if there was a clip.
I don't know.
I did not even answer you.
You came up here and you're itchy with Mojo. I was originally responding to Sammy, and then I could get to you, and now you've made me forget my point on Sam. Or no, you haven't. You did, but then I just remembered.
Nice recovery.
So Sammy, the tweet said, "Yeah, I do that sometimes." That was impressive, honestly. But Sammy, the tweet was akin to, someone is going to attack me, and they are going to get unalived by the end of the year, and you guys are going to cry about it. That's what the tweet was. I'm paraphrasing, obviously.
Right.
Someone can bring up the tweet if they want.
Wait, I'm confused here because I'm reading. I don't know. Oh wait, that's a bad one. Never mind. Forget it. Continue.
There's a clear difference between him, and when I say him, I mean Chud, wanting to pew someone and simply making a prediction based on the calculus that he has collected in his odious profession that X, Y, and Z will probably happen. So if you would like to bring up any tweet, specificity with regards to that tweet is going to be relevant here, because one is going to be a want or a need, and the other is going to be a prediction. And those two are very different.
And also, the tweet is in response to mass amounts of tweets telling him that he's gonna, get unalived,
and that he should defend himself because the need is there.
I really don't want to defend this guy because Darwinism exists and he created his own problems with his own stupidity. But at the same time, if I tweet however many days, months, weeks, years ago that if someone breaks into my house, I'm going to shoot them, that doesn't make the castle doctrine not apply.
There you go.
Just because that I tweeted that I was going to do it sometime in the past. It doesn't matter.
Your castle doctrine doesn't apply outside the courthouse.
You're splitting hairs. Just because. Okay.
They're not working on is Tennessee working on castle doctrine?
No, I was just.
No, I know what you were doing. That's what I'm saying. Why is he critiquing your expression of castle doctrine?
Castle doctrine
by his analogy, you would just take the stand your ground laws of Tennessee and say those don't apply.
Okay.
Right?
I don't
because I said something 5 years ago.
I don't see a tweet, and I see something in reference to a Facebook post, but according to all sources, it says he never had a Facebook page. And even the thing that was out on X was a copy of a Facebook post. So I'm not sure that any of this shit was said. It seems like there was another video he started, or something. He said, you start saying all that chimp out crap to me and I'm going to hit you. And he hit me. He started wailing on me even after I had to defend myself by shooting him. Earthly said in a video.
What the fuck does chimp out mean?
That's like a word that a phrase that he uses often.
Take a guess.
Yeah, but the other guy said that to him in this particular scenario.
Right. I think what he's doing is he's observing, or at this point, which are cultural norms, that if a YT person says a particular word, that the result will be violence, and in some cases, extreme violence.
Sorry. The exact tweet from May 7th is series finale is dead chimp on the pavement and you monkeys rioting when I walk free. Stay tuned.
Yeah. So what does that imply?
Here's the actual
Wait. What was the date of that?
It was like 6 days before. Yeah,
May
it wasn't that long ago.
So here's the actual affidavit reported by the court, included in the Associated Press News.
Mm-hmm.
It, quote, an affidavit filed with the arrest warrant says that Earthly and the other man engaged in a verbal altercation at about 1:19 p.m. During this verbal altercation, Mr. Earthly turned his body in a bladed stance and reached for his firearm located in his right jacket pocket. Thereafter, a physical altercation ensued. So the physical altercation ensued after pulling the firearm.
Reaching for a firearm doesn't say pulling or even brandishing. It's not even close.
I believe the term is pointing and
Just say you don't like the guy. I don't really particularly like the guy
this
either.
Isn't about liking or disliking somebody,
it.
Hell. All you're doing is trying to just talk over me to make some kind of ridiculous point. You said he was struck in the back of the head and that's why he pulled a weapon. You were not only incorrect, you gave us falsified information. This is the information provided to the court.
Well, that's fair, but
you can either talk about what the affidavit said and actually give us a real opinion. I am, because you're not going to sit up here and give misinformation. You were stating that he was hit in back of the head, and that's what started the physical altercation.
Yes. Okay.
The physical altercation started with him reaching for a weapon.
Well, I think that's fair, but if there's a credible threat, that also...
Well, then you just put out misinformation, right? Because you said he pulled a pew-pew, right?
And
so
not only that...
I'll admit that I was wrong, if that's the case. I don't know how valid that, affidavit or whatever is, but I'll just take that as, the truth or something.
It's also an important consideration here that if it was in fact located in his pocket, which if you pocket carry, you're an idiot. But if that's the case, they had no idea that they would have no idea he was reaching for a weapon. Could have been a cell phone. This argument has been made in every police unaliving case there's ever been.
I mean,
and also you can put your hand on a firearm at any time in your. This is why we have 3 levels of distinction within this, right? Which is aiming with intent, and then you have brandishing, and then there's holstering essentially. But brandishing isn't even is highly debated itself, and it didn't even say he brandished it.
If you show a weapon at the same time you make a threat, then that is at the very least felony menacing. So
if you make a threat, yeah, but maybe I don't know. I'm not gonna make a comment on that. But brandishing
depends if you felt threatened.
What?
If I have a shoulder holster and I open my jacket to present to an individual who may be aggressive, is that a felony, Mojo?
If you say, I will kill you, and then show it, yes, that is a felony. If you don't say anything and you just show it, I'm not sure. I guess it depends on the rest of the context.
And it doesn't matter.
As long as it's holstered, it would... As long as it's holstered, it would not be considered brandishing, dependent on if your state has open carry.
Wait, it doesn't. No, but if you make a threat, even if it's holstered, it's still menacing.
Okay. Yes, if you have a weapon on your person and make a threat, that is menacing at minimum. It is terrorist. It is
in this
terroristic
case,
threats at best.
But in this case, the weapon was located in a jacket pocket, according to what Brobot said. If that's the case, nobody were to even know that it was a weapon or that he was holding on to a weapon at that point until it came out of the pocket. Then it's brandishing for sure, no matter what.
Especially because he just came out of a courthouse. I didn't even learn until this that there were courthouses where you could walk in and with a pew and
that is pretty crazy.
in and get it on your way out or something. I guess
you can here in Texas. I'm not sure about other states like Tennessee, but Texas, yes, you can carry a legal firearm.
He had to, right? Because he just walked out with it.
Well, it's good that you're asking for additional details because I've heard it alleged that this individual went to the courthouse specifically because Chud had a court case, and part of his calculus may have been Chud will not be armed if he's coming out of court, which would suggest a level of premeditation with regards to his confrontation
he's also
and subsequent violence.
Has multiple felonies and has a psych record. And
that is another interesting point that Hale is bringing up. Let me spit there. So yeah, the guy does have a history of violence.
I don't. What did that mean? What the fuck was that?
I don't know. I just the old timers. I just let it roll.
I didn't ask you what it was, Hale. I wasn't asking you. I was asking him. Brandon, what is that?
I had an acrid taste in my mouth after agreeing with him.
Okay, I got you. I get it now. Okay,
that's cute. That was cute.
That was pretty cute. I was like, you were making like a pact with him or something, like by sharing spit and shaking hands. That's what I took from it. But I get it.
I was kidding.
I thought you had like a dip.
It wasn't cute.
Or something.
I had a what?
A
like
dip?
A dip? I don't know.
No.
This is actually pretty common. You know, rappers, unalive people.
Who the fuck cares, Easy? Nobody cares what you have to think
and
about.
get away with schmurder, not even attempted.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying that Chud had felonies. I believe the individual that was pewed had several priors, including aggravated assault on his significant other. I also believe that there was an arson charge, whether or not that was he was found guilty of that or not. That is some of the information that I've gathered.
So,
which is pretty rare.
He had charges. He deserved to be pewed.
Spoke to state of mind.
No, ma'am. That's not what it.
No, but if Chud felt threatened, I guess this would give him like protections under the law, right?
Well, I just question the affidavit. You know, they kind of jump over the main thing that's going to be like under contention in the case, which I don't know what the fuck affidavits are supposed to do, if that's not really part of what their program is. But when it says a legal, or he said he approached him in a verbal dispute engaged. It's I don't know if that's quoting it. Pretty sure that's what you read. The argumentation is going to be, and from what I've seen or heard, is that this guy basically threatened him and said, "Hey, don't start all that blah 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 out. I have PTSD," I think was the wording. So not like a direct threat. And then Chud approaches him and probably said something he doesn't like, and then he assaulted him, and then he got shot in the stomach.
So if Chud approached him,
you have the right to stand your ground.
Self-defense.
You're missing.
That would be dependent upon who is assaulting who first. If he didn't assault him first, which the witness said otherwise.
And one of the things, sorry, Hale. And one of the things that I'm reading, Brobot or Brendavan, what is a bladed stance?
A bladed stance would be turning to one side to lower your profile towards an enemy.
Well,
it's just a common self-defense like thing.
Making your target box smaller would be the best way to describe it.
Yep.
Or
I would call it a defensive I'd call it a defensive posture.
Everyone would. No one would say that's an assaultive posture or something. But listen, this is all, you know, we can go over this. This guy's gonna get absolutely slammed, dude. Okay, if they can't get if they can't get the, I mean,
that'd be fine.
I'd be willing to. I'm not a gambling person, but if I was, it's like I'd bet on Kalshi that he is not walking away with any charges. If they can't get those felonies to stick, does anyone know Gypsy Crusader? I kind of been wanting to bring this up because it's extremely similar to an extent. You guys know who that is? You might know him as the guy in Joker makeup who goes on video and says slurs to people, throws up, Sig Heils and stuff.
Very similar to burning Qurans.
He's a delightful man.
Well, anyways,
it's disgusting, but this is the same thing that Larry Flint did. And Larry Flint established a landmark case in our country. We need people out there defending free speech, and it's unfortunate that the people that defend free speech happen to be so odious.
Shitheads, yeah. But, hopefully he gets off, and he'll get consequences through some other means if you guys, don't like him, right? But legally, I mean, it would be really bad if they try to make an example out of him.
I've only seen one video of this. I don't know how there is not more videos of this. It's kind of strange to me, but, whatever. I saw the one TMZ video that is about 10, it looks to be about over 10 seconds after the fight has even started. The guy's already popped, I think, at that point. Yeah, no, for sure in that video, the guy's already popped at that point, and they're still fighting. So the thing is, and this is the immediate thing I said is, if there's not video of this, they're going to absolutely dog him. Okay, that witness that said they saw so-and-so hit him first is gonna disappear, and a jury is gonna say, doesn't matter if they're all white or what it is, they're gonna absolutely destroy this guy, and it doesn't, they won't care if it's legally binding or not.
Not on legal grounds. Yeah, but not on legal grounds.
They'll just OJ his ass. They'll just, it won't,
Yeah. OJ, are you talking about jury nullification? Is that what you're talking about?
Debating with broke men 24/7 and hope I'm letting you one.
Yo,
so stop
fire
pretending.
emojis in the chat.
Stop pretending, ladies.
They stay with broke men.
Y'all so committed to get broke men.
Stay with broke men.
Every day.
A lot of you guys look for us hardworking women, and we don't want y'all. We're saying for you guys to elevate y'all pockets before looking for us.
Ma'am, I'm not arguing about hardworking women.
I land right there.
I am not arguing about hardworking women. And nothing more, exciting when I hear
But that's what you guys want is a hardworking woman.
Absolutely, yes, you're right, man. Because you guys want to be able to, man, if you're not working
hold on just a moment. I got two new panelists, fellas. We're going to let them join this debate. I heard someone say they can ask a question. If you could hold off just a moment, ma'am, I'm going to get this other young lady in that was here before you, and then we're going to dive into that. So just say how you doing today, ma'am.
I'm doing good. How's everyone?
Man, everybody's well. We're living our best broke life, man. But listen, we're having fiery debate here. You know the rules up here, but I got to say the same disclaimer that I try to give everybody. Make sure you keep your language TikTok friendly. No profanity, no vulgar language. Don't speak about any acts of violence, and don't get too graphic in nature. So are you familiar with TikTok friendly language, young lady?
I believe so.
Oh, you believe so? So when people say that, I have to give them a small example. Just
no, hold on. I know so.
Muted you anyway. You should have said it. So just sound like you're in a room with a nun with small children in a room and you're trying to get a job. Don't say anything that would offend anybody in that room, including the small children, the nun, and the person that you're doing the job interview with. Is that understood?
All right. Sounds good.
All right, go ahead and read the prompt out loud. Give us a yes and a no, a quick answer about your logic behind your answer.
All right, so should broke men be allowed to date in 2026? No. There are chronic habitual offenders